Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had 360 Vision Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Is it possible to become a hero even if I have a useless quirk? He couldn't look, didn't have the strength to see the same pity and annoyance his question usually brought to people's faces. Not on his face. All Might, the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, Izuku's idol. If he looked at Izuku the same way his mother, his teachers, and Kaken did, well, that would be it, wouldn't it? The shadow of the hero in front of him hadn't moved away, and he hadn't said no yet. I'm a normal kid, my power is really nothing special. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? He braced himself for what felt like the inevitable, but he had to know. Silence at first, and the ever-present spark of hope in Izuku flared as the hero considered his question. With a useless quirk, All Might still hadn't left, and it looked like he was willing to indulge Izuku a little longer. The wind carried the sound of the city below up to their rooftop as it blew gently through Izuku's hair. Parts of it were still sticking to his skin uncomfortably, either from sweat or the slime villain he didn't know. He pushed that out of his mind, though he made a mental note to take a particularly vigorous shower when he got home. Just in case. Other than the normal city noise, though, the hero before him had fallen silent once more. Maybe he was actually listening. Izuku clung to hope, had to clutch it close with all his strength. If he could make his case, if he could just show All Might why he wanted it so badly, maybe it wouldn't matter that life had given him one of the most worthless quirks Izuku had ever heard of. People think I don't have a chance, that not having a powerful quirk, or even a marginally useful one, makes me some kind of weakling. My classmates like to make fun of me, a truth he hadn't even really told his mom before, but he needed All Might to understand. But you know what? That makes me want to prove them wrong. Ever since I was a kid, I thought saving people was the coolest thing you can do. Even though he hadn't gathered the strength to look up at All Might's face, he could feel the smile on his own begin to grow. Nothing made him happier than the thought of being a hero, saving people, just like the man in front of him. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe, and be the kind of hero everyone in the world looks up to. Just like you. In an instant, the warmth of sharing his dream evaporated as he finally looked up. Instead of the broad shoulders and muscle-bound figure of All Might, he saw a skeleton of a man hunched over nearly in half. Instead of the iconic, upright bangs of his idol, he saw a messy mop of tangles over dark, sunken eyes. Izuku was floored, stunned, and stuttering in his confusion. He tried to deny what was in front of him, but the man himself confirmed he was, really and truly, All Might. The blood pouring from his mouth almost sent Izuku into a second panic, but he forced himself to calm down. The evidence was right in front of him, after all. He arrived on the roof with All Might, and the man was many things but quiet wasn't one of them. Even his footsteps against the concrete were pounding echoes, reflective of his enormous presence. He hadn't slipped away when Izuku wasn't looking. In addition, the thin, sickly person before him was wearing the same white shirt and olive cargo breathes, the same belt, and all of his clothes hung loosely from his frame, obviously meant to fit a much larger body. Even deflated, his hair had 2 long sections in the front, reminiscent of All Might's signature bangs. This shell of a man was All Might. Then he sat down with an almost defeated sigh. There's plenty of fear behind that smile, kid. Surprised by the admission, Izuku took a tentative step forward and sat down across from the undersized hero. I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. All Might continued. Don't go talking about this online or to your friends. Promise? Izuku whispered, still in too much shock to speak up. When All Might lifted the edge of his shirt, Izuku reeled back at the gruesome scar that was suddenly exposed. Once he was over the initial shock, however, his curiosity took over and he leaned in. The scar took up almost the entirety of the man's torso along his left side, leaving a crater the size of a golf ball near the bottom of his ribcage. The scar tissue branched out from there like a starburst. Izuku could even make out marks left from the stitches used to sew the skin back together. The skin itself was a mottled pink and purple, like a persistent bruise. I got this in a big fight about 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed and I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out, and it can't be fixed. The small break in All Might's voice at that admission sent a lump into Izuku's throat that he quickly tried to swallow down as the man dropped the edge of his shirt, hiding the scar once more. Right now, I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time? This is what I look like. No way. 3 hours a day? That was impossible. Sure, All Might hadn't been seen in the hero circuit as often as he used to, but 3 hours? That was it? How had no one noticed? Who had done this to the #1 hero? Izuku thought back quickly. 5 years ago? So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? That didn't seem likely. From what Izuku remembered, All Might had won that fight pretty handily, but it was the only fight big enough that Izuku could remember. Wow, you know your stuff? All Might sounded a little impressed. But no, the punk may have landed some hits, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. Well, Izuku's faith in his ability to analyze a fight was restored at least. A bad guy so strong that he did permanent damage to All Might? Izuku hadn't thought such a villain existed. As he continued, All Might looked away from Izuku, maybe out of some sense of shame in admitting his vulnerability. I'm supposed to be the guy that's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to believe I'm never afraid, but honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. When he did look back at Izuku, the hero's face hardened in resolve. The sudden change was enough to make Izuku jump a little. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So can you be a hero? Not without a useful quirk. It felt like he'd been dunked into ice water. His breath caught, his limbs went numb, and he felt cold all over despite the day's heat. That was it? All Might himself told him so. I see. All Might stood and took a step towards the roof access door. If you want to help people, there are plenty of other ways to do it, he offered, not unkindly. You could become a police officer. They get CRP because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. Izuku just sat on the concrete, still too numb to stand, but he looked over to All Might when the hero opened the door with a screech. Maybe something in his eyes gave away how utterly devastated he was feeling, because All Might sighed and looked away. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic. Understand? Before Izuku could force a reply through the swirling knot of despair in his throat, All Might left, closing the door behind him. Alone on the rooftop, Izuku sat still as a statue until an explosion about 10 blocks away shook him out of his stupor. He shot to his feet and headed for the door, ready to race to the scene and watch the pros at work, until he remembered. There was no point in learning how to be a hero. Chasing villain attacks and copying notes in his notebooks was pointless if he couldn't apply that knowledge to something worthwhile. If he couldn't be a hero, then what else was it for? Maybe it really was just a dumb, useless hobby like Kaken had told him over and over again. Izuku wiped the stray tears off his cheeks and set off for home. But years and years of habit and stubborn determination wouldn't just vanish with a single conversation, no matter how devastating, apparently. Izuku's feet had carried him toward the villain attack. He registered with mild surprise that it was still going on. He dragged his feet getting here, and it wasn't exactly close to the rooftop. Curious, he made his way through the throngs of bystanders to get a look at what was taking so long. The alley was on fire. Pros were doing what they could to keep people safe and mitigate the spread, but no one was taking on the source of the problem. In the center of the alley, screaming and laughing with malice, the slime villain wreaked havoc. The same slime villain that had tried to take Izuku in the underpass, that had been defeated and captured by All Might, was here causing more trouble. Did that mean it escaped? But how? Thinking back, Izuku realized that he hadn't seen the bottles All Might had kept the villain contained in once they were on the roof. It must have fallen out of his pocket when they were airborne, but just jumping wouldn't have done that. It must have been when All Might tried to get Izuku to let go, before realizing that would be a bad idea midair. Which meant, "This is my fault," Izuku whispered, horrified. The crowd didn't hear him, too focused on what was going down in the alley to pay attention to the worthless kid choking on his own guilt behind them. Listening to their despair, how no one was helping the sludge villain's victim, Izuku only felt worse and worse. His desperation to talk to All Might, to ask him his stupid question, had caused the villain to escape and take another kid hostage. How could he have been so naive? It was then that Izuku saw what was causing the explosions, or, more accurately, Kaken. Without a thought, Izuku raced into the alley dodging civilians and pros as they tried to stop him. The fire was blisteringly hot, all too familiar, but he ignored it as he sprinted forward. He had to do something. This was all his fault, and now Kaken was paying the price for his mistake. But he needed a plan. As his feet carried him forward, his mind supplied him with a strategy, something he'd learned over all those years watching heroes fight. He tore his backpack off and hurled it at the sludge villain, aiming for the one solid point on its body, the one place that wouldn't just immediately swamp the projectile in slime. Its eye. With a howl of pain, the sludge villain flinched away, letting Kaken break through enough to take a much-needed breath of air and buying time for Izuku to close the remaining distance between them. As Kaken gasped and coughed, Izuku began trying to tear his way through the slime to get to his friend. "What the hell are you doing here?" the fiery blonde demanded. "I couldn't just stand there and watch you die." Izuku shouted back. It was futile, he knew it was pointless, but he kept digging, trying to reach Kaken, trying to get a grip on his shirt or something solid to pull him out. The villain recovered from his distraction and redoubled its efforts to take Kaken, dragging him deeper into its viscous body as it raised an enormous fist to bring an end to Izuku's meddling. Izuku heard the slam of the sludge villain's punch, but it hadn't connected with him. Instead, All Might, back in his heroic form, stood between Izuku and danger. He grabbed onto both Izuku and Kaken with one mighty hand and then sent a Detroit smash into the villain's face with the other. The resulting burst of wind completely blew the villain apart, freeing Kaken entirely and putting out the surrounding flames. As the number one hero released them, the other pros dragged the two of them off in separate directions. Kaken was praised for his bravery and impressive quirk, while Izuku was scolded for getting in the way. It was less than he deserved. It was his fault this had happened, after all, so he took their harsh words without complaint and headed home as soon as he was allowed. He was almost home when Kaken caught up to him. If Izuku thought a thank you was coming, he would be disappointed, but this was Kaken, so he wasn't all that surprised when the blonde just yelled at him instead. That was pretty standard for their relationship, after all. All Might's arrival was much more surprising. Once he dropped his hero form and boisterous attitude, Izuku wondered if part of his personality changed with the transformation or if he was just used to being bigger in general while in the other form. He did something that Izuku was not expecting. "Young man, I came here to thank you, and also to discuss your question from earlier," All Might said. Huh. Izuku was confused. Why would All Might want to thank him? He'd gotten in the way, he was the reason the villain had escaped and taken Kaken. Izuku hadn't done anything worthy of thanks, especially not from All Might. "If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So, thanks." "No, it was my fault he was there to begin with," Izuku argued. He couldn't accept All Might's thanks for this. He'd caused the problem. It didn't matter if he'd also aided in the solution. "I got in the way of your hard work, I wasted your energy, and not to mention your time." "I'm not done." All Might stopped him. "You told me you didn't have a useful power, so when I saw this timid boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. It was just like that. In the alley, against the sludge villain. Izuku had rushed in without consciously telling himself to, even against all logic, because he'd needed to help, and his body had moved before his mind could argue. But All Might had said before, everyone had told him over and over again, Izuku couldn't be a hero with his useless quirk. So why was he saying this? "Young man, you too can become a hero." It was all Izuku had ever wanted to hear, that he had a chance, that his dream was possible, but no one ever believed before. But now, All Might himself was telling Izuku he could do it. He'd changed his mind after seeing Izuku's foolish stunt in the alley, and he saw something in Izuku that no one else had. A hero. The tears streaming down his face couldn't be stopped, but he didn't care. Izuku was going to be a hero. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. What? Izuku looked up in confusion. Inherit All Might's quirk? What did he mean? Quirks didn't work like that. Only a parent could pass on a quirk to their offspring during fetal development, but even then, there was a chance the quirk would be completely different, or a combination of both. Parents, or even no quirk at all. A quirk couldn't be gifted to someone like All Might was suggesting. Right? You should see your face. The man in question laughed at Izuku's reaction before turning serious once more. Don't worry, I'm not going to force this on you. It's your choice. So listen well. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? Izuku cleared the tears from his eyes quickly and focused on All Might. If he was about to tell him something important from the sound of it, then Izuku would give it his all and learn everything All Might had to say. Once it was clear he had Izuku's attention, All Might began his explanation. He told Izuku the truth behind his quirk, something the hero blogs and fan community had hotly debated since All Might's debut. No one knew what his quirk was, and, apparently, he'd hidden it for a reason. The quirk was called One for All, and it was unique in that it could be passed from holder to holder, gathering strength as it went to each new person, until it had culminated into the amazing power that All Might wielded. The power he wanted to give to Izuku. Because of what he'd done in the alley against the sludge villain, All Might thought Izuku was worthy of being his successor. He was asking Izuku to be the next holder of One for All, a hero. If he wanted it, the ability was within his grasp. Okay, I'll do it. My answer is yes. Izuku declared. All Might smiled. No reluctance. That's exactly how I figured you'd respond. Before we begin, though, there's one thing I have to ask. What is your quirk? Oh. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he looked down. He supposed it didn't really matter, since All Might had offered him One for All already, so it wasn't like hearing it was going to make him less worthy somehow. Still, his quirk was utterly unimpressive and had been a source of mockery since he was 4. It wasn't something he could really be proud of like Kaken's, and try as he might, he hadn't been able to come up with a way for it to be useful for hero work. Regardless, All Might had asked, so Izuku would share. I can see with my eyes closed, Izuku said. Does it do anything else? All Might asked. Izuku shook his head. No. When I close my eyes, I can still see, and my vision isn't any better than it would be with my eyes open. How do you sleep? I can turn it off now, but when I was younger, I had to use an eye mask. I can't see through things that cover my eyes, just my own eyelids. Okay, yeah, that's pretty useless, All Might agreed. Despite knowing All Might still thought he was worthy of being a hero, it still stung a little to hear that from his idol. It wasn't like he was wrong, and it certainly wasn't the first time he'd heard it, but still. I know I'm pretty useless, but all I ever wanted was to be a hero. To help people. So, thank you All Might. For giving me this chance. The hero took a step forward and placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders, forcing him to look up, and up. He was so tall, even in this form, but he didn't look at him with pity or scorn. That's not what I said. For one heart-stopping minute, Izuku worried that the past few minutes had been some kind of hallucination, that All Might hadn't just offered him his dream, but then the man continued. I said your quirk was useless, not that you were. You stood up and acted when no one else did, quirk or no quirk. You are not useless, kid. Remember that? Alright. I will. Good. Now, we've got a lot of work to do. Before he left, All Might traded contact information with Izuku, and promised he'd be in touch. It was getting late, and his mom was probably worried, so Izuku rushed the rest of the way home with one last wave goodbye over his shoulder. True to his word, All Might contacted Izuku the next day asking him to meet at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park Saturday morning. Clearing the trash off the beach was going to take serious time and effort, but that was the point. It would build sorely needed muscles and improve Izuku's endurance while performing a service to the community. Izuku approved, and set to work with determination. All Might's plan included every detail of the next 10 months of his life, but if that's what it took to become a hero, then it was what Izuku would do. Thankfully, his mom was accommodating of his new nutritional needs without complaint. He felt guilty keeping One for All a secret, but it was All Might's secret. If he got into UA, he'd ask if he could tell his mom, but for now, he had to focus on training. It was 10 months of hell, but it was ultimately worth it. The morning of the entrance exam, he finished clearing the beach and All Might finally declared him ready to receive One for All. All Might held out a strand of his golden hair and smiled in encouragement. "Eat this." Izuku eyed the hair and then All Might with apprehension. "In order to receive my power, you have to swallow some of my DNA, that's how it works?" The hero explained. "So, eat." Gingerly, Izuku took the hair. It was long, coming from All Might's bangs, so he quickly rolled it between his hands until the strand was a small, tangled ball. Then, with a generous swig from his water bottle, Izuku swallowed it down as instructed. It was gross, but it was quick. After he was sure it was down, he looked to All Might. "I don't feel any different." "Of course not. Your body has to process the hair first. It should kick in after 2, maybe 3 hours." All Might looked at the big clock at the entrance to the beach. It was 6:15, which still gave him time to process the hair before the start of the exam. "At least I have time to go home and shower and eat something before the exam." Izuku mused. "You may have molded your body into a proper vessel, but you did it in a hurry." All Might's characteristic enthusiasm was absent, which caught Izuku's attention. It almost sounded like All Might was worried. "So be cautious. You haven't even taken it for a test drive yet. The physical backlash of One for All can be intense, and I don't know to what extent it will alter your natural quirk." "Can do that? Alter it how?" "No way to know for sure. With a quirk like yours, I wouldn't worry about it too much, though." Izuku hadn't counted on All Might's quirk doing anything to his own, though maybe he should have. Still, he couldn't really imagine what an enhancement of seeing through his eyelids would look like. Like All Might said, it probably wasn't anything to worry about. The backlash, though, that could be troublesome. What about the backlash? How bad are we talking? There's no time to go into the fine details, but take note, you've got to prepare yourself to use this quirk. So I want you to clench your butt cheeks and yell from the depths of your heart. Smash. Seeing All Might use his power was always exciting no matter how many times Izuku had seen it, and it effectively cleared his worries away. As the wind settled, he smiled up at his idol, his mentor, and nodded his head in affirmation. He could do this. He would do this. He would make All Might proud. Pride was never something Izuku had a lot of, particularly in regards to himself, so tripping on his way into the building just seemed par for the course. Foolish, useless, embarrassing. Before his face could connect with concrete, though, a nice girl saved him with her quirk. He was too stunned to talk, a tragic habit he was discovering, but she didn't seem to need his thanks as she made her way into the building with it. Friendly wave. It was strange. Thinking about it, Izuku thought that might have been the nicest interaction he'd ever had with someone his own age. He hoped they both made it so he could say thank you. The written portion of the test was exactly what he expected, and he knew he passed. That was the easy part though. The real test was the practical. Gathered at the gates of the simulated city with the other testers in his group, Izuku felt intimidated. He knew he was at a disadvantage. These kids all had a decade of experience with their quirks. He'd had One for All for less than 4 hours and had never used it. Hopefully the backlash All Might mentioned wouldn't be too bad. Right, because Izuku was ever that lucky. Riding on the high of adrenaline, he didn't even feel the pain of his 3 broken limbs until the 0-pointer fell away, completely demolished, and gravity decided he'd had enough air time. He was so high up in the air that his mind had plenty of time to analyze exactly how screwed he was, but even if he had to break his left arm too, it was worth it. He'd saved the nice girl from earlier. She would be fine, and that was all that mattered. She saved him again, halting his fall before he could pancake himself on the asphalt. It gave him a chance though. She'd saved his life and spared him from having to lose his last limb. Maybe he could get some points? Even if it was just 1, he wouldn't feel like a complete failure. He ran out of time before he could even try. Defeated, he surrendered to the pain coursing through his body and let the darkness take him. He drifted through the following week like a ghost. Unable to contact All Might, he worried he'd let the hero down so much that he was regretting his decision to give Izuku one for all. Not that he blamed him. He'd failed the practical after all. It was a major setback, but Izuku wouldn't let it be the end. He'd show All Might he hadn't chosen poorly for his successor. There were other schools, other hero courses that he could apply to. The front door slammed open, snapping him out of his thoughts. His mom scrambled through the door holding a letter with UA's seal on it. His test results had arrived. Even though he felt like he knew what they would say, he still had to face the music. He took the envelope to his room and opened it. The projection was a surprise, as was All Might, but the more he listened, the more unbelievable it became. All Might teaching at UA, the girl he'd saved, rescue points? He passed. He passed. He did it. He got into UA. He was going to become a hero student at All Might's alma mater. Izuku shared the news with his mom and she cried. Which was fine because Izuku was already crying. He definitely got his crier tendencies from his mom. She was so proud of him, but as she went on, he felt progressively worse. He was lying to her. All Might and one for all were why he was able to pass. His own merits and skills wouldn't have been enough on their own, no matter how much he might have liked to believe otherwise. He wanted to tell her the truth. She deserved to know, particularly if what happened at the entrance exam was going to be a common occurrence until he could manage the backlash. Coming home with broken bones and bandages every time he used one for all was going to give her a heart attack, but if he could tell her it would only be for a little while, maybe she wouldn't worry as much. Thankfully, the next day, All Might contacted him asking to meet. After their conversation about joining the UA faculty and learning control, Izuku asked All Might about telling his mom. You want to tell your mother about one for all? Yes. Keeping it from her doesn't seem like the right call. I know keeping the secret is important, but she's my mom. If I suddenly start using a completely different quirk, she's going to notice. Not to mention the injuries, Izuku reasoned, though he couldn't make himself look away from the sand at his feet. He felt strongly about telling her the truth, but if All Might said no, he'd respect his wishes. The hero hummed in thought. I have reservations. One for all is a potentially dangerous secret, not just for us wielders, but for any who know it. If you feel like the risk is acceptable, I cannot refuse you confiding in someone you trust completely. Dangerous how? Izuku asked, looking up. Knowledge like that is a burden, young Midoriya. It asks all who know it to never reveal what they know to anybody, and that can be hard. One slip, one mistake, and your mother could inadvertently lead villains to the truth as well, and then you would be in direct danger. The fewer who know, the less the chance the secret gets out, the safer you are. Izuku gave All Might's warning serious consideration. He knew his mom would never reveal the secret intentionally, but that didn't mean it couldn't happen accidentally. Then, if he did get hurt, she would feel guilty, and that wasn't what Izuku wanted at all. In addition, if his mom knew that this was a possibility, the stress of keeping the secret could affect her as well. It would be just one more burden on her. Could he really do that? Would the stress of the truth be too much? If he didn't tell her, she would worry about him getting injured all the time, but he was going into the hero course at UA. Injuries were going to be a fact of life from here on out, and there was nothing he could do to keep her from worrying about that. Would he really be doing her any favors by telling her about one for all, or was he only trying to lessen the burden of his own guilt by keeping such a big secret from his mom? A solid hand on his head snapped him out of his musings, and he looked up at All Might. It's good you're giving it thought, but you don't have to decide right away. Think about it for a while and let me know what you choose. Either way, I support you, All Might told him, ruffling his hair gently before removing his hand. I will. Thank you. Good. Run along home. There's still a few months until term begins at UA, so don't slack off on your training. If you need to talk or have questions, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, I'll see you at young Midoriya. Izuku bade All Might goodbye and thanked him again, turning for home. He would think more about whether or not to tell his mom, and there was still the rest of his middle school term to finish, but he felt like everything was going to work out. In a turn of events that surprised absolutely no one, Kaken was also accepted into UA's hero course. Izuku was ready to congratulate the blonde when the Aldra school principal called the two of them in to talk about their acceptance, but the glare that he received was severe even by Kaken's standards, and Izuku kept his mouth shut. Once they were released, Kaken cornered him outside. The blasts of his explosive quirk sent Izuku scurrying away, more out of habit than because he'd actually been burned. Kaken's explosions hadn't left a mark on him in several years, but the threat was always there, and it was one Izuku always took seriously. Being slammed up against the brick wall of the building was painful, but not anywhere near as painful as his most recent injuries, so Izuku was able to ignore it. "What did you do to pass the exam?" Kaken snarled, shaking him by the collar as he slammed him up against the wall again and again. "You must have cheated somehow, right? I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA. But you had to go and screw that all up?" Him firmly, holding him up against the brick as he got mere inches from Izuku's face. "I warned you not to apply." For once, Izuku was not going to sit there and take Kaken raging at him. He silenced the explosive teen with a firm grip on the wrist holding his shirt. When he had Kaken's attention, he leveled his own glare and stated clearly, without his usual fearful stutter, "Kaken. Someone I look up to told me I can become a hero. That's why I applied. That's why I'm going. So like it or not, you can't stop me." With a swift application of force, and taking advantage of Kaken's temporary disbelief, Izuku broke free of his hold and pushed past him. It wasn't how he wanted the conversation to go, but there was nothing he could really do to change Kaken's mind. Not at the moment. He'd have to prove himself at UA, but that presented its own unique challenges with his childhood friend. Kaken knew what Izuku's quirk was and, more importantly, what it wasn't. It wouldn't take long at all for Kaken to realize that Izuku was using a quirk completely unlike the one he was born with, and Izuku had no idea what kind of trouble that would cause. As it stood, Izuku didn't think telling Kaken about One for All was a good idea at all, but he'd have to tell him something. He doubted he could pass it off as an evolution of his quirk since the two really didn't have anything in common. Maybe he could lie? Tell Kaken he'd made up his original quirk because he used to think he was quirkless and even a lame, useless quirk was better than no quirk at all? Then he'd discovered his real quirk, but couldn't control it, so that was why he'd never shared it with Kaken and the other kids? That sounded reasonable, somewhat, but he doubted Kaken would go for it, particularly since Izuku was a pretty lousy liar. Besides, he'd been there for a lot of Izuku's early tests with his quirk. He should bring it up with All Might. Maybe he could offer some advice. "I need your advice. It's important. Can we meet?" All Might. "Is tomorrow night soon enough?" "That's fine. Usual place?" All Might. 7 p.m. With a plan to talk to All Might in place, Izuku put the problem out of his head as much as he could. The encounter with Kaken had brought up another potential problem as well, but one that was much easier to solve. He needed self-defense lessons. It was something he should have done years ago, but it was especially important now. Going to UA, he was already behind by virtue of his inexperience with using One for All. Adding combat training now, even just self-defense, would be one less thing he'd have to play catch-up on. Izuku would ask All Might, but if he couldn't train him, he'd ask his mom about signing up for a class. The next night, he met All Might in his civilian form on Dagoba Beach at 7 p.m. as requested. "What's up, kiddo?" All Might asked, worried line creasing his brow. "My friend Kaken, Bakugo Katsuki, got into UA hero course as well," Izuku explained. "He knows my quirk isn't this. He sent One for All coursing through his arm, but didn't try to do anything, releasing the power after a moment. I don't know what to tell him." "You want to tell him about One for All?" "No," Izuku shook his head immediately. "I don't want to tell him about One for All, but I'm worried. Kaken isn't an idiot, rather the opposite, really, so he's going to know something is up when I use One for All. I don't know how to explain it to him, and I don't want him to bring attention to it. If someone looks too closely, they're going to realize that this power isn't mine. Principal Nedzu is aware of the nature of One for All already, and that I have chosen you as my successor. You don't have to worry about the UA administration, if that was your concern," All Might assured him. Izuku considered briefly, and while that was a relief, it wasn't his only concern. What about the other students? Kaken is good at getting people to see things his way. You worry too much, young Midoriya. They will believe the truth as you present it. If you use one for all, they will have no reason to believe your quirk is anything else. And if all else fails, do what I do, deflect, right? I suppose I should start getting used to that. I'm going to have to update my quirk at the registry too. Can't have someone looking at my files and seeing such a huge disparity. At that, Izuku eyed All Might with curiosity. What did you put down with the registry? All Might laughed. I believe my official record reads file redacted. Seriously? Perks of being number one for so long. Izuku sighed. Well, I'll think of something. Anyway, I had another thing I wanted to ask about. Oh, go ahead. Can you teach me how to fight? All Might raised his brows in surprise. You don't have any training. I've watched hero fights for years. I know how combat works in theory, tactics, and how to identify weaknesses, which counters work best and how to get past them, but I've never tried practical application, Izuku detailed excitedly. UA will cover combat training as part of the standard curriculum. I know, but I feel like I'm already behind. Even if it's just the basics, I'd really appreciate it. All Might relented with a small nod. Alright, we'll start with your footwork. The next few hours passed with All Might going over the very basics of how to fight. He focused on Izuku's footwork and stance, made sure that he could stay on his feet and balanced while dodging and throwing punches. When they finally called it quits, he promised he'd get in touch with Izuku when he had another evening free for them to continue. When All Might couldn't meet, Izuku supplemented his education with HeroTube instructional vids. There wasn't a lot of time before the start of term, but it was enough that Izuku felt like he could learn at least the basics. The next couple of months were over before Izuku was ready, and the first day of class at UA arrived bright and completely indifferent to his nerves. He ran out the door as soon as his mom released him from her crushing hug, and he made his way to the Tatooine station at a jog. Stepping off the train at the station for UA was surreal in a way, staring up at the imposing and inspiring building that had been his dream for so many years. He'd made it. Shaking the fanciful musing from his mind, Izuku hurried through the gate. The hunt for classroom 1A took a little longer than he would have liked, but he made it before the first bell. Not before the bulk of his classmates, however. Opening the enormous door, Izuku froze as he looked over the other kids in the room. Most obviously was Kaken and the stern kid from the entrance exam that had scolded him for mumbling during the presentation. The taller boy was in the middle of scolding Kaken for putting his feet up on the desk, and neither of them had noticed Izuku's arrival yet, thankfully. If he hoped to slip by undetected, though, he would be disappointed. Izuku somehow caught the taller boy's attention, and he left off his confrontation with Kaken to introduce himself as Tenya Ida. He also apologized for doubting him during the exam, swiftly praising his deductive reasoning skills in the next breath. Considering Izuku hadn't even known Ida's opinion of him had been so low, and he hadn't actually known there were other parameters to the test, he was quick to wave off his apology and praise. Next came the girl he'd saved from the zero-pointer bot. She was the last of the class to arrive, coming in behind him while he was talking with Ida, and introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka. Before he could finish introducing himself to either student, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, arrived. Izuku thought the man looked ready to pass out and sleep for a week, but whether that was more due to the bright yellow sleeping bag he'd arrived in, or the dark circles under his eyes was a toss-up. Either way, he didn't make the most imposing figure. The man also apparently didn't care for standard school norms. He handed each of them a gym uniform and told them to get changed. Their first day of hero training was about to begin. Izuku followed the others to the locker rooms, listening to the chatter of the other students as they speculated what was about to happen and why they were going to the practice fields instead of orientation. Not everyone participated in the discussion. Like Izuku, some were content to remain quiet. Sticking to the back of the class, Izuku took the opportunity to look over his classmates. At a glance, he counted a 6-14 split between girls and guys, though he'd almost missed one completely on account of her being invisible. That wasn't the only immediately impressive quirk he noticed either. One of his classmates was huge with 6 arms, while another had the head of a bird, and yet another was bright pink all over. Izuku couldn't wait to see all of them in action. Quirk analysis was lame according to Kaken, but Izuku loved it. He changed quickly, happy to be out of his tie, and joined the others on the practice field. Once they were all gathered, their teacher told them what they'd be doing. A Quirk assessment test? Several students parroted back, confused. Uraraka pouted. But orientation? We're gonna miss it. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies, Aizawa said, shutting her down. Added with the way he looked and that he hadn't immediately recognized the man's name, Izuku thought Aizawa had to be some kind of underground hero with the way he regarded something as harmless as high school orientation. Not that Izuku minded missing out, exactly. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. Aizawa warned them flatly. He scanned the class quickly, tired eyes appraising all of them. Izuku didn't know what conclusions he'd drawn, but he looked unimpressed. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you've never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The phone that he held up to the class was just large enough for Izuku to read the screen. It was a list of typical physical fitness tests they'd taken most of their school careers. Izuku had never done particularly well before, but even without one for all, he'd improved his overall fitness significantly since middle school. Maybe he wouldn't outscore most of his classmates, but he'd definitely do better than he had in middle school. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational, Aizawa continued. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. It was a harsh way of looking at it, but he wasn't wrong. Izuku had known that truth, that not all men were created equal, since he was 4 when his useless power had finally come in. Compared to Kaken and so many others, his quirk was a joke. Bakugu, Aizawa turned to the blonde, you managed to get the most points in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? 67 meters, I think. Try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa ordered, handing Kaken a softball as he walked to the pitch. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Izuku held his hands up to his ears in preparation. Uraraka looked at him questioningly, so Izuku mouthed silently, he's loud. He'd been up close and personal with Kaken's explosions too many times to count. He'd had enough potential hearing damage, thank you very much. How Kaken wasn't completely deaf at this point was a bit of a mystery. Interestingly, Uraraka followed his example and plugged her ears. On the pitch, Kaken stretched his arms briefly before winding up. As Izuku expected, the following explosion and shout of, die, was very loud. The ball sailed away, and Izuku was more than a little impressed. He knew Kaken was powerful, but whoa. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Aizawa held up the phone again to show them all Kaken's score. 705.2 meters. The class shouted out in excitement and smiled, declaring their enthusiasm to give it a try and how much fun it would be to use their quirks during the tests. Looking at Aizawa, though, Izuku felt less cheer and more fear. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and play time? The smile that spread across Aizawa's face sent chills up Izuku's spine. Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Everyone gasped in shock. Expelled? On the first day? That was crazy. And definitely not. Izuku's control over one for all was next to non-existent. He'd have to use it to avoid coming in last, but he could probably only use it once. Would that be enough to skate by? Was he about to be expelled before he could even begin? Aizawa silenced everyone's cries of concern as he continued to talk. As I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now. You can't send one of us home. Uraraka shouted. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or power-hungry villains? Catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? Aizawa challenged. Oh, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. It was harsh, again, but he was absolutely right. The whole reason heroes were needed was because the world wasn't perfect. It shouldn't be a surprise to any of them, but somehow it was. Expecting UA to play by the rules of normal academics was ridiculous. They weren't here to join normal society, so the normal rules wouldn't apply. Like Mr. Izawa said, it wasn't rational. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond. Plus ultra style. Izawa beckoned them forward with a challenging smirk. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. They might just be kids, but they were also training to be heroes. If they wanted to make a difference, if they wanted to save people, then they'd be thrown into the unfair world over and over again, and that meant pushing themselves as hard as they could to do as much good as possible. Izuku wasn't confident he wouldn't be sent home, but it was hard to feel resentful about it when everything Mr. Izawa said was absolutely true. The tests started in earnest after that. Setting up for the 50-meter dash, Izuku began to stretch as the first pair were called to run. Tenya Ida and Tsuyu Ajui. At least he'd get the chance to observe everyone's quirks. Even though it felt like his head was on the chopping block, Izuku held onto the sliver of silver lining. When it was his turn, he was called up with Kaken. Thankfully, the competition had all of the explosive teen's focus and he didn't do more than sneer in Izuku's direction. Since he hadn't yet found a way to control his output, Izuku didn't use one for all for the dash and came in at a depressing 7 seconds. It was faster than junior high, but not by much. Running was a skill he'd picked up a while ago, after all. Next up was the grip strength test. This one was a significant improvement over his previous scores, but it just didn't measure up to some of the other kids. He thought about using one for all, but it was so early in the tests. If he used it now, he wouldn't be able to use it later. Of course, if he kept that reasoning, he wouldn't use it at all, and that was worse. He was screwed. After grip strength was the standing long jump, which, the less said about that one the better, followed by repeated side steps. Izuku pushed himself hard. His endurance wasn't anything to sneeze at, but he wasn't the fastest person by a long shot. Seeing Uraraka launch the softball into low orbit during the next test was so cool, but also very disheartening. No one was going to match her score of infinity, so everyone seemed to agree to ignore it in favor of the next highest score, Kaken's 705.2 meters. When Izuku was called up, he considered his options. The remaining tests were the distance run, sit-ups, and the seated toe touch. Since he didn't relish the idea of running on broken legs, the softball throw was really his last chance to use one for all and get any kind of impressive score. It was probably his only chance of not being sent home. If this were a normal physical fitness test, he'd probably score within the top half of the class, but with quirks, he was facing expulsion. He knew it. The class probably knew it. Izawa definitely knew it. It was now or never. Resolved, Izuku prepared himself for the pain and charged one for all through his arm as he threw the ball with all his might. But something changed right before he could release. The power, the surge of energy and strength he felt with one for all, disappeared. He was so thrown by its sudden absence, he flubbed the pitch and only got a pathetic 46 meters. Confused, Izuku stood frozen, balanced on one leg as he tried to understand what had just happened. What gives? I was trying to use it just now, Izuku muttered. I erased your quirk. Izuku turned to his teacher and stepped back in surprise. The scarf around Izawa's neck was hovering along with his hair as his teacher locked onto him with glowing, glaring red eyes. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. It was then that Izuku saw the yellow goggles hanging around Mr. Izawa's neck and it clicked. I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The erasure hero. Eraserhead. The class murmured from the sidelines, but Mr. Izawa ignored them. You're not ready. You don't have control over your power. Were you planning on breaking your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? No. That's not what I was trying to do. The sudden binding of Mr. Izawa's scarf was a surprise and it yanked him forward until he was practically nose to nose with the hero. No matter what your intentions are, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. You have the same reckless passion as another overzealous hero I know, one who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. But even with that drive, you're worthless if you can only throw a single punch before breaking down. Sorry, Midoriya. With your power, there's no way you can become a hero. The dressing down was thorough and blunt. Even the comparison to All Might wasn't enough to soften the blow, but it also wasn't the first time he'd heard someone say he couldn't be a hero. It hadn't stopped him before, and it wouldn't stop him now. Izuku knew he shouldn't outright challenge a teacher, but he couldn't stop the determined look that crossed his face after Mr. Aizawa's speech. With one last narrow-eyed glare, the hero released him from his scarf and closed his eyes, allowing Izuku to step back. I've returned your impractical quirk. Take your final throw. Hurry and get it over with, Aizawa said dismissively, walking away to join the line of hero students. Dejected, Izuku retrieved the softball and made his way back to the pitch as he considered his options. Aizawa wasn't completely wrong. If Izuku couldn't learn control, and learn it fast, he wouldn't be any help to anyone. No one would be able to look to him and feel safe if he damaged himself every time he used One for All. He would be a liability, as Aizawa said. But just because he couldn't control it now, didn't mean he'd never learn. He'd only had One for All for a couple months, and he'd only used it once. With time and practice, he'd be able to MSTR it, he knew it. For now though, he had to decide. Use One for All and break his arm and be sent home, or don't use One for All and then be sent home. Not good enough. He couldn't control how much power he used, but he could at least control where he used it. It wasn't ideal, it was still going to hurt, but it wouldn't be debilitating and it would still work. That was all that mattered. If Aizawa thought he couldn't use One for All without taking himself out of the fight, then he'd show him he could. He'd show him that he belonged here. Izuku grit his teeth and wound up, focused on what he wanted to accomplish. He channeled One for All at the last second, at the last point of contact only, and sent the ball soaring across the field as the bones in his finger snapped. At a glance, Izuku wasn't sure, but he thought the ball went as far as Kaken's. It was close at least. His finger hurt, it absolutely hurt, but it wasn't too bad. He could deal with a broken finger for the next few hours. Mr. Aizawa. He tried to smile through the pain, though he wasn't sure how successful he was. The stunned look from his teacher and the rest of the class was encouraging though, and he felt the smile become a little more real. You see? I'm still standing. The look on Aizawa's face was definitely going on the top 10 list of Izuku's favorite memories. He should have known something was about to spoil it though. The pop of explosions instinctively drew Izuku's attention to Kaken, only to see his childhood friend charging at him. Hey, Deku, you be yesterday. Tell me how you did that, or you're dead. Izuku screamed, a knee-jerk reaction and not very heroic, but some learned habits were going to take a while to break. Thankfully, before Kaken could reach him, Mr. Aizawa's scarf lashed out and caught the raging blonde around the head and chest, holding him back. Why the hell is your scarf so dim and strong? Kaken struggled in vain against the hold, glaring at Mr. Aizawa. Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy, Aizawa answered, eyes red and hair flying once more. Stand down. It would be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye. Miraculously, Kaken stopped struggling and when Aizawa released him, he didn't make another move toward Izuku. He took the opportunity to skirt around the angry teen and rejoin the class, though he watched with growing trepidation as Kaken's eyes followed him. He definitely had another conversation with Kaken coming in his near future. As expected, the last 3 tests were painful with his broken finger, but he managed without complaint. Standing with the rest of the class on the field where they'd started, he felt his chest tighten and a lump crawl its way up his throat. Despite the ball throw, he wasn't confident he'd avoided last place. Even if he hadn't, Aizawa might still send him home. The hero had made his opinion plenty clear earlier. Seeing the scores projected above them, Izuku didn't even bother to look at the other placements. His eyes zeroed in on 20th place and his own name, Midoriya Izuku. He had sort of seen it coming. Still hurt though. And I was lying, no one's going home, Aizawa announced. At everyone's stunned faces, their teacher had the gall to smile brightly. That was just a logical ruse to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. Relief and disbelief and a small dose of betrayal raced through Izuku's veins, sending his system into a semi-shock. He faintly registered Uraraka rubbing small circles into his back to comfort him as he calmed down, and he appreciated the gesture. It was new, receiving comfort from anyone who wasn't his mother, but his emotions were too scattered as it was to parse through the novelty. Aizawa addressed the rest of the class, instructing them to get the syllabus from the classroom before they left. Before he left the field entirely, he stopped in front of Izuku and handed him a pass to go see Recovery Girl for his finger. Deciding to change back first, Izuku followed the others back to the locker room. He was a little slower than the others, still lost a little in his own head as he sorted through the mess of thoughts and emotions clamoring for attention after Aizawa's joke? Lie. Logical ruse, he'd called it, but it had felt anything but false when he'd ripped into Izuku after interfering with his softball throw. Maybe something had made him change his mind, but Izuku was certain Aizawa had meant it when he said he'd be sending one of them home. As he stepped into the locker room, a pop of an explosion was all the warning he got before Kaken slammed Izuku face first into the nearby wall. Pain blossomed over his face as it met unforgiving concrete, and he closed his eyes on instinct. A reaction to the pain. Izuku knew that Kaken was talking to him, he could feel the hot puffs of breath over his ear, but he was too surprised by his sudden view into the girls' locker room to listen properly. At first, Izuku wondered if Kaken had somehow pushed him through the wall, but when none of the girls reacted to his sudden presence, Izuku realized he could still feel the cold concrete against his face. In an instant, Izuku turned off his quirk and his vision went blessedly black. Surprised and panicking a little, Izuku shoved off from the wall with all his unenhanced strength. It was enough to push Kaken off of him, but he barely noticed. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to process what had just happened. He'd seen through the wall with his quirk. That wasn't supposed to be possible. He couldn't see through anything but his own eyelids. He'd had to use an eye mask to sleep before he'd instead turning his quirk off. He'd never been able to see through another object before. A white handkerchief fluttered in front of his face, finally catching his attention and bringing him back into the room. As he came out of his own head, all the sounds he'd been ignoring came flooding back and he nearly jumped at the sudden cacophony. Almost everyone was speaking or shouting, and the sound echoed off the concrete. Following the handkerchief, Izuku found Ida looking at him in concern. Wordlessly, he took the offering with a questioning eyebrow. "You're bleeding, Midoriya?" Ida gestured to his nose. Now that it had been mentioned, Izuku could feel the blood trickling down and pressed the kerchief to his face to wipe it away. The brief spike of pain was enough to bring him fully back into the moment, and he turned to the others. Kaken was against the farthest row of lockers, arms crossed and glaring daggers at Izuku while Kirishima, Sato, and Shoji watched him. Ida, Koda, and Siro were next to Izuku, looking at him in concern. Everyone else seemed to be staying back, but they were all watching. "Guys, it's fine." Izuku brushed off their concerned looks and managed to silence the room. "It is not fine. Bakugo shoved you into a wall." Ida refuted. Izuku shrugged and lied. Kaken forgets his own strength sometimes. "I'm fine really." "Shut up, you DMN nerd." Kaken snarled. "Hey man, relax. You're not helping your case," Kirishima said. Kaken shifted his glare to the redhead briefly before leveling it back onto Izuku. "Dude, seriously," Kaminari spoke up. "Whatever your problem is, you don't go slamming people into walls." "Yeah, just talk it out," Kirishima nodded. "Ambushing Midoriya like that was super not manly." Kaken growled and stood up, uncrossing his arms. The three near him shifted too, ready to stop him if he made a move toward Izuku, but he didn't. Instead, he spat his accusation. "You're a lying, worthless piece of trash, Deku. Where the hell do you get off showing up with that kind of power? No way your useless quirk grew into that, so what the F dash? And no, that's not what. I mean," Izuku fumbled. He hadn't actually planned what to say to Kaken when this conversation inevitably occurred, and he definitely didn't plan on the audience. "So you're a liar in addition to being a useless Deku?" "I'm not. Either you lied when we were kids, or you're lying now." Kaken snapped. "And since we all just saw you, I think that makes it obvious which it is. The blonde stuffed his hands in his pockets before stalking forward into Izuku's space. He didn't look at Izuku, but he stopped just before he passed him toward the exit. I don't know why you lied and I don't care. No matter how strong that quirk is, I'll still crush you. I will be number one and you'll always be a useless, worthless, lying Deku. Kaken brushed past him and left the locker room in complete silence. It was probably a full minute before Izuku regained control of himself enough to move, clenching his fist unconsciously, which sent a shot of pain up his arm. He hissed quietly, remembering his broken finger. With that, the spell in the locker room was broken and everyone resumed changing, some murmuring about what just happened, others in silence. Izuku made his way to his own locker and changed quickly, ignoring the pain in his finger. He just wanted to get out. Thankfully, no one stopped him or tried to talk to him, so he was able to finish and leave without delay. Recovery girl tooted about his injury, but she healed him with a kiss, leaving him exhausted. He listened intently when she explained the way her quirk worked, but it was hard to muster his normal enthusiasm through the stamina drain. She gave him a kind smile and a gummy and sent him on his way. Walking out of UA, Izuku contemplated his day. It was definitely more intense than he'd imagined his first day of high school being. Between fearing expulsion and Kaken's anger, he'd almost forgotten the truly important part of the day. Something had happened with his quirk. All Might had suggested his quirk might change a bit because of One for All, but neither of them had been able to predict how that would look. Being able to see through the wall was new and Izuku wanted to test it, to see exactly how it had changed. It wasn't an impressive quirk and was probably still pretty useless, but it was his and it would be a good idea to know what it was capable of now. The hand on his shoulder stopped Izuku before he could get through the UA gate. Turning with a jump, he relaxed a little when he saw it wasn't Kaken. "Oh hey Ida. How's the broken finger doing?" he asked politely. Pleasantly surprised at his concern, Izuku smiled. "It's doing fine thanks to Recovery Girl." When Izuku continued toward the gate, Ida fell into step next to him, and Izuku was surprised again. It wasn't often people chose to walk with him. "I was a bit concerned by Mr. Aizawa's approach to class, but I trust the school's judgment," Ida stated, apparently intent on conversing with Izuku in addition to walking next to him. UA is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral. Izuku flinched, which Ida did not miss. He stopped and considered Izuku for a moment. Under his stern gaze, Izuku felt a little like shrinking. Maybe the only reason he'd wanted to walk with him was to accuse him of immoral behavior after what happened in the locker room. That would fit more with what Izuku expected from his peer interactions. "About what Bakugo did? I do not know the nature of your previous relationship with him, but there was no excuse for how he acted. Attacking another student like that, it's reprehensible," Ida remarked. "No, that is he," Izuku fumbled. "We've been friends since we were little, before either of our quirks developed. He feels betrayed, I suppose. I don't blame him." "He accused you of lying," Ida said, an unspoken question. "You may not believe me, and I know Kaken won't, but I didn't lie to him. The situation is complicated, but I never lied," Izuku promised. Ida hummed thoughtfully beside him. "I believe you. Given what I've seen today, you seem like an honest sort, Midoriya, and I can't say I approve of Bakugo's method of handling confrontation." "Hey, wait up you two." Both he and Ida turned at the shout from behind them to see Uraraka running to catch up. "Are you going to the station? I'll join you guys." They waited politely for her to catch up, but Izuku could feel a blush begin to tint his cheeks. His brief and accidental glimpse into the girls' locker room had been an invasion of privacy he wanted to apologize for, even if he had no idea how without explaining more than he possibly could. "Oh, you're the Infinity Girl," Ida commented. She nodded with a cheery smile. "I'm Achiko Uraraka, and let's see. You're Tenya Ida, and your name is Deku, right? Midoriya?" All the blood from his blush left his face in that moment as he paled. Beside him, he saw Ida stiffen as well. "Deku?" Izuku frowned. Yeah. Isn't that what Bakugo called you?" During the fitness test, he said dash. Izuku quickly shook his head, gesturing with his hands as well. "My name is actually Izuku." Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. That's unsportsmanlike. Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry, Uraraka apologized. But you know what? I like Deku. It would make a great hero name. Plus, I think it sounds kind of cute. He'd never ever in his life considered Deku to be anything other than the insult Kaken meant it as, and it definitely didn't sound like a hero to him. Maybe if the confrontation in the locker room hadn't just happened, or if Kaken had chosen to talk away from an audience, he might not have his words ringing in his ears. You'll always be a useless, worthless, lying Deku, might have been able to see the name through Uraraka's eyes instead, but he just couldn't. I appreciate the thought, but it's always been pretty hurtful. I don't think I'd be able to hear it as anything else, Izuku told her solemnly. I understand. Sorry again, Uraraka bowed. Don't worry about it. Izuku gave her a reassuring smile and the three of them moved on to other, more pleasant topics as they walked to the station. They all took separate trains, so Uraraka was the first to leave them as her train arrived first. She waved cheerily and got them to promise to sit together at lunch tomorrow before boarding. School began in earnest the next day, launching the students of 1A into the academic curriculum in the morning. The courses looked to be challenging, but in a good way. Izuku loved to learn, applied himself to his studies rigorously, but there was one class everyone was eagerly anticipating. The entire afternoon was dedicated to one subject, hero studies. After changing into their costumes, the class gathered at ground beta with all might for combat training. The excitement was palpable. Between seeing everyone's costumes, All Might teaching, and the assignment ahead of them, everyone's energy was high. For most of the class, this was going to be a chance to show off in front of the #1 hero and their classmates, to show everyone what they were capable of. Izuku was excited to see everyone's quirks in action, but was much less enthusiastic about potentially having to use one for all. He still didn't have control, and he would not risk using it against his classmates. That was a good way to kill someone. The partners were drawn and Izuku was relieved to be paired with Uraraka. He got along with her and was even reasonably sure how her quirk worked after experiencing it firsthand twice now. If he could avoid going against Kaken, it would probably be a pretty good day. Our first match will be Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. Izuku groaned, head in his hands. He should know better than to even think things were about to be easy for him. Nothing for it. At least he knew Kaken's fighting style. That might be the only thing to save them in this fight. He waited with Uraraka while Ida and Kaken got set up in the building and contemplated the disaster that was about to unfold. You think they expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big, Uraraka remarked, looking at the floor plan All Might had provided them earlier. She glanced over at him, ready to say something else, but she stopped. Are you okay? You're sweating through your costume. Izuku whimpered a little. Oh, sorry. It's just because we're up against Kaken. Plus, there's Ida too. We should be on our guard. Who knows what they'll pull? Oh, right, Bakugo. He's the one that's always making fun of you. And he's amazing, Izuku sighed. He can be a real pain, sure, but his strength and confidence, and his ambition, not to mention his quirk. They're all so much greater than mine. But Izuku was not the same scared little kid with a useless quirk. Now he had one for all and a foothold on the path to achieving his own dream of being a hero. This was the first time he and Kaken were going to be fighting, not just Kaken attacking and Izuku running away, though he was sure there would be plenty of that too. He had a few months of basic combat training and a hell of a lot more strength. This time would be different. Despite that, I refuse to lose today, Izuku resolved. So it's a fated battle between rivals. Uraraka smirked. Izuku laughed nervously. Maybe he'd gotten a little wrapped up in his own head. Sorry to drag you into this, Uraraka. No way. We're partners, right? So let's win this. It was a nice feeling having someone on his side. Izuku was grateful, and he hoped she didn't get hurt in the clash that was about to happen. All Might came over the intercom announcing the scenario's start. In order to preserve Uraraka's strength, Izuku cupped his hands and motioned for Uraraka to jump off. He boosted her up easily, and then he joined her with a running jump. From there, they climbed way up to one of the second-story windows using the fire escape. It was easy, and they gained access quickly. The building layout created a lot of blind spots, so they had to be cautious. Uraraka let him take the lead, and he made sure to be careful around corners while mentally reviewing notes he'd taken on indoor battles. He couldn't use one for all, but he wasn't helpless either. He would bet a decent sum of money that he had the most extensive knowledge of combat analysis, tactics, and strategy in the class. When Kaken came for them, it was just as Izuku expected. Sudden, explosive, and loud. Izuku had just enough time to grab Uraraka and dodge while Kaken collided with the wall, leaving a scorching crater behind. Izuku lost most of his mask and cowl, but he and Uraraka were unharmed. "What's the matter, Deku? Afraid to stand up and fight me?" Kaken taunted. "I knew you'd come at me first, and figured you'd try to catch me by surprise." Izuku shifted, putting himself in front of Uraraka as he stood. Kaken's smile was all teeth. "I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight. Just close." As Kaken closed the distance between them, Izuku met him halfway, ready for the opening attack. The explosive teen always opened a fight the same way, with a powerful right hook, so Izuku had learned and practiced the counter for it over and over again. Kaken definitely wasn't expecting to be flung over Izuku's shoulder and slammed onto the ground, and a small part of Izuku cherished the look of utter shock on his face. "How?" Kaken gasped, struggling to force air into his lungs. "I watched and analyzed every amazing hero, even you." Izuku also had to regain his breath. It was a lot harder to fling someone of Kaken's build than it was a practice dummy, but he'd done it. "I wanted to learn everything I could about them. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away." Uraraka met his eyes briefly, and he motioned for her to run as subtly as he could. She needed to find Ida and the weapon. Kaken would focus on him, wouldn't be able to help himself, and that's exactly what they needed to win. Izuku would keep him distracted long enough for his partner to find the weapon, and then he'd join her once he'd subdued Kaken. If he could. Izuku was still running the numbers on his success. The brunette waited until Kaken started to pull himself up off the floor before running, masking the sound of her retreat with his own bread movements. "Deku?" Kaken growled menacingly. "You're gonna have to pay for that. Call me Deku all you want if it makes you feel better, Kaken, but that worthless, defenseless kid is gone." Izuku steadied himself and put his hands up as he stared down his childhood friend and bully. "Come meet the new me." What a joke. Kaken's palms popped with rapid mini-explosions. He was angry, trying to intimidate Izuku into falling in line, just like he used to do when they were kids. "You're shaking in your boots, Deku, just like you always did. Being scared doesn't mean I won't fight." Rather than respond, Kaken's hand flew to his ear and he snapped at Ida on the other end of the communication device. "Just shut up and defend the weapon. I've got more important things to worry about." Just as Izuku always knew, Kaken wasn't an idiot. He knew another punch like before would just give Izuku another opportunity to put him in the dirt again, so he charged in with a kick instead. Izuku blocked and tried to wrap the capture tape around his boot before Kaken could retaliate, but he was too fast. Izuku was forced to dodge another explosion-propelled punch and abandon his capture attempt. He rolled to his feet about a meter away from the angry blonde, and they stared at each other trying to strategize. Whether Kaken had noticed and didn't care, or just outright forgot about Uraraka, Izuku wasn't sure, but he seemed as willing to make this a one-on-one fight as Izuku was. The problem was Kaken had more experience than Izuku did, and he wasn't going to stay predictable. No matter what his opinion of Izuku, it wasn't in Kaken to give less than his best, and continuing to use a strategy that had already been countered wasn't it. Izuku was fast, but so was Kaken, and if he couldn't predict what the blonde was going to do next, he'd lose his only advantage. Time to retreat and turn the brawl into a chase. Kaken screamed insults at him as he sprinted away, but he followed, which was what Izuku needed. The layout of the building worked in his favor for this. If he could stay ahead of Kaken, lose him in the maze-like hallways, he could position himself to take him by surprise. Kaken certainly made his presence known, shouting and releasing explosions like that. It should be easy to get behind him and launch a sneak attack. Then he could join Uraraka at the weapon, and the two of them could take on Ida together. That was the plan. Now, to put it into action. Izuku and Kaken circled the floor plan for a few minutes while Izuku stalled, trying to give Uraraka time to find the weapon, but it didn't take long for Izuku to discover a flaw in his plan. At some point, Kaken had gone silent. Without knowing where his opponent was, Izuku was as lost in the maze as Kaken had been. He could be anywhere, sneak up on Izuku from countless blind spots. This was not good. Midoriya? Uraraka's voice over the comm almost made him jump. He put his hand to the comm. I'm here. How's it going? I found the weapon, but Ida saw me. Uraraka reported. Right now he's monologuing. Izuku filed that away for later. Where are you? 5th floor, near the middle. He may have misplaced Kaken, but he knew where he was. Looking up, he relayed, You're right above me then. Uraraka had done her job, she'd found the weapon, which meant he had to end this with Kaken so he could join her. Izuku pulled out the capture tape again and ran through his options. He could announce his presence, try to draw Kaken out, but that ran the risk of falling victim to a surprise attack. Just running another loop around the floor would waste too much time, especially since Uraraka had lost whatever element of surprise she may have had. Would it be better to head her way and trust Kaken to engage before he could get there, then? None of those options sounded particularly good, but a deceptively cheerful ping sounded down the hall behind him, and Izuku turned to look with growing dread. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw Kaken at the end of the hallway, much calmer than he'd been before, smirking down at his oversized gauntlet. I'm all loaded up. Kaken raised his right hand, brandishing the grenade-like costume piece. What does that mean? Why aren't you using your fancy quirk? Kaken ignored his question. The grin stretched across his face was borderline feral. Don't tell me you're underestimating me, Deku. Get over here and show me this new you. Izuku turned to face him. There was no more time to run, he had to end it now. You don't scare me anymore, Kaken. Teach. The blonde's smile turned into more of a grimace briefly, but rather than scream or yell like he would have before, he continued calmly. Since you're such a stalker, you probably know how my quirk works? He leveled his right arm at Izuku. I secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from my hands and make it blow up. Imagine what I could do if I had a lot of it. The more sweat he produced, the more dangerous Kaken became. It was one of the things that Izuku found most impressive about his quirk. The longer he fought, the bigger the explosions he could cause. Instead of wearing himself out, Kaken became more dangerous the longer the fight went on. Kaken pulled the large handle back on his right gauntlet, exposing what was unmistakably a pin, and braced himself. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what he was facing. That's right, the gauntlets aren't just for show. They've been storing up my sweat inside for one monster blast. Over the comm, Izuku heard All Might yell at Kaken not to pull the pin, but the blonde brushed off his warning. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. The microsecond before Kaken finished pulling the pin, Izuku threw himself to the side, dodging as Kaken had suggested. That didn't stop the resulting blast from knocking Izuku aside like a ragdoll as it shredded the hallway and wall beyond. The heat was almost unbearable and ripped the air from his lungs, but he was whole. Izuku stared in horror at the devastation in front of him. That had almost been him. Is that even allowed? He wheezed. Through the smoke darkening what was left of the hallway, Izuku heard the surprised giggle that came from Kaken as he walked through the obliterated structure. These are awesome. The more nitro sweat stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the explosion is. The same cheerful ping from before chimed and Izuku saw the left gauntlet flash red as Kaken approached, which meant he had another of those insane blasts ready to go. Scared now? Kaken hissed. Come at me with that quirk, Deku. It won't matter. You'll never beat me. The gauntlets enabled Kaken to fight at range, so that meant Izuku had to get in close no matter how outmatched he was. He needed something, some way to throw Kaken off his game. If he could unsettle him, hopefully force him down from that terrifying manic look in his eyes, then maybe Izuku could catch him off guard enough to get the capture tape around him. He also needed more information. That blast was huge. There was a chance it had changed the situation upstairs. Decided, Izuku sat up more fully and held a hand out, raising his finger, silently asking Kaken to hold on a moment, and then turned his head away just enough to make it obvious he was dismissing the very dangerous threat in front of him, but not enough to lose sight of him completely. He was bold, not stupid. "Come in, what's the situation?" Izuku asked into his calm. Kaken squawked in outrage. "Are you seriously ignoring me right now? I'll get your attention." While All Might yelled at Kaken for his reckless attack, Izuku quickly and quietly ran through his new plan with Uraraka. It was risky and it was absolutely going to hurt, but he didn't see another way this was going to end with a win in their favor. Izuku heard All Might finish scolding Kaken, so he hurried the last of his instructions to Uraraka. Kaken was furious at All Might's declaration to fight without his gauntlets, and he charged Izuku with a fierce battle cry. There was no time to dodge, so Izuku raised his arm to counter, but he was not expecting the aerial maneuvering that sent Kaken sailing overhead to his vulnerable back. The blast was powerful and it hurt a lot, but worse was the way Kaken followed up with another right hook. Unlike before, though, Kaken used the heavier gauntlet rather than his fist and slammed it into Izuku's elbow, sending shooting pain up and down his arm and staggering him forward. Before he could hit the ground, before he could think, Kaken's hand clamped around his throbbing joint and held on with a vice-like grip. Deku, the blonde, snarled as he increased his momentum, firing off a chain of explosions with his other hand, swinging Izuku around. Off balance and in pain, Izuku couldn't counter when Kaken picked him up by his elbow and sent him crashing into the unforgiving ground, shouting at the top of his lungs. "This is what you've always been, what you'll always be. A weakling." He was too fast. Too good. He wasn't giving Izuku time to think, let alone counter. It was time to enact his fallback strategy. In spite of the pain, Izuku lurched to his feet and ran as best as he was able to the other side of the hall. He needed to be in the right position. He had to make an opening for Uraraka. At this point, even a full-out sprint wouldn't get him up there in time to assist, even if he didn't have to neutralize Kaken first, but he could still make it possible for Uraraka to win for them. "Why won't you use your DMN quirk against me? Still think you can stop me without it?" Kaken taunted. "That's not it," Izuku objected. He didn't want to use one for all, he didn't have the control necessary to use it properly. "You've been lying for years, hiding your true power, pretending to have an utterly pathetic quirk. What's the deal, Deku? Did you think you were better than me this entire time?" Izuku frowned in confusion. That was what Kaken thought? That Izuku believed he was somehow better than him? It was a fundamental truth of their world. All men are not created equal. That lesson had been hammered home again and again since he was 4 years old, largely due to the boy in front of him. Izuku was at the bottom, lowest of the low, worthless, useless, pathetic. Those words had been said to him, drilled into him so often by so many people that Izuku believed it, accepted it, as irrefutable truth. Only now, thanks to All Might, Izuku had been given a chance to stand on equal footing, to rise up and meet Kaken and his other classmates at their level. And Kaken thought Izuku considered himself better. "You idiot," Izuku snapped, frustrated and offended. "You've always been stronger, Kaken. I know you're better than me. That's why I want to beat you. Because you're amazing." "Well then come at me," Kaken roared, vaulting himself toward Izuku, fist ped back, ready to fire. Izuku raced ahead as well, forcing himself to move fast enough so he could meet his opponent exactly where he needed to be. There was no point in capture tape now, and no way he could use one for all against Kaken directly without killing him, so he did the only thing he could do. Raising one arm to protect his face at the last minute, Izuku took the full brunt of Kaken's rage-powered blast while he sent a one-for-all smash up toward the ceiling, crying out in agony as the searing heat roasted his skin and the bones in his other arm shattered. The air pressure from his punch tore through the ceiling and then the next, all the way up and out the roof of the building. Over the sound of concrete, glass, and metal breaking, Izuku heard Uraraka's attack over his comm as she took one of the freed support pillars and batted debris at Ida as a distraction before floating herself through the rubble to grab the weapon. The exhausted but pleased, "I got it," over the comm was music to Izuku's ears, but he was in too much pain to celebrate. This was your plan all along. You tricked me, Dash. I wasn't going to use it." Izuku saw the stunned look on Kaken's face, the way he contorted his features into renewed anger as the surprise slowly faded. "I can't control it yet," he explained, voice tight with suppressed pain. My body can't handle the backlash. Mr. Aizawa said I'd be useless. But this was the only way I could win. Izuku was close to passing out. He could feel the tremors through his body and the way the world started to get wobbly around the edges of his vision. He wanted to stay conscious, fought to stay awake, but he lost. As the darkness swept over him, the last thing he heard was All Might announcing the hero team's victory. Unconsciousness was interesting with Izuku's quirk. More specifically, the moment his brain adjusted from unconscious to merely asleep. The brain essentially shut off while unconscious, processing almost nothing, unaffected by outside stimuli. Going from that nothingness to simply being asleep was jarring as his brain regained the ability to process input. Rather than a gradual transition from unconsciousness to sleep to wakefulness, Izuku skipped that middle step as the sudden input from his quirk snapped him out of any potential sleep. Izuku hadn't had many opportunities in his life to experience this, but the few times he had were definitely memorable. Waking in Recovery Girl's infirmary was not a surprise. Izuku's injuries still ached, so he probably hadn't undergone any treatment yet, too exhausted for Recovery Girl's quirk more than likely. He was about to turn his quirk off and let true sleep claim him when he registered the voices arguing nearby. It seemed Recovery Girl knew about One for All. Izuku wondered briefly if the whole faculty knew, if Mr. Aizawa knew, but no. According to All Might's list, only 3 people other than Izuku himself knew about One for All. It was a much shorter list than Izuku was expecting, but that made sense considering what All Might had warned him about when he's asked to tell his mom. 3 people though, 2 of which worked at UA and probably had to know either because of All Might's time as a student or now that Izuku had been chosen as his successor. That was such a small number. All Might was the #1 hero. Were there really so few people in the world he could trust? It wasn't a pleasant thought, and he really shouldn't be eavesdropping on their conversation. Rather than continue to listen, Izuku turned off his quirk and let sleep take over. He'd think about it later. The next time he woke up, Izuku was given the first round of treatment. The damage was too extensive for Recovery Girl to heal all in one go, so Izuku would be going home injured. Nothing Izuku could do about it but be better next time. Control had to be his focus. He couldn't keep getting sent to Recovery Girl and missing afternoon classes and worrying his mom with injuries that couldn't be healed easily. Stepping into the classroom to pick up his backpack, Izuku was bombarded with cheerful greetings from his classmates. Surprised, Izuku stood a bit in shock as they praised his performance during the exercise and introduced themselves. Izuku had most of their names down from the quirk assessment test, but the refresher was appreciated. The ones that spoke to him seemed really friendly, and Izuku tried his best to be less of a stuttering wreck. He wasn't the best at socializing, but it didn't seem like anyone in his class looked down on him or planned to torment him, so Izuku tried his best to adjust. Kaken was already gone, of course, and that was probably for the best. Izuku doubted another conversation with Kaken so soon after his loss would go well for him. Besides, he'd missed everyone else's performances, and he wanted to hear how they did. With only one working arm, Izuku couldn't take notes like he normally would have, but he paid close attention and commented on tactics and strategies that had worked well or interesting uses of their quirks. He wanted to ask questions, but he didn't want to push anyone away. Instead, he made himself content just to listen to what they wanted to offer. It was late enough that most everyone made their excuses and left after about an hour, even Izuku. If he was too late, his mom would only worry more, and coming home like this was going to be bad enough. Despite the pleasant conversation after class, Izuku's thoughts drifted to darker thoughts as he walked home from the train station. He wasn't sure whether or not his mom had been told about his injury. It was supposed to be standard procedure to contact the family of an injured student. Considering his past experiences with injuries at his other schools, however, he couldn't be sure. Izuku held his broken arm close to his chest as he walked in an effort to stabilize it further. The bones were partially healed, so it wasn't as painful, but he still didn't want to jostle it. The skin on his other arm was still tender and the bandage chafed a bit, but it wasn't so bad. It wouldn't even scar. Izuku had some easily hidden scars from Kaken's early quirk use. He was glad there wouldn't be one that he couldn't hide. Overall, he didn't look too bad, but his mom would still freak. With a sigh, Izuku prepared himself for her reaction and opened his front door. "Mom? I'm home. My baby." His mom was already crying. "You must have called her." Izuku felt bad for making her upset, more so because it wouldn't be the last time, but he knew the risks. Hero work was dangerous. Injuries were inevitable. He hugged his mom with the arm not in a sling. "I'm sorry, Mom. I don't want you to worry too much, though. I'm okay, really, and Recovery Girl will fix me up good as new in the morning. I am your mother. Worrying is what I do." "Oh, honey." She looked him over with gentle hands, eyes overflowing with tears. "I know you want to be a hero, but you're so hurt." "Mom," Izuku used the cuff of his jacket to brush her tears away. "I know it's scary, but I'm okay, and I'm only going to get stronger. That way I won't get hurt so bad. I promise." But without a good quirk, her lip trembled and she shook her head. Will it ever be enough? This is what training looks like. What will happen against a villain? Guilt and worry ate away at Izuku's stomach. With just his own quirk, he'd essentially be fighting quirkless. There were a few heroes that didn't have combat quirks, like Eraserhead and All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, but even they managed to utilize what they had in a fight. There was nothing Izuku could do with his own quirk that would be useful in a fight. Maybe he should tell her. It would only replace one worry with another, but if it would ease her immediate concerns, then it might be worth it. If the biggest threat was that she'd tell someone, then what did he really have to worry about? It was his mom. All Might had only trusted 3 other people with the secret of One for All, but he'd also said Izuku had the right to tell his mom if he wanted to. If he trusted her completely, which he did, then the risk should be minimal, and it would allow Izuku to alleviate some of her concern for his safety. It was still a burden. The knowledge in the wrong hands would be dangerous, but he trusted her to keep it a secret. Besides, it was his mom. She should know. This was a big deal, and he wanted her to know. "I want to tell you something. It's a secret, a big one, but it's important." Izuku gave her his most reassuring smile and led her to the couch. Once she was sitting, he laid it all out for her. Running into All Might, the conversation on the roof, saving Kaken, and All Might's decision to pass on One for All to him. He left out All Might's weakened state, because that wasn't his secret to tell, but he explained how the quirk worked and that it had given him strength and speed like All Might. The news was a lot to take in, he knew that better than anyone, but he patiently answered her questions until she was convinced. "So you don't have to worry. With All Might's power, once I get the hang of it, I'll be just fine. You're still learning it though, and it's doing this to you." His mom ghosted a hand over the arm in a sling. She didn't look wholly assured, but she wasn't crying anymore either. "I wish you'd told me about this before you accepted, but did I suppose there was no changing your mind either?" Izuku shook his head with a shrug. "I couldn't turn him down. He was offering me my dream, Mom." "I know." Weakly, she gave him a watery smile. "I am so proud of you." Also terrified, but so proud. "You get that quirk under control, mister. I don't know how many times I can stand seeing you like this." "Thanks, Ma." "I will. I promise." Izuku felt lighter than he had in months. The next morning, Izuku had to wake up earlier than normal so he could swing by Recovery Girl's office for the rest of his treatment. It made staying awake in his morning classes a struggle, but Izuku managed to pull himself out of his haze by lunchtime. Hero training that day was tamer than All Might's combat exercise, and consisted of Mr. Aizawa and All Might taking them to one of the gyms on campus. The teachers wanted an idea of where they each were and where they could stand to improve. It was actually pretty relaxing, low pressure even. Everyone made the rounds between the various machines, and Izuku was happy to see some of the equipment had been altered to go above the standard weight maximums. He'd surpassed traditional limits to the machines at the little gym near his apartment, so it was nice to see he could actually train. "Whoa, Midoriya." Kirishima grinned, looking at Izuku adjusting the weight resistance on the rowing machine as the redhead wiped it down after finishing his own set. "Man, you sure you can handle that much weight? No offense. You're kinda tiny though." Izuku shrugged good-naturedly. He could tell from Kirishima's tone that he really wasn't trying to make fun of him. There was just enough concern behind the comment. "I know, I'll probably be short even after I'm done growing. Mom's tiny, after all. But yeah, I started a super intense training regimen last year." With a secretly knowing smile, he added, "I could probably carry All Might if I wanted to." Kirishima laughed, taking his entirely factual comment as humorous hyperbole, but he was amused rather than malicious. Izuku got the impression that Kirishima was just genuinely nice like that. The redhead waited for Izuku to sit and go through a few reps before he held his hands up in surrender and made his way to his next station. That wasn't the only comment Izuku got that day either, and he could feel a few of the others' eyes on him occasionally. Uraraka, Azui, Kaminari, and Mineta all voiced their surprise at his deceptive physical strength. He could have done without Mineta's crass suggestion that he could get so much tail if he showed off a little more, though. Overall, the day felt about as normal as Izuku could have expected out of high school. He should have guessed it wouldn't last. The swarm of reporters at the gates the next morning was problematic. Izuku did not want to talk to the press, especially about All Might, too worried he'd make a fool of himself or say something he really shouldn't. Izuku tried to keep his head down, but a few reporters still cornered him, throwing questions at him faster than he could even answer. If it wouldn't break his legs, Izuku would use One for All to just jump over the wall behind him to safety. He was debating doing it anyway. Thankfully, Mr. Aizawa and Present Mike showed up at the gate and distracted the reporters long enough for Izuku to slip inside. The chatter from the students was, of course, all about the media camping on their doorstep. Some of his classmates had actually tried to answer some of their questions. Izuku saluted their bravery, but he'd pass. Until he got better at speaking to people, he'd prefer to avoid making an idiot of himself on camera. In homeroom, Mr. Aizawa announced the class was supposed to elect a class representative, and Izuku quickly ran through the pros and cons. Exposure and leadership training. Both good and necessary things. Cons, public speaking. The universe, of course, decided that it had other ideas. Somehow, Izuku ended up with 3 votes. Since he definitely hadn't voted for himself, Izuku was shocked. Taking his spot up at the front with Yayorozu, the vice rep, he just wanted to curl up and hide. He didn't have to make a speech, did he? Mr. Aizawa dismissed them quickly back to their seats so class could continue. Izuku managed to get his nervous energy down to manageable levels by the time lunch rolled around, so he wasn't a stuttering mess as he spoke with Ida and Uraraka about the nomination and what made a good leader. In the conversation, Ida let slip that he was related to the pro-hero Ingenium. Izuku immediately latched onto the change in topic, always interested in hearing more about heroes. The way he talked about Ingenium's ability to lead and longing to help others with such pride and conviction made Izuku smile. Ida obviously loved his brother and idolized him as a hero. After the absolute travesty of proper evacuation technique brought on by the security breach, reporters were really persistent, apparently, and Ida's decisive handling of the situation, Izuku was even more convinced than he had been before. Ida was a far better choice as class rep than Izuku would be, so when they got back to class and it was time to elect the other officers, Izuku stepped down as class rep and put Ida up for the position instead. The others quickly agreed, and Izuku took his seat, relieved that he'd managed to dodge that particular bullet. Maybe, hopefully, one day he'd be comfortable enough to be the kind of class rep that everyone deserved, but that wasn't right now. He was glad the others agreed so easily, and Ida took his position at the front of the room. Ida thanked him for his endorsement as they walked to the train station after school, and Izuku could happily tell him, "I voted for you anyway. I never wanted the job, and you definitely earned it." There was a definite air of excitement the next day that Izuku couldn't pinpoint the cause of. Reading about All Might's various appearances that morning on the train might have had something to do with it. Everyone always enjoyed reading about the #1 hero catching bad guys and keeping their town, safe, and that kind of excitement could be infectious. Izuku definitely heard more than one conversation about it on the way into school. Some of the kids were still talking about the break-in yesterday as well. UA was supposed to be one of the most secure places in Japan, but somehow the media had breached the gates. It wasn't the best start to the school year, and Izuku had read a couple of articles that berated the so-called security of the top hero academy if it couldn't even keep out a few overzealous reporters. Either way, there was a distinctive energy on campus that lingered through morning classes and lunch. After lunch, Mr. Aizawa announced that they'd be doing rescue training at an off-campus facility, and that energy level ramped up even further. Everyone was excited. It was another chance to show off and, more importantly, it was a vital lesson on how to be a hero. The class practically ran to the locker rooms to get changed. With his costume still trashed after the combat training a couple days ago, Izuku changed into his gym clothes. The support company had sent a few pieces ahead, so he took the new mouth guard, elbow pads, and knee pads for what little protection he could get, and then took the utility belt as well. He felt a little disappointed looking at everyone else in their hero costumes, but it was what it was. Once on the bus, the conversation took a turn Izuku was not prepared for. "I've been meaning to say something about you, Midoriya," said Azui. Izuku was prepared for something similar to his previous interactions with peers, something about his nerdiness, his mumbling, his weird analyzing habits. None of those comments were what he got though. "That power of yours. Isn't it a lot like All Might's?" "What? Really? Why you think so?" There was no way that Azui would guess the truth, but if she got close enough, it could still cause problems. Izuku nervously glanced around at the other students to see if any of them looked like they were paying the idea too much attention. From the seat behind Kaken, he noticed a pair of heterochromic eyes focused on him. Todoroki Shudo, one of the most powerful kids in the class. He'd placed second in the Quirk assessment and got into UA on recommendation. According to Uraraka and Ida, who'd watched his combat exercise on the second day, his abilities were off the charts. Those eyes. Izuku could see the intelligence behind them as he seemed to assess Izuku and the validity of Tsu's claim. It was more attention than Izuku wanted focused on him and All Might's connection from anyone, but especially someone with as much potential as Todoroki. "Wait, hold on, you're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. That makes a huge difference." As Kirishima voiced his objection, Todoroki's two intelligent eyes slipped shut, and Izuku relaxed. "Still, it must be cool to have a simple augmenting type of quirk. You could do a lot of flashy stuff with it. My hardening is super tough and can destroy bad guys in a fight, but it doesn't look all that impressive." Eager to stay on this topic for more than one reason, Izuku excitedly launched into a discussion with Kirishima about his quirk and how cool it was. Other people jumped into the discussion about what type of quirks made for popular heroes too, and when Kirishima mentioned that Kaken and Todoroki were the two with the flashiest quirks, Izuku snuck another look at the half-cold half-hot user. He still had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying any attention to the discussion, even though it included him. Why had an offhand comparison to All Might brought his attention to Izuku while the class's comments regarding his own abilities and pro-hero potential went completely ignored? Kaken's yelling and his classmates' laughter stole Izuku's attention. The others were teasing the blonde for his explosive personality. That was new. Yue was weird, but a good weird. It was only the first week of school, but already Izuku had made friends. No one, other than Kaken, had bullied him, and he was training to be a hero. Izuku forced himself to calm down. The yelling and teasing ended abruptly when Mr. Aizawa announced that they'd arrived and the bus pulled to a halt in front of a large dome building. Izuku filed out with the rest of the class, gazing up at the impressive structure for as long as he could before they were led inside. If the outside was impressive, it was nothing compared to what lay within. The area within was a marvel of construction. At a glance, Izuku could see a lake deep enough to hold a large boat, a collapsed city block, a landslide, a mountain, and several smaller domes that no doubt held other areas of disaster. It was amazing. Meeting the space hero, 13, was also amazing. Izuku and Uraraka were both practically vibrating with excitement at meeting the famous rescue hero and listened with rapt attention as they explained the finer details of the complex. They called it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, and from the sound of it, the idea for the structure had come almost entirely from 13 themselves. Izuku was eager to get started. Rescue work was the core of being a hero. The only thing that could make it better was if All Might were here. Izuku was pretty sure he was supposed to be here, actually. Mr. Aizawa had said they'd have 3 instructors, including All Might, but Izuku only saw 13 and Mr. Aizawa. He recalled the news this morning. All Might had made headlines by helping people on his morning commute. He must have used up all his time in his heroic form already. Regardless, it looked like class was going to continue without the number one hero, so Izuku paid attention as 13 warned them of the dangers of irresponsible and undisciplined quirk use. It was a lesson that seemed to curb the enthusiasm from a few of the students, but it definitely wasn't a new concept for Izuku. He'd dealt with the painful consequences of irresponsible and undisciplined quirk use for most of his childhood, courtesy of Kaken and the other bullies. After 13's speech, Mr. Aizawa moved to start the actual lesson, but he was interrupted by a surge of electricity arcing along the lights of the dome, extinguishing all artificial lights. The fountain in the center also sputtered, struggling to maintain a constant flow of water as if something was messing with the building's power. The class and teachers both looked around in confusion before a distortion in the air in front of the fountain rippled outward, turning into an ominous, swirling, purple and black shadow. The figure that stepped out of the shadow set Izuku's hair on end. Covered in severed hands that Izuku hoped were just really believable props, the thin figure spread out his arms and the shadow expanded until it encompassed half the courtyard. More and more people followed the thin, hand-covered man, stepping out of what had to be a warp gate of some kind and into the facility. The last to step out was a massive, hulking brute with a bird-like beak and exposed brain. "Stay together and don't move," Mr. Aizawa snapped. 13, protect the students? Has the training started already? Kirishima asked, brow knit in confusion. I thought we were just rescuing people. Stay back, their homeroom teacher yelled again, moving between the students and the new arrivals. Izuku gasped in realization as he watched Eraserhead don his yellow goggles. This is real. Those are villains. There were so many of them. Izuku couldn't easily count them all, and he definitely didn't like the look of the hand guy or the brain guy. Fear clawed its way up his spine, but Izuku stubbornly forced it down. Now was not the time to panic. He had to think, use his brain. If it came down to it, he would come up with a plan to keep his class and his teachers safe. A deep, disembodied voice carried through the facility. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. As the warp gate shrank and reassembled into a vaguely human figure, Izuku realized the speaker was the warp quirk user. So they used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus, Mr. Aizawa muttered. Where is he? A harsh, dry voice asked. It didn't carry quite as well over the distance, but it was still audible. I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who were eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play. Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon flared up around him in response to the threat to his students. Real villains? There's no way, Kirishima objected. How could so many of them get into a secure UA facility? He's right. 13, Yaoyorozu said as she stepped forward. Why aren't the alarms going off? Good question, 13 mused worriedly. I'm not sure. Is the entire campus under attack? Or is this their only target? Todoroki wondered. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? Izuku agreed with his assessment. As he thought, Todoroki was sharp. His ability to make a quick and accurate, tactical appraisal would definitely come in handy here. 13, get the students out of here and alert the main campus, Eraserhead ordered. Actually, if they're blocking our sensors, they might be jamming our regular communications too. Kaminari, use your quirk to try to contact the school. Yes, sir, the electric quirk user replied, following instructions. What are you going to do? Izuku stepped forward as Eraserhead did. You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them. Even if you nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Izuku wasn't normally one to speak against a teacher's instructions, but he didn't like the idea of Mr. Aizawa facing off against all those villains alone. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. Eraserhead turned to look at Izuku over his shoulder. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Privately, Izuku thought you also couldn't be a pro if you were killed by a mob, but he didn't have time to object as Eraserhead threw himself down the stairs, charging the villains. The whole class watched as their teacher nimbly dispatched villain after villain, dodging and punching and kicking all in conjunction with his capture weapon. It was an impressive display, and Izuku reconsidered what he knew about the underground hero, itching to take notes to add to his analysis when he got back home. The odds of getting back home, however, shrank dramatically as the Warp Gate villain reappeared behind the students, blocking their escape. 13 was quick to place themselves between the villain and the students, but Kirishima and Kaken jumped the villain before the pro hero could stop them. Their attack generated a lot of smoke and noise, but the villain remained smugly unaffected. After a few more threatening taunts, black tendrils of smoke erupted from the villain and engulfed the class. Izuku had just enough time to throw his hands up to try to protect his face on instinct before the ground disappeared from underneath him and he dropped, screaming, 10 meters above the surface of the lake. Hitting the surface of the lake stung, but Izuku had definitely felt worse. He whirled around for a few moments trying to orient himself toward the surface before kicking desperately. Swimming in shoes was annoying. Swimming in shoes when he had little to no excess body fat to add to buoyancy was a challenge. Izuku's lungs screamed for air, but he still had a ways to go when movement in the water caught his attention. At first Izuku thought it was a shark and panicked a little, but then he looked closer and realized it was a villain. Izuku would have preferred the shark. Before the villain could reach him, Tsu slammed into his side, knocking the villain off course and stunning him long enough for her to wrap her tongue around Izuku's chest and drag him up out of the water. Once they were on the boat and relatively safe, he coughed out his thanks. "This is turning out to be a terrible day of class," Tsu lamented softly, dropping Mineta, who she'd also fished out, none too gently on the deck. "Yeah, I keep thinking about what that villain said. They knew our whole schedule and who would be here. That means they've been waiting for the perfect time to attack, just like Todoroki said they were." Izuku didn't like this one bit. A well-planned assault with this many villains could do serious harm. Even if All Might were here, Izuku doubted the rest of them would be safe from all danger. Mineta flailed as he cried out his protest. "It's not like these guys can really kill All Might. Once he shows up, he'll pound these villains until there's nothing left. Think about it though. If the villain spent so much time planning this attack, then they probably figured out a way to kill him," Tsu reasoned calmly. Izuku didn't like to think about it, but she was probably right too. Besides, didn't you hear what that smoke guy said? Maybe we should worry more about not getting tortured to death. Otherwise, we might not survive long enough to see All Might again. Izuku remembered. Both the warp villain and the hand villain had mentioned killing students. It was a very real concern. Regardless of whether or not they had a means to kill All Might, they absolutely had the means to kill the students. Izuku was determined to make sure that didn't happen. "The pros are gonna save us, right?" Mineta screeched. "Tell Frogmelons to shut up." Izuku shot him a withering glare but otherwise ignored his outburst. Besides, they didn't have a lot of time. There were villains in the water, surrounding the boat on all sides, jeering at them as they clung to the temporary safety of the boat. Izuku didn't know why they were after All Might specifically, why they put together such an elaborate plan for just one hero, even if he was the number one hero, and he didn't care. If their goal was to take out All Might, then Izuku planned to mess up their day. "We have to stop whatever it is these guys are planning," Izuku declared firmly. "We have to work together and keep All Might and our classmates safe. No one at UA knows what's happening, so it's up to us. Let's be heroes." Tsu nodded in firm agreement, but Mineta started crying and screaming again. "Are you crazy? These guys might be able to kill All Might and you think we can take them? Did you hit your head when we got warped here?" Izuku and Tsu rolled their eyes and turned away from their crying classmate as he continued to rant about the futility of the situation. It wasn't helpful input, so Izuku blocked it out. He understood why Mineta was worried, but it wasn't like they had a choice. If their options were stand up and fight or wait around and die, then he knew which option he voted for. "Those villains have a clear advantage in the water," he murmured to Tsu. "They must assume that's where we'll fight, or they're prepared to force us there eventually. Then they must have known what was in the USJ before they got here," Tsu guessed. Izuku agreed. It matched with everything they'd done so far. Getting the schedule, picking an opportune time and location, and gathering a group that had terrain advantage all spoke of meticulous planning. There was just one thing that didn't make sense. For a group with such careful planning, there's something that just doesn't make sense to me. Izuku confessed. They sent you here. Of all the places to send you, they warped you to the shipwreck zone. Why does it matter that she's here? Mineta cried. It means the villains probably have no idea what our quirks are, Izuku explained. Tsu riveted in surprise. You've got a point. If they knew I was a frog, they would have sent me to that fire zone over there instead of somewhere full of water. They probably separated us because they didn't know what we could do and planned to overpower us once we were in smaller groups. Easier to pick off that way, but we can use that to our advantage. They don't know what our quirks are, so, for all they know, the three of us could be super powerful. Look, Izuku watched the villains in the water around them critically. None of them are trying to climb into the boat, which just proves they're unsure. They're being smart and playing it safe. For now. Tsu dragged him away from the edge and the two of them hunkered down next to Mineta to start planning. The first thing Izuku needed was information. Tsu offered up information on her own quirk first, and it was quite the list. Jumping, climbing, and her extended tongue, not to mention superb maneuverability in the water. Tsu's quirk was pretty amazing. Mineta finally seemed to calm down as he explained his quirk. It was a great utility quirk, for sure, but had somewhat limited combat use. The sticky ball were excellent for capture and restraint, and Mineta could use them to augment his own maneuverability if properly applied. When it was his turn, Izuku hesitated. He had no trouble telling them about the uses and limitations of One for All, but strictly speaking, that wasn't the only thing he could do. Admitting he had another or secondary ability could be bad though, and Izuku wasn't sure if his own quirk would really matter here anyway. Maybe if it were just Tsu, she seemed like the trustworthy sort, but Mineta didn't strike him as the type to be able or willing to keep it a secret. In the end, he decided to hold off. If it became relevant, which he doubted, then he'd tell them. Before they could get to the actual planning stage, the villains decided to move things along, wrecking the boat. As it started to sink, Izuku's mind went into overdrive to come up with a strategy while Tsu and Mineta bickered behind him. When he thought he had something workable, he got the other two's attention and ran them through the plan. Once they agreed, Izuku stood up and faced the edge of the boat. Planting his foot on the railing, he shouted out a battle cry as loud as he could, before launching himself over the edge as high as he could manage without using One for All. As he hit the apex of his arc, he braced himself and powered One for All through his thumb and middle finger and blasted a focused smash directly at the water. Even just flicking his fingers, the force was enough to create an enormous geyser of displaced water that turned into a swirling whirlpool as the water surged back towards the point of impact, catching all the villains in the water in the vortex. "Tsu, Mineta now!" Izuku shouted, and Tsu jumped off the boat, carrying Mineta, as she wrapped her tongue around Izuku's chest. The strength of her jump carried all three of them clear of the mess of villains, and Mineta quickly threw as many of his sticky ball into the water as he could to trap the villains while they were unable to avoid them. It worked. The three of them were able to trap all the villains in the water and clear the area in moments. It had cost Izuku a couple fingers, and Mineta's scalp was bleeding, but it was worth it. They were safe for the moment and could turn their attention to the rest of the USJ and their classmates. The shipwreck zone was the closest to the center plaza, which meant as Izuku, Tsu, and Mineta neared the edge of the water, the sounds of fighting got louder. It was almost a relief, hearing evidence that their teacher was still up, still fighting, but how much longer could he really hold out against a horde of villains? Fear clenched Izuku's stomach tight. Eraserhead was amazing, a pro hero, but how long could anyone last, 1 against 20? The way I see it, we have two choices from here, Izuku stated calmly as the three of them stopped near the edge of the water. There's a second exit that way. If we follow the shore, we can make it to that door, avoiding the central plaza entirely. It might be our best chance to get help. That's a good idea, Ribbit, Tsu agreed. What other option would there be? Izuku glanced over to the sounds of fighting up ahead. If Mr. Aizawa doesn't get some backup, then he's just going to overexert himself. He'll end up defeated by those villains trying to keep us safe. Wait, you're seriously suggesting we fight more villains? Mineta objected. I'm not saying we jump into the middle of the battle, but maybe we can find a way to take a few of those guys out and lighten his load. He understood their hesitation, considering they were only a few days into their first year of hero training, but Mr. Aizawa had been right. The world wasn't fair. The sooner they accepted that truth, the better. You're crazy, Mineta hissed. Look, there's nothing that says you have to come with me. Option 1 is still open to you if you'd rather not, but I can't just stand by when I could have done something to help. Izuku shook his head and started heading for the plaza. You don't know that he needs help, Tsu argued. Maybe you're underestimating him or overestimating the villains. I mean, the three of us were able to take out a bunch of them on our own. Mr. Aizawa's a pro. He's probably doing fine. Izuku considered her point, but kept walking. If that's the case, I'll admit I was wrong and go for the exit. But if I'm right, leaving now would mean Mr. Aizawa could be hurt or killed while I chose not to try. Tsu joined him as he slowly made his way toward the plaza. Then we check and head for the exit if it looks like he has it under control. Agreed. To Izuku's surprise, Mineta followed them as well, though that might have just been that the shorter boy didn't want to go anywhere alone. As they neared the plaza, the three of them crouched down and swam the rest of the way to the shore to stay out of sight. Once they reached the edge, they peered up over the shore cautiously to get a look at the field. To Izuku's surprise, most of the villains were already unconscious or out of commission. After Eraserhead knocked out two villains simultaneously, the hand villain that had been the first through the portal and the one to taunt them about killing All Might finally moved to engage their teacher. He was muttering times that Izuku didn't have references for, but it sounded like he'd been timing a repeated action. When he and Eraserhead met in a clash of limbs, Izuku thought, for a moment, that would be the end for the villain, but it wasn't. The weird villain caught Eraserhead by the elbow and leaned in close to whisper something. As far back as they were, Izuku didn't catch the words, but he saw it clearly as first Eraserhead's shirt, then his skin, and some of his muscles in his elbow slowly disintegrated at the villain's touch. Before the damage could get even worse, he activated his quirk and shoved the villain back. A few thugs jumped in to try to take advantage of his injury, but even without the use of his arm, the hero was still able to knock them out. It was costing him though. Izuku could see the blood seeping from the wounded arm and Mr. Aizawa was breathing, clearly exhausted. Look at you. You're still standing, the hand villain taunted with a laugh. You really are so cool. Oh, by the way, Eraserhead, I am not the final boss. The brain villain was suddenly right behind Mr. Aizawa. Izuku didn't even see him move. Before any of them could stop it, the brain villain raised one enormous limb and brought it down onto Mr. Aizawa's head. The blood spray was alarming, but seeing Eraserhead's signature yellow goggles split in two was downright chilling. Support gear for heroes was no joke. Items were made to be extremely durable, particularly anything that also doubled as protection like the goggles did. The amount of force necessary to completely snap the goggles in half was immense and the villain had just brought it to bear with a single strike. Not that it ended there. Izuku, Tsu, and Mineta were all frozen in shock and terror as the brute slammed Mr. Aizawa repeatedly into the ground. If it weren't for the groans of pain, Izuku would think Mr. Aizawa had died, but somehow he was still alive and conscious. The brain villain held a massive hand on his head, pushing him into the ground, while the other held the hero's already damaged limb at a painfully awkward angle. What do you think of him, Eraserhead? The hand villain bragged cheerfully. He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, but you can call him Nomu. Nomu let out an animalistic screech before twisting Mr. Aizawa's arm and breaking it. The scream of pain from their teacher was awful. You can erase people's powers. That's irritating, but it's nothing impressive. The hand villain was talking again. When faced with true devastating power, you might as well be a quirkless child. Nomu broke Mr. Aizawa's other arm in one swift motion, crushing it between his palm and the ground. Then he pulled Mr. Aizawa's head up before slamming it into the ground. No, Mineta whimpered. We should be leaving super fast, shouldn't we? Ribbit, Tsu croaked her agreement. Izuku's goal for coming here had been to see if Mr. Aizawa needed help and render aid if he could, but what was he doing? sitting here, frozen, while his teacher was mutilated in front of him. He had to do something. Before he could convince himself to move, the warp villain returned. Tamura Shigaraki? Was that the hand villain's name? He really just said his name in front of everyone? Kurojairi, Shigaraki acknowledged. Did you manage to kill 13? The rescue hero is out of commission, Kurojairi confirmed. If nothing else, Izuku was learning these guys weren't careful with their names or identities. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them got outside the facility. Someone escaped. That meant help was on the way. Even better, it looked like Shigaraki realized that too. The villain began scratching at his own neck in agitation and scolding the other villain for his failure. When he finally stopped clawing at his own neck and dejectedly said they were leaving, Izuku was a little surprised. It didn't make sense. This whole plan, all the prep, was to kill All Might. They were really going to leave before they got a chance to do that? A second attempt would be practically impossible. They wouldn't be able to exploit the same weakness to get into UA after this. I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya, Tsu murmured. Me too. After all of this, there was no way the villains were just going to leave having accomplished nothing. So what could they do in the time they had left? What would be an acceptable consolation prize to killing All Might? Two things immediately came to mind. One, they could kill Mr. Aizawa. Nomu already had him dead to rights. All it would take was an order from Shigaraki to finish the job. A dead pro was still something, but it didn't feel like enough. Eraserhead was an underground hero, not very well known or popular, so it wouldn't have the same impact on the public. However, they were also, unfortunately, nearby. A student, a child, killed in an attack when All Might was supposed to have been present? Yeah, that would have impact. Get down, Izuku ordered quietly, already pushing Tsu away from the edge. Take my neta and swim away, stay away from the edge. Do it now. Thankfully, Tsu complied, ducking under the water entirely and swimming away just in time. When Shigaraki turned towards the water, Izuku was the only one he saw. Just in case the villain got suspicious, just in case he had seen all three of them before and thought it odd there was only one now, just in case he needed a push to follow through and leave Mr. Aizawa alone, Izuku closed his eyes and pretended to cower in fear. Izuku saw through his quirk when Shigaraki launched himself forward, hand reaching out for Izuku's face. He only had about 2 seconds to get this right. If he messed up the timing on this, he was dead. He needed speed just a little bit, just enough to do what he needed. A normal jump wasn't going to do it, but a one-for-all power jump would be too much. He wanted a little boost, not enough to launch him to the ceiling, and he definitely needed to be able to use his legs afterward. Then it hit him. Just like the quirk assessment test the first day of school, he needed to control where he focused one for all. If he used it all through his legs, he had the ability to jump buildings, but that's not what Izuku needed. Instead, he limited the power to the last point of contact with the ground, his toes. There were significantly fewer muscles in his toes than there were in the entirety of his legs, which meant he was reducing the effectiveness of one for all, but in this case, that's exactly what he needed. Just a little boost. Once Shigaraki was close enough, Izuku jumped up and flipped over the villain, clearing him with room to spare. As he flew over Shigaraki's head, Izuku grabbed the red cables that connected the hands around Shigaraki's neck to the one on the back of his head and heaved, throwing the villain back across the plaza. When Izuku landed, he winced as his toes reminded him that his bones weren't yet powerful enough to handle one for all, but he otherwise ignored the pain. He also noticed that he still held the costume piece in his hand and looked at it with disgust. Were those real hands? From actual people? What the hell? Izuku dropped the cable quickly. Nomu, Shigaraki coughed, rubbing his neck, sprawled across the ground where he'd landed. Kill that brat. Oh, CRP. At least they were leaving Mr. Aizawa alone. Izuku would take the good news where he could get it. In a blink, Nomu was in front of him, arms up to crush him into the dirt. Izuku didn't think, didn't plan, just reacted, throwing a one-for-all smash in an effort to knock the villain back. He connected with a solid torso, he could feel the reverberations of his fist hitting something, but Nomu didn't budge. Was he completely unaffected? How was that possible? If that weren't enough to be surprised by, Izuku also noticed his arm wasn't broken. If it hadn't been for the fact he felt the power of one for all behind that punch, he might have thought the quirk was erased, but no. He'd successfully thrown a punch without injuring himself. Too bad it was probably the last thing he was going to do before he died. Nothing Izuku had done had discouraged Nomu from attacking. The brute took Izuku's arm in one of his meaty hands and screeched in his face, raising the other hand up once more to squash Izuku like a bug. Tsu's tongue wrapped around Izuku's chest and he felt her try to pull him to safety. He was surprised, but grateful that she came back to help. But there was no way he was getting away unless Nomu let go of his arm. Then the doors of the USJ exploded, and everyone froze. For those few suspended moments, the only sound that could be heard were the steady, powerful footsteps of whoever had just arrived, until the dust cleared and there, at the top of the stairs, stood the colossal figure that was the symbol of peace, their light in the darkness. All Might. Have no fear, students. I am here. All Might's proclamation broke the stillness around them, and the students relaxed, but the villains didn't look worried. If anything, they looked eager. Izuku noticed that All Might wasn't smiling. Did that mean he was worried? Or was it anger? All Might had told him that he smiled to hide the fear inside, that the smile was meant to reassure everyone that things would be okay. If All Might couldn't smile now, All Might had already used almost all of his available power for the day. Even resting as long as he had, he wasn't anywhere near replenishing that time limit. He was here, and that was great, amazing even, but Izuku was worried. Nomu was designed to kill All Might at his best. How long would he last when he was nearly at his limit? After all this waiting, the heroic piece of trash shows up. Shigaraki got to his feet. He wasn't the only one either. Several villains that Mr. Aizawa had fought were getting to their feet as well, though they seemed hesitant at first to go up against their intended target. One of them tried to rally the others, but All Might surged forward and took them all out in a second. He reached Mr. Aizawa and lifted him gently into his arms, before turning to face the villains, Izuku and Tsu. The brilliant blue of his eyes shone with rage as he took in the scene, and then he moved again, this time lifting Izuku and Tsu free from danger and moving all three of them a safe distance away. It was a little jarring, moving faster than the eye could really process, and Tsu stood a little stunned until All Might got their attention. Get back to the entrance, and take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time. Maybe Izuku was a little stunned too, because all he could think to say was a rather obvious, "You saved us, All Might." Shigaraki stalked over to the costume piece that Izuku had dropped and replaced it around his head and neck. It was so disturbing to think he willingly put real hands around himself. Izuku didn't know how he could stand it. As they watched the villains cautiously, Izuku lifted Mr. Aizawa up onto his shoulders in a fireman's carry like All Might had taught him a few months ago. He wasn't too heavy, but he was significantly taller than Izuku, so Izuku made sure to keep his limbs tucked in close. The man was definitely unconscious at this point, which Izuku thought was a blessing. Those injuries? If the head trauma hadn't done it, the pain alone might have been enough to knock him out. Once Mr. Aizawa was secured, Izuku turned to his mentor. All Might, be careful. That brain villain took a smash from me and it didn't faze him at all. He's the reason they think they can kill you. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I've got this. All Might smiled encouragingly, but Izuku wasn't convinced. Still, he had his orders. Mr. Aizawa needed help now, so Izuku and Tsu made for the other students and the exit. Mineta joined them halfway across the plaza, cheering All Might on as he fought Nomu. Izuku could hear the other kids too, all cheering and carefree, so sure in All Might's strength that it never occurred to any of them to doubt. But Izuku knew the truth. That strength had its limits, and All Might had used all his power today. At any moment he could run out of time, and there would be nothing Izuku could do. If he tried to help, he risked getting in the way, or worse, getting taken hostage. There was nothing he could do against Nomu, and he doubted he'd be lucky a second time against Shigaraki. He should just carry Mr. Aizawa to the exit like All Might told him to. The ground shook as All Might suplexed Nomu into the ground, but as the dust settled, Izuku gasped in surprise and fear. The warp villain had opened a gate underneath Nomu, sending the brute's upper body behind All Might. The clawed hands of the villain dug deeply into All Might's side, and Izuku could see the blood spreading across his white shirt. No, Izuku whispered. That was the same place as the scar on All Might's side. Kurogyri. Shigaraki signaled the warp villain. Normally I wouldn't want blood and viscera flooding my warp gates, but I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you. Since you moved too fast for the human eye to see, Nomu had to restrain you. Once he's pulled your body halfway through, I'll squeeze the gate shut. Kurogyri explained. I'm going to enjoy tearing you to pieces. So, Izuku didn't have a plan. Yeah, Midoriya? I need you to take Mr. Aizawa for me. Izuku gently shrugged his teacher off his shoulders and into Tsu's arms. She struggled at first to carry his weight, but Mineta helped a little. What are you going to do? Izuku didn't know and didn't answer. All he knew was that he couldn't let the villains kill All Might. His feet carried him toward the center of the plaza, slowly at first, but then he was charging in with a yell. It was beyond foolish. He had no idea what he could possibly do to actually help, but he could not sit by and watch as they killed his hero. He jumped, aiming for Kurogyri's mist-like form. Maybe if he could knock him down or distract him, he would be unable to follow through with his threat to tear All Might apart inside his gates. When the warp gate opened in front of Izuku's path, he thought that that might be the end. Wherever the villain sent him, Izuku doubted it would be pleasant or safe. The explosion to his left was an unexpected boon, even if it did come from an angry Kaken. Get out of my way, Deku. The blonde slammed into Kurogyri's body and managed to take him to the ground, which disrupted the warp gate in front of Izuku. Before he could comment on his childhood friend's sudden appearance, a sheet of ice rushed across the ground and encased Nomu from foot to wrist along one side, completely immobilizing the villain. And ice could only mean one thing. One of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might. Todoroki was here. Calm and collected as if he were discussing something in class, he stared down the villains with undisguised disdain. All Might seized the opportunity to break free of Nomu's grip and jumped clear of the warp gates to stand next to Todoroki and Izuku. Are you okay? Izuku asked, sending a cursory glance over All Might and Todoroki both. Wherever the teen had been sent to clearly hadn't caused him any harm, though. Izuku didn't see a scratch on him. A shout from Kirishima drew Izuku's attention, and he watched as the redhead tried to get the jump on Shigaraki. The villain moved out of the way, though, and Kirishima was quick to jump back as well after his sneak attack failed. Guess I found your body that time, ya smoky BSC? Kaken grinned, taunting Kurogyri with glee as Kirishima took up position to his left. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you, Todoroki declared. Their arrival was very timely, and Izuku was pleased to see that none of them were harmed. They were eager to help, ready to stand up and defend, and Izuku was beyond relieved they were here. He wiped the tears from his eyes and raised his fists in a loose guard. They were ready to fight, and so was he. No one was getting to All Might today. Kurogyri, how could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten us into a real jam here. Shigaraki complained. Heh, Kaken gloated. You got careless? You dumb villain. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into the smoking warp gate. You use that mist to hide your actual body as a kind of distraction. Thinking that made you safe. That's why we missed, but if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed. Izuku knew Kaken was intelligent, particularly when it came to combat. It wasn't a surprise that he'd found the villain's weakness before even Izuku had. Kurogyri was obviously frustrated at the frank assessment of his weakness, however, and tried to fight against Kaken's hold. Kaken sent several small explosions into the armor piece under his hand. Don't move. You try anything funny and I'll blow your butt up right now. You got it? They'll be cleaning you up for weeks. Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic, Kirishima teased with a smile. They escaped uninjured and captured my two strongest men. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't have that. Shigaraki praised quietly, drawing everyone's attention. He was calm considering his previous outbursts when things didn't go his way. It made Izuku nervous. Nomu. At his order, Nomu retreated through the warp gate and stood up, breaking his own limbs off as he fought against the ice. It didn't slow him down at all either, and they all watched in horror as the beast regrew his arm and leg right before their eyes. What is this? I thought you said his power was shock absorption. All Might demanded. I didn't say that was his only quirk. Shigaraki was smirking behind the hand on his face. Izuku could hear it in his smug voice. He also has super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. Todoroki and Izuku both moved, adopting defensive stances, as Nomu finished regenerating with a screech, but they didn't have the chance to attack. First we need to free our method of escape. Get him, Nomu. The next thing Izuku knew, he was flying across the plaza in a sudden gust of wind, though he also felt a tug against his collar, so maybe it wasn't the wind that had moved him. When he could see through the dirt and dust, Nomu was standing protectively over Kurogiri, and Kaken was nowhere to be seen. Kaken? Izuku panicked for a moment, but then he heard the surprised grunt of his childhood friend from behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Kaken, unhurt, sitting behind him. You dodged him? Shut up. No I didn't, you demon nerd. Then how'd you get over here? Kirishima asked. He and Todoroki were also with Izuku and Kaken, several meters away from where they'd been before. Isn't it obvious? Todoroki asked, pointing to the destroyed wall marking the entrance to the squall zone. As the debris finally settled, they could see All Might. These are kids, and you didn't hold back? The hero demanded angrily. I didn't have much choice, Shigaraki protested. He was threatening my companion. Besides, these kids are no angels. The plain-looking one? He tried to kill Nomu with a maxed-out punch and threw me across the plaza like it was nothing, almost breaking my neck. Izuku grimaced as Shigaraki pointed at him accusingly. What kind of hero does something like that? Seriously, Midoriya? Kirishima whispered. Badass. Shigaraki either didn't hear the commentary or chose to ignore it as he continued. You think you can get away with being as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others? Well, you know what, All Might? That pisses me off. Why do people get to decide some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil. You think you're the symbol of peace? You're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence. And violence always breeds more violence. I'll make sure the world understands that once you're dead. Izuku had some opinions on that speech, but he kept them to himself for the moment, unwilling to draw unnecessary attention to himself or the other students by debating the morality of heroes and ethical violence with a villain. You're nothing but a lunatic, All Might decided. Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound noble, but admit it, you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right? Shigaraki glared from behind his hand mask and then shrugged one shoulder casually, not admitting it but not denying it either. Todoroki resumed his defensive stance. We've got them outnumbered? Izuku nodded in agreement and followed suit. Plus Kaken found the mist guy's weakness. These dudes may act really tough, but we can take M down now with All Might's help. Kirishima hardened his skin. Let's do this. Don't attack. All Might ordered, striding forward calmly. Get out of here. You would have been in trouble earlier if it weren't for me, remember? You need our help. Todoroki pointed out. I thank you for your assistance, but this is different. I've got this. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. Izuku knew he was just trying to protect them, but Todoroki was more right than he knew. You're too hurt, you're bleeding. And you're almost out of TI. Izuku cut himself off before he could finish that statement, but the fact remained that it was true. Despite that, and despite his protests, All Might said nothing. Just gave him a thumbs up, as if that was supposed to calm Izuku's totally legitimate concerns. Nomu. Kurogiri. Kill him. I'll deal with the children, Shigaraki instructed. Let's clear this level and go home. Shigaraki sprinted for Izuku and the others, and the students all braced themselves. Heads up, we're fighting after all, Kirishima said with a sigh. All Might and Nomu moved at the same time, colliding in the middle, sending a shockwave of air powerful enough to knock everyone around them aside. Shigaraki went flying back the way he came while Izuku and the other students were sent the other direction. Izuku rolled as he landed, quickly getting back to his feet just in case. Weren't you listening? Shigaraki yelled at All Might. One of his powers is shock absorption. Yeah? What about it? All Might grunted, trading faster and faster blows with Nomu until they were constant. The air pressure kept up, unrelenting, preventing anyone from engaging with the others on the field. It was all Izuku could do just to keep from being sent but over tea kettle. Kaken and the others were right there with him as well, barely able to maintain their position on the edge of the fight. He's really gonna fight that brain guy head-on? Izuku had to shout to be heard over the noise. They're so fast. Kirishima exclaimed, temporarily losing his fight with the wind, landing on his but before digging a hardened hand into the ground to anchor himself. At least the other villains were having just as much trouble as they were. It looked like Kurogyari was having difficulty and Izuku didn't see any warp gates materialize. It was possible the wind kept him from creating or sustaining any. He said your quirk was only shock absorption, not nullification. That means there's a limit to what you can take, right? All Might yelled as he continued to rain down blow after blow. They were trading hits almost faster than Izuku could see. How was All Might managing? A lucky hit to his weak spot paused the fight for a moment and Izuku worried that would be it, but All Might just grit his teeth and resumed wailing on Nomu. So you were made to fight me, big guy. If you can really withstand me at 100% of my power, then I'll have to go beyond that and force you to surrender. Somehow, unbelievably, All Might started moving even faster. Izuku was stunned, in awe of All Might's resolve to keep going and do whatever it took to win. He knew the #1 hero was a level above even the top pros, and he never lost, but it was another thing entirely to see it in person. The tide of the fight shifted, and what had been an even exchange of punches turned into a beatdown as All Might surpassed a threshold that Nomu was incapable of matching and proceeded to lecture the villains as he laid waste to their careful planning. A real hero will always find a way for justice to be served. One solid punch sent Nomu flying, All Might hot on his heels to follow up with a body slam, turning midair to throw the unresisting brute to the ground. The gale force winds generated from their fight ceased as All Might tossed Nomu around, and they could all hear clearly as the hero spoke, landing next to Nomu as the villain bounced off the ground from the sheer force of it. Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The final punch, delivered to Nomu's gut as he was still airborne, sent the villain skyrocketing up and through the roof of the building. That was like the finishing move in a video game. He beat the shock absorption right out of him. Kirishima blurted out, stunned. I've never seen that kind of brute strength before. Imagine having power like that, Kaken muttered. He must have been punching that monster so fast he couldn't regenerate. The 4 students turned away from the hole in the roof to look at All Might. His clothes were torn, his side was still obviously bleeding, and his hair was the most disheveled Izuku had ever seen it in his heroic form, but he was standing, he was smiling, he had won. I really have gotten weaker, All Might professed, straightening with a slight groan. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. But today it took more than 300 mighty blows. All Might turned away from Izuku and the other students to face Shigaraki. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly. Shigaraki was shaking, but Izuku didn't think it was with fear. No, the villain looked sad. No, Shigaraki sneered. He beat me, he's not any weaker at all. And look what he did to my Nomu. He cheated. The temper tantrum made another appearance as Shigaraki started clawing at his neck in frustration, muttering to himself too quietly for Izuku to hear. More worrying, however, was Kurogyari. The warp villain was definitely the calmer of the two, and his mist-like form was starting to spread out. Izuku didn't see any gates yet, but there was nothing keeping him from forming one now. He could have a gate open to anywhere in a second, and that was dangerously unpredictable. What's wrong? All Might challenged. Not attacking me? Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Well, come and get me if you dare. Man, this is intense. Kaken whispered. As I expected, Todoroki agreed. There's no reason for us to fight now. He'll handle this. They were ready to leave even though the fight wasn't actually done yet. Izuku knew how it looked to them though. The biggest threat was gone and All Might was standing between them and danger. It made sense to them to remove themselves from the field and leave the cleanup to the pro. "Come on, Midoriya," Kirishima called. "We should regroup with the other guys. The last thing we want to do is get taken hostage or get in his way." But Izuku could see the truth. It was well hidden. He only saw it because he knew where to look, but there was steam coming up from All Might himself, not just dust from the destroyed ground. His time was up. He was seconds away from changing back into his weakened form. All Might was bluffing. He couldn't keep fighting. His only option was to make the villains leave on their own or stall until more help arrived. "What? Are you scared?" All Might taunted. Shigaraki flinched and then continued to scratch. "If only Nomu was here. He'd rush you right now, pound you into the ground without giving it a second thought." "Tamura Shigaraki." Kurojairi leaned into the other villain, getting in his face. "Please, do not fret. Look at him, he has definitely weakened." Noma's attacks were successful. At this, Shigaraki stopped and began to listen. "He is alone," Kurojairi continued. "The children appear to be frozen in fear, and look, our underlings seem to be recovering." It was true. Izuku could see several of the villains Mr. Aizawa had taken out before get back up. Their time was running out, and it seemed retreat was no longer in the villains' plans. "We likely still have a few minutes before their reinforcements arrive. If you and I work together, we can do this. We haven't missed our chance to kill All Might," Kurojairi finished triumphantly, rallying the other villains around him. Izuku definitely wasn't leaving now. There was no way. Several villains came up from behind them, but Kirishima and Kaken spotted them before they could get close. Izuku could hear Kirishima's quirk activating and the redhead spoke. "I think All Might can hold his own against those two main guys. Let's make sure these dudes don't hurt anybody else. Will you be joining us?" Todoroki's invitation to engage in a brawl was so polite. Under any other circumstance, Izuku might have laughed. Before Izuku could respond, however, Shigaraki charged at All Might, aided by a warp gate to close the distance even quicker. It was too late, time was up, and the only backup All Might had was him. Izuku charged one for all and threw himself across the plaza, shattering the bones in his legs without a second thought. He cleared the distance in a blink and began to ready a punch aimed at Kurojairi's neck armor. "Don't you touch All Might, you stupid villains!" Izuku screamed. When the warp gate opened in front of him, and Izuku saw Shigaraki's hand reaching for his face, he believed for the third, perhaps fourth time that day, that he was going to die. It was not something Izuku felt like he should be so calm about, but maybe that was the shock. Luck was on his side once again, though, as the other pros from UA arrived at that moment. Snipe shot Shigaraki, forcing the villain to end his attempt to kill Izuku as he clutched his injured hand to his chest. The teachers swarmed the USJ with a vengeful fury, rounding up villains and corralling students with extreme efficiency. The only villains to escape were Shigaraki and Kurojairi, disappearing through a warp gate despite Snipe and 13's best efforts to stop them. When the gate was closed and the last traces of Shigaraki and Kurojairi were gone, the adrenaline keeping the pain at bay drained from Izuku's system, and he whimpered as his fingers, his toes, and his legs all cried out in agony. Regardless, though, Izuku tried to crawl his way toward All Might. "I couldn't do it. I wasn't able to help you." "That's absolutely not true," All Might said. Izuku looked up, surprised. The #1 hero was a sorry sight, half deflated and bloody, but he smiled gently at Izuku. "You bought me a few vital seconds. If not for that, I'd be dead now. Young Midoriya, you've saved me once again." Izuku felt the tears pool quickly in his eyes. "Thank you, All Might. I'm just so glad you're okay." In the end, Izuku and All Might were both carted away to Recovery Girl while Mr. Aizawa and 13 were rushed to a nearby hero hospital. The four of them were the only injuries, thankfully, and all of them were expected to make a complete recovery. The other students were returned to UA, and over 70 villains were arrested, including Nomu, who police found not too far away from the facility. Izuku and All Might avoided a lecture from Recovery Girl, though Izuku could tell she was not pleased that he was back in her office again so soon after the last time. Thankfully, She was able to fix his injuries in one session, and Izuku would be able to make his way home under his own power once he'd rested a bit and finished a bag of fluids that Recovery Girl insisted on. All Might's friend on the police force, Detective Tsukachi, filled the two of them in on the aftermath of the incident and promised that both 13 and Mr. Aizawa were going to be fine. It had been a long day, but knowing his teachers were going to be fine and that no one else was hurt was a relief. Izuku let the tension and worry drain away. Even if Shigaraki and Kurogyari had escaped, Izuku hadn't failed. Everyone was safe. That was enough for now. The school gave the students the next day off, letting them relax after the incident at the USJ. Izuku's mom was happy to fuss over him for a day, but Izuku was unable to make himself take it easy. The incident at the USJ had shown all of them, just what was out there. Even if they'd been able to defend themselves against a few thugs, none of the students had stood a chance against Shigaraki, Kurogyari, or Nomu. 1 or 2 lucky shots didn't count for much when it wasn't enough to keep them down, after all. They had so far to go before they were ready for the real world. Izuku had even further to go than the others. One for All was going to keep breaking him until he could enter it. He had to make All Might proud, prove himself worthy of the gift the hero had bestowed upon him. Landing himself in the nurse's office after every use was not the way to do that. So, what should have been a day to relax turned into an extended workout day instead. Back at school, Izuku swept his eyes over his classmates as they arrived. He knew no one was hurt, even his own injuries had been healed, but it was comforting to confirm it with his own eyes. Several people asked after his own well-being, which was nice. Izuku smiled and promised he was fine when Uraraka, Ida, Tsu, and Kirishima asked. Izuku was as surprised as the rest of the class when Mr. Aizawa opened the door when the bell for class rang. He was wrapped in extensive bandages and both his arms were in slings, but apparently that wasn't reason enough to get a substitute. Mr. Aizawa was insane, but Izuku could respect that drive. "My well-being is irrelevant," Mr. Aizawa stated. "What's important is that your fight isn't over yet." The students all looked concerned, or, in some cases, downright frightened by that announcement. Izuku wasn't sure what Mr. Aizawa meant, but he doubted it was anything too dangerous. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. The cheer that rose up from the class was deafening as most of the kids went from nervous to excited in an instant. Izuku was among them, of course. The sports festival was a huge deal. Before Quirks, the world watched and obsessed over the Olympics, but now all that focus was on the UA Sports Festival. The competition aired globally, and it allowed students to show off to big agencies in hopes of getting recruited out of high school. Doing well in the sports festival was almost a requirement for making it as a pro. The rest of the morning, it was all anyone could talk about outside of lessons, and no wonder. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. The sports festival wasn't something any of them could afford to miss out on. The students weren't the only ones talking about it either. All Might pulled Izuku away from his friends during lunch to talk about it with him. "The problem is you still can't control 1 for All yet," All Might said. "So then what's your plan?" Izuku knew he was right. It wasn't anything he hadn't already thought about himself. His control, or lack thereof, was a real problem. Then he remembered. "I did once. When I landed a smash against that brain villain, there was no backlash at all." "What was different about that smash?" All Might asked. "Well, we were facing real villains and there wasn't much time to think, but maybe that's part of it, since I knew this wasn't just more training. It was also the very first time, ever, that I used my power against a person. I held back from attacking Kaken directly in the combat exercise because I didn't want to kill him, but, even though I was terrified, I didn't want to kill Nomu either." "Sounds like you succeeded in subconsciously putting on the brakes so you wouldn't have to kill anyone," his mentor mused. "Hey, that's some kind of progress at least." It was, but it also wasn't enough. He couldn't rely on subconscious control when the stakes were people's lives. All Might went to stand by the window when it was clear Izuku wasn't going to respond. "To be frank, I don't have much time left as the world symbol of peace. Soon, I'll have to put that title to bed." Izuku didn't want to think about what would happen when that time came. Their society relied, perhaps too heavily, on the symbol of peace. It always seemed like such an unshakable pillar of strength when he was a kid, But now, Izuku knew it was fragile. Some villains out there are starting to notice that someone has to step up and keep people safe. All Might turned away from the window to face Izuku then and held out his hand as he had almost a year ago when he'd offered Izuku one for all. I gave you my power for one reason, 'cause you will be the hero that takes my place. Do you still feel the same way you did when we met? Do you still want to be a hero? Yes. Izuku was on his feet now as well, determination thrumming in his veins. Excellent. All Might smiled. The time has come for you to prove it. This sports festival, it's something that the pros, no, the entire country, will be watching very closely. I want you to think of this sports festival as your debut. You are the fledgling symbol of peace, the next All Might. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to introduce yourself to the world and proudly say, I am here. That was a lot of pressure. Izuku really hoped that All Might was just being figurative, because there was no way Izuku could steal his catchphrase like that. But without control, what can I do? Honestly, it's kinda hard to get excited about this after everything that happened at the USJ. A school contest, even one as big as the sports festival, just seems a little frivolous compared to a villain attack. Plus, I've already got the world's greatest hero teaching me, so the festival probably isn't my only hope of getting scouted by an agency. And besides, I don't know that I can stand out right now considering I did so horribly on the fitness tests and can't control one for all very well. Man, nobody is better at spoutin' word vomit than you, kid, All Might interrupted, beleaguered. Oh sorry. Izuku ducked his head. It was hard to control his muttering, especially once he got going. All Might sighed and rested a hand on Izuku's head with a small smile. Some heroes always aim for the top, while others happily settle. The difference between those two mindsets has a big impact on how far you go in the real world. He ruffled Izuku's hair a little before dropping his hand. I understand how you feel, and I may even be projecting a bit of myself onto you. However, I hope you haven't forgotten the emotions you felt back at the beach during our training. The longing to be a hero, the resolve to follow through no matter how hard the task, the determination to push himself, all so he could proudly say at the end of the day that he'd earned the chance to achieve his dream. He wanted it so badly it burned. I haven't forgotten. Good. Bring those with you to the sports festival and you'll have nothing to worry about. All Might encouraged him. The two of them finished their lunch in companionable silence after that, and Izuku returned to 1A with a pleased smile. All Might had given him a lot to think about, but he'd also made it clear that he believed Izuku could do it. Having someone in his corner like that made the overwhelming seem just a little less daunting. At the end of the school day, it was a little harder to remember that when faced with the horde of students blocking the exit of the classroom. Why the heck are you all here? Uraraka questioned, voice higher than normal from confusion and stress. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Ida asked, authoritative as always, though Izuku could hear the confusion in his voice as well. They're scouting out the competition, idiots, Kaken drawled, making his way to the door. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. Izuku eyed the mass of students and Kaken with a little concern. Let's hope he doesn't explode anybody. Kaken stopped at the door, staring down all the students in the hallway. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Move it, extras? It was a calmer reaction than Izuku had been expecting, but insults were better than violence. From further down the hall, a boy started making his way through the crowd to the front. He was a bit taller than most of the other students, so the first thing Izuku saw was his messy purple hair. His voice carried well enough though. So this is Class 1A. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? Kaken growled in response as the boy finally made his way to the front. He looked kinda tired or maybe bored, a little like Mr. Aizawa always did. He assessed Kaken with violet eyes before glancing at the others still in the classroom. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life. Tisich, Kaken scoffed. I didn't cut it the first time around, the boy continued, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course, and they'll have to transfer people out to make room. That was news to Izuku, but he supposed it made sense. There were probably a lot of people that wouldn't have done very well against the robots in the entrance exam. Some quirks just weren't suited for combat, or were completely useless against unthinking machines, but that didn't mean they didn't have the potential to be great heroes. Scouting the competition? Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. Looks like there was even more reason to stand out, if Izuku didn't want his seat taken. The purple-haired kid wasn't the only one to decide to speak up. A loud voice belonging to a boy with silver hair and pointy teeth like Kirishima's broke the staring match that Kaken and the other boy had briefly engaged in after the declaration. "Hey you! I'm from Class 1B next door to you. We heard you fought some villains, and I came to see if that was true, but you're just a bunch of brats who think you're better than us. Does everyone hate our class now?" Uraraka complained quietly. "Talk all you want. It'll just be more embarrassing when you're KO'd, the silver-haired boy taunted, but Kaken just turned and walked away. "Don't you ignore me." Kirishima jumped up from his desk and called out to Kaken. "Dude, where are you going? You gotta say something, Bakugo. It's your fault they're all hating on us." "These people don't matter," Kaken stated calmly. "Huh. The only thing that's important is that I beat them." Kaken walked away without a backwards glance. Kirishima grumbled in frustration. "I hate that was such a manly exit." Izuku shook his head, amused by Kirishima's reaction. Kaken hadn't made a good first impression on the class, which was weird, but it seemed like at least a couple of his classmates were starting to look past Kaken's explosive anger. No one in class followed him around like he was some de facto leader, and their classmates seemed to be genuinely good people as far as Izuku could tell, so maybe Kaken having friends wouldn't spell disaster for Izuku like it used to. Besides, Izuku had his own friends now. He wasn't alone, and no matter their history, Izuku didn't want Kaken to be alone either. And who knows, maybe having actual friends instead of minions would curb some of Kaken's worst behaviors. The following 2 weeks before the sports festival were filled with rigorous training, in class and out. Hero classes were intense, allowing everyone to train how they wanted so long as they were training hard. Izuku spent most of those classes doing strength training with the modified machines since he didn't have access to them outside of school, and then spent his free hours doing cardio and sparring with All Might. Days that he was forced to rest, he spent watching the others train with their quirks. Mr. Aizawa found him sitting with his most recent notebook open in his lap, pencil scribbling furiously while Uraraka, Ashido, and Aoyama trained together on the field in front of him. "Midoriya." Izuku turned his head briefly to acknowledge that he'd heard. "Yes, Mr. Aizawa? Why aren't you training?" "In order to prevent hurting myself and doing more harm than good, my training schedule says I have to take rest days between major workouts, so I'm training my mind instead of my body today." It was hard to tell with the bandages around his head, but Izuku thought Mr. Aizawa's eyes moved to his notebook. Instinctively, Izuku stiffened and held onto the notebook a little tighter. He didn't mind sharing what was inside if someone asked, but he'd had bad experiences with people just not taking his notebooks before. Even teachers. If Mr. Aizawa saw his reaction, he didn't comment on it. "What are you doing?" "Quirk analysis. Strengths, weaknesses, fighting style, strategies to work with and fight against them, potential uses, and ways for them to improve," Izuku listed, still writing his observations on Ishido's quirk. "I've been doing it for years. I have an entry for every hero I've seen fight, either in person or online, and I started entries for my classmates after the quirk assessment the first day. It's not a habit mostly at this point, but it's come in handy a few times as well." "Do you have an entry for yourself?" Mr. Aizawa asked. Izuku did. He had done a lot of updating of that entry recently, including adding how One for All had modified his own quirk. Thankfully, if Mr. Aizawa asked to see it, Izuku could honestly say he didn't have it on him since it was in a different notebook at home. "Not with me," Izuku replied. His teacher grunted. "A good grasp of analysis, strategy, and tactics will be greatly beneficial as a hero, but that's not what I want you to work on right now. You can strengthen your mind and body as much as you want, but that won't help you if you still break your bones every time you use your quirk. You still have minimal control, and you haven't shown much in the way of improvement. That should be your focus." Izuku sighed. "I know. I've been working on it, but if you're struggling with something, ask. I'm your teacher. It is literally my job to help you. If only it were that simple." "I did it once," Izuku revealed. He wasn't sure how much of the USJ Mr. Aizawa remembered or knew about. At the USJ, right before All Might showed up, that Nomu guy was in front of me about to, well? Anyway, I reacted. Threw a quirked punch and my arm didn't break. "Build on that success," Mr. Aizawa said. "If you can, look back at that moment and try to remember how using your quirk felt. How was it different? Can you replicate that feeling? If you can't look at it, I understand. You kids shouldn't have been put in that situation, and it's okay to still be shaken up. The world isn't fair," Izuku reminded him. "We were going to have to face real villains at some point, right? That's part of being a pro." "It is, but you're not pros yet. None of you have had the training on how to handle the aftermath of life and death situations, and no one expects you to react like you have." Izuku hummed in agreement. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about it, but it also wasn't the first time his life had been in danger. Even the bullying he'd gone through had been decent practice at managing his fight and flight responses and handling himself as adrenaline coursed through his body. Maybe he'd become desensitized to the aftermath of those situations over the years. "I'm okay really. I'll think about what you suggested." "Thank you, Mr. Aizawa," Izuku promised as he put his notebook back into his backpack. Izuku spent the rest of the class that day contemplating that moment with Nomu as Mr. Aizawa had suggested, but ultimately, he didn't come up with anything new. The difference was he'd finally used one for all against a living target, which he knew already. So why, then, had that made a difference? The answer was simple enough. He hadn't wanted to kill Nomu, even though his own life had been in danger. Subconsciously, he must have reduced the level of power in his attack to avoid killing the villain, which, in turn, spared his arm from breaking under the strain. Since his conviction to avoid killing someone wasn't likely to change anytime soon, it was reasonable to assume that he could replicate the result when against another person. The trouble then would be every other time he used one for all. He probably wouldn't be able to trick himself into pretending there was a person in front of him every time he used it. He needed to isolate how he mitigated the output, not why. Unfortunately, that answer stubbornly eluded him. Then, sooner than any of them were ready for, the sports festival had arrived. A person could get used to a lot of things if they became routine. Abhorrent and appalling could become common given enough time. The mind and body could adapt with enough repetition. A survival instinct, probably. The same way skin develops calluses, the mind could protect itself against a frequent and repeated irritation. Maybe that was why Shudo found himself more agitated than normal the morning of the sports festival. His routine had been disrupted. The usual patterns of his father's behavior were altered just enough that it was grating on his nerves. Normally, Shudo could avoid seeing his old man entirely before heading for school by going on his morning run, grabbing a quick shower, a quicker breakfast, and then heading out the door before Endeavor finished his own morning workout. But not today. Shudo was woken by his father bursting into his room half an hour before his alarm was scheduled to go off. "On your feet, Shudo. Meet me in the training room," Endeavor ordered. The BSRD left. Confident Shudo would follow his instructions, not even bothering to close the door behind him. Shudo dressed quickly. Making him wait would only make whatever was about to happen worse, but he was tempted, so tempted, to go back to sleep and wait for his alarm. His father waited for him by the free weights, putting him through a rigorous but not punishing workout with the weights as soon as he'd entered. Between one set of reps and the next, Endeavor threw Shudo across the room and their spar began. When it was over, Shudo was on all fours, breathing, but nothing was broken. "Clean yourself up. Eat what your sister has prepared, and then we will leave for you." Endeavor turned, leaving Shudo on the floor, but stopped at the door to the training room. "Do not disappoint me today, Shudo." The threat was implied, thinly veiled, and Shudo shook with suppressed rage as his father left him alone. He was determined to show that BSTRD exactly how strong he was without his DMN quirk. Let him choke on his disappointment while Shudo grabbed the gold using only his right side. After his shower, he met Fuyumi at the breakfast table. "Good morning, Shudo." "Good morning," he replied. She set a plate in front of him and brushed a gentle, chilly hand through his hair. I'll be cheering you on today. I know you'll do well. Shudo resisted the impulse to lean into her touch, as he always did, and ate his breakfast in silence. When he was done, Fuyumi took his plate before he had the chance and gestured for him to go ahead. He's waiting, she cautioned. With a sigh of begrudging acceptance, Shudo nodded. Thank you for breakfast. It was nothing. Fuyumi waved him away, hurrying him towards the door. Good luck, and try to have fun. Fun. He doubted a single moment of the competition would be fun, but he would enjoy seeing his father's face contort in rage and offense as he carved his way to the top without his fire. A showcase in front of everyone to prove he rejected his father's plan, and there was nothing Endeavor would be able to do to stop him. Not with the whole country as witness. The ride to UA was silent, and Shudo made his escape as quickly as he was able, leaving his father behind in the gathering crowd to make his way to the locker room. He changed into his gym uniform quickly and then joined the few early birds in the 1A waiting room. Unsurprisingly, Ida and Yaoyorozu were the only other two there this early. He ignored them as he took up a position out of the way with a good line of sight to the door. He wanted to judge his classmates' dispositions as they entered. One in particular, Akshu Midoriya, was one of the last to arrive. Shudo watched him as he cheerfully greeted a few of their classmates directly before offering the class as a whole a good morning. He received more than a few responses in return. Despite his slightly nervous personality, the boy had popularity whether he realized it or not. Considering Midoriya's connection to All Might, whatever its nature, that wasn't surprising. Shudo hadn't decided yet if it was something about Midoriya himself, or if it was just the connection to the number one hero, however. His observations were limited, for the moment, to what he had seen in. But maybe it was time for a more direct approach. Midoriya. Shudo stood and made his way over to the boy. It was the first thing he'd said to anyone in the class all morning, and it was enough to snuff out all other conversations as they all turned to watch. Hey, Todoroki, Midoriya stuttered a little. Shudo probably made him nervous. What's up? From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that I'm stronger than you. Perhaps not in terms of pure physical strength. Shudo had seen how much the smaller boy could lift, but in every other way that mattered, Shudo had him outclassed. Midoriya knew it too, if his dejected, was anything to go by. However, you've got All Might in your corner helping you out. Judging by Midoriya's surprised gasp, he hadn't really expected anyone to make the connection. He should have been more subtle about it then. I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you two. But know that I will beat you. Despite his apparent surprise at the declaration, Midoriya didn't avert his gaze or stutter through his words in an attempt to placate Shudo. Instead, the two locked eyes. Shudo felt no shame or regret for his words, so he felt no need to look away. Midoriya, on the other hand, seemed to be searching for something. Shudo didn't know what he was looking for, but he wouldn't find it. He'd long since learned how to school his face into impassivity. What's with all these declarations of war lately? Kaminari asked nervously. Kirishima stood and made his way over to Shudo. Unsurprising. Kirishima seemed to have a habit of trying to diffuse tense situations, primarily between Bakugo and Midoriya. Yeah, what's the big deal? Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Kirishima put his hand on Shudo's shoulder. We're not here to be each other's friends. Shudo roughly brushed the offending hand off. He turned to head for the door. The festival was starting soon. Don't forget, this isn't a team effort. Wait a sec, Todoroki. Shudo was almost to the door when Midoriya's voice stopped him. It wasn't the tone he expected. Normally, whenever he confronted someone or attempted to defend himself, his voice would be tight with nerves, but not this time. This time, he sounded not confident, but determined. Shudo couldn't help but stop and listen. I don't know what's going through your head, or why you think you need to tell me that you'll beat me. And, yeah, of course you're better than me. In fact, you probably have way more potential than anyone in the hero course. That's why you got in so easily. Kirishima stepped in again, trying to placate. Midoriya, maybe you're being a little hard on yourself and us? No, Midoriya refuted quickly. He's right, you guys. All the other courses, They're coming for us with everything they've got. We're all gonna have to fight to stand out. When Midoriya looked up and met Shudo's eyes again, he blazed with confidence. The only other time Shudo had seen that look on Midoriya's face was at the UV. And I'll be aiming for the top too? It was good Midoriya was taking him seriously. He'd hate for All Might's protege to prove an unworthy opponent. Shudo narrowed his eyes and acknowledged the challenge returned. Fine. Stepping out onto the arena stage with the rest of his class, Shudo found himself walking next to Midoriya. He'd kept an eye on the smaller boy since he'd heard Azui compare his power to All Might's. At first, he dismissed the similarities as coincidence. There were a lot of strength enhancement quirks, after all, but then the way Midoriya had reacted to All Might fighting the villains at the USJ, how he'd flung himself into danger to protect the #1 hero, Shudo began to think there might be something to Azui's comment. After learning All Might and Midoriya ate lunch together occasionally as well, Shudo was more convinced. There was something there, some connection, and whatever it was, Midoriya didn't want everyone to know about it. Shudo was inclined to believe that meant it was a more personal nature than simply teacher-student, but like he'd said earlier, it didn't really matter. Shudo kept his expression calm. The stadium was filled with more people than he'd ever seen in one place, but it was hardly the first time he'd had strangers' eyes on him. His classmates were also nervous and bad at hiding it. Midoriya in particular. Over the last few weeks, as he'd watched Midoriya, he'd noticed the boy had next to no emotional filter. Whatever he was feeling, he wore it on his face and in his posture. It made Midoriya vulnerable and left him open to manipulation. A foolish risk, in Shudo's experience. Gathered in front of midnight with the rest of the first-year classes, Shudo watched impassively as Bakugo gave his inflammatory speech, sparking outrage among the other students. It didn't bother Shudo. Ego was hardly something he was unused to. Getting upset at the challenge was pointless. Strength would win out, as it always did. The first game would be an obstacle course around the stadium, and the students all listened closely as Midnight explained the rules and objectives before gathering at the door to the track outside. Taking the lead in the obstacle race was child's play. Admittedly, more people dodged his ice than he expected, but they still fell behind trying to escape the robots as they crashed to the ground behind Shudo. He could hear a few of them, Bakugo in particular, as they tried to close the distance, but he gave them no mind. If they were capable of catching him, they would. If they couldn't, then they weren't worth his notice. The second obstacle was as straightforward as the last. His superb balance and ice made crossing the chasm a breeze. He barely slowed down as he glided across. Staring at the home stretch, Shudo was still in the lead, which brought him the opportunity to take his time. Minefields were tricky. Rushing would cost him either in injury or in leaving opportunities for others to close the distance. Annoyingly, Bakugo closed the distance faster than Shudo expected, meeting him halfway across the minefield and yelling something profane about how Shudo had challenged the wrong classmate. Shudo hadn't spared a thought for Midoriya the entire race until that point. In retrospect, that had, perhaps, been a mistake. The cacophonous blast from the start of the minefield shook the ground, almost costing both Shudo and Bakugo their footing. The frontrunners paused, shocked, as Midoriya flew over their heads with a terrified, triumphant scream. Shudo didn't know what the green-haired boy had done, but it was certainly effective. Determined to take the lead back, Shudo threw caution to the wind and created an ice path to catch up. Getting slammed by a piece of robot hurt, the heat from Bakugo's explosions also hurt, but Shudo was practiced at ignoring pain. It was a true race for the finish now, but he just wasn't fast enough to pull ahead of Midoriya's sudden lead. Second place. The symmetry was not lost on Shudo. Looking at Midoriya, Shudo didn't see any injury. No broken bones indicative of the boy's quirk. Had he won entirely without it? He knew better than to underestimate All Might's protege, or he thought he knew better. So, he'd won the first game of the sports festival effectively quirkless. That was no easy feat. Midoriya was resourceful, intelligent, and determined, even without the use of his quirk. He was truly a worthy opponent. As much as Shudo would have liked to sweep first place in all three events, he could see the merits of overcoming a proven adversary as well. All eyes were on Midoriya now. It would make Shudo's inevitable victory all the better. Gathering a team for the cavalry battle was easy. In second place, he was the first choice for a lot of his classmates since no one wanted to place a 10 million point target on their back. Yaoyorozu was an obvious choice. Her creation Quirk had a wide range of uses, both offensive and defensive, and, even better, she didn't have an ego to get in the way of taking orders. Kaminari might have seemed like a gamble, but his Quirk was brutally effective at immobilizing multiple opponents. With Yaoyorozu's ability to protect the team from Kaminari's electricity, the cheerfully loud blonde was a welcome addition. Finally, for the front horse, Shudo wanted someone with both strength and agility. To his surprise, Ida readily agreed to join the team. As one of Midoriya's closest friends, Shudo had wondered if that loyalty would keep Ida from seeking other teams, but, as he listened to Ida turn down Midoriya's offer, he needn't have worried. Team set, Shudo removed his boots to spare his classmates' arms and then climbed up. They had their marching orders, the plan was set, and Shudo felt confident they would take first place. He wasn't foolish enough to go after Midoriya right away. The boy would be playing keep away with nearly every team the whole game, but Shudo knew he would have developed a strategy around that. No, going in right away would only fail. Let Bakugo charge in like a bull-headed idiot. Shudo would wait until the other teams wore Midoriya down first. In the meantime, there were other headbands to collect. Shudo spotted his chance halfway through the game. An escape from Mineta's Quirk had damaged the support equipment Midoriya's team relied on for mobility, and Bakugo had gotten distracted by someone stealing his headband. Shudo calculated where the green-haired boy would land and then told Ida to charge. Face to face with Midoriya and his team, Shudo could see the tension in their leader as he eyed Shudo. They knew he was a strong competitor, they knew they were weakened. It was time. "I'll be taking that now," Shudo declared. Shudo could hear the other teams approaching their position as well, and given the way Midoriya's eyes bounced to either side of Shudo, they were coming from all sides. He'd prepared for this. He gave Yaoyorozu and Kaminari the signal. As soon as it was ready, Shudo threw the insulation over himself, Ida, and Yaoyorozu as Kaminari unleashed his indiscriminate shock, crippling the surrounding teams. Except Midoriya. Dark Shadow had taken the hit for Midoriya and his team. That was all right. Taking the headband from a paralyzed opponent was less impressive than stealing it from a prepared one would be. It wouldn't do to have anyone else interfere, however. Just in case someone else managed to dodge or recover from Kaminari's attack, Shudo sent ice to encase the other student's legs. Helpfully, Midoriya's team was moving further away in an effort to outpace Ida's advance. Once there was enough distance between Shudo's team and the others, he acted a wall of ice to block the others from advancing and cut off Midoriya's escape. He wouldn't allow these other teams a chance to take what was his. Less than 6 minutes left, half his support gear damaged or malfunctioning. Midoriya should have been easily overtaken, but Shudo forgot to account for Midoriya's observational and tactical skills. All Might's protege was keeping his distance, running down the clock, staying on Shudo's left side. If he used his ice, Shudo would hit Ida, and Midoriya had no doubt picked up on Shudo's refusal to use his father's fire. It was a good strategy, as loath as Shudo was to admit it. Time was running out, and he couldn't see a way to break the stalemate. Then Ida offered a surprise. "Everyone, we have less than a minute. I'm gonna do something that will make me useless to you, but it's worth it." "What are you gonna do?" Shudo asked. Rather than explain, Ida set himself for a charge and revved the engines in his legs, powering up for something. "Make sure you get that headband." Shudo didn't doubt whatever trick Ida had up his sleeve. Ida was top of the class, and Shudo had chosen him for a reason. The sheer speed he unleashed, however, was still surprising. Before the class rep could finish calling out the name of his secret move, they had cleared the distance between them and Midoriya. Had Shudo not spent hours upon hours honing his reflexes, he might have missed the opening Ida had provided. Instead, Shudo grabbed the 10 million point headband and maintained his balance on his unsteady horses. They'd done it. As he tied the 10 million points around his neck, Shudo asked Ida about what he'd just done. It seemed he'd been practicing a special move, kept it secret even from Midoriya so he could use it against his friend at the festival. Apparently, Shudo had started a bit of a trend in challenging Midoriya. Ida's move did have a downside, however. His engines had stalled, so their superior mobility was gone. Time was almost out, but the game wasn't over yet. Midoriya was already charging forward, a defiant battle cry tearing from his throat as he channeled his quirk. Shudo could see the distinctive red and green light spreading across the boy's arm, reaching for the headbands. The power behind Midoriya's strike, the energy coming from his quirk. It was just like All Might's. Back at the USJ, Shudo had been near enough to feel the immense power radiating from the #1 hero. The same power that now radiated from the boy in front of him. Instinct took over, and Shudo reacted. His left arm raised, flame igniting, to intercept while his right struck out to counterattack. Shudo didn't expect Midoriya to use his quirk to sweep away Shudo's defenses. His flames extinguished and his arm moved to the side, blown away by wind pressure alone. It wasn't until the flames were gone that Shudo even noticed that they'd been there. In his moment of distraction, Midoriya snapped forward and snatched a headband from around his neck. For half a breath, Shudo was worried his inattention had cost them the game, but no. The 10 million points were still around his neck. Unfortunately, that also meant the game wasn't over. 10 seconds left and Midoriya was coming back around for another attack. Ida was immobile, so they couldn't run, but Kaminari was still functioning and they still had the insulation. Shudo shielded his team while lightning spread across the field, but it was blocked by Dark Shadow again. To make matters worse, Bakugo made a sudden appearance, blasting toward Shudo once he'd seen Midoriya missing the 10 million points. Attacked on all sides, Shudo was ready to encase the entire arena in ice, but thankfully, the buzzer sounded before either team could reach him. It was over. They'd stolen and defended the 10 million points. They were in first place and moving on to round 3, but it didn't feel like a victory. Shudo had sworn he'd never use his left side to attack, but as soon as he'd felt that overwhelming power, he'd broken that promise. That BSRD had taken everything from him, forced him onto this path to become #1, but Shudo had vowed he would do it his own way, without his father's quirk. Were his convictions tossed aside so easily? No, Shudo's determination to reject his father hadn't faltered, but that didn't mean he could forget the slip. Shudo looked to Midoriya. His power, All Might's power, had done what years of brutal training and conditioning from Endeavor could not. This morning, he'd been uninterested in delving into the specifics of Midoriya's relationship with All Might, but now, Shudo had a theory and he wanted answers. Midoriya, Shudo approached the boy quietly, in a brief moment away from his friends. Come with me. As Shudo turned, Midoriya followed. He was glad it didn't take more than a simple command for the boy to agree, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel like Midoriya was perhaps a bit too trusting. Midoriya didn't know him, had no way to know Shudo's intentions, but he'd still followed without complaint or comment. Once he'd found some place quiet and out of the way, Shudo leaned against the wall and regarded the boy in front of him carefully. Despite following, Shudo could see the nervousness in his eyes. Maybe he wasn't as trusting as Shudo had believed. Interesting. If it wasn't implicit trust, why follow? They weren't friends. Prior to today, Shudo couldn't recall saying more than a handful of words to Midoriya. The boy didn't want to curry favor with him, didn't seem the type. As much as his acquiescence had benefited Shudo, he still wasn't sure why he'd gotten it so easily. You brought me here, Midoriya challenged softly. Now what? Curiosity then. That made sense. Midoriya was intelligent. That level of intelligence usually stemmed from or bred curiosity. Curiosity was good too. It meant that Midoriya would likely stay even if it took Shudo a while to gather his thoughts enough to speak. Shudo's continued silence clearly made Midoriya nervous as the boy started to babble about getting food before the cafeteria got crowded. It was odd to him that someone so powerful could be reduced to a shaking, stuttering mess by a little silence, that he seemed to completely lack all confidence when confronted by peers outside of combat. What reason did Midoriya have to be so nervous? With his quirk, his strength, surely he didn't have any reason to be afraid. I was overwhelmed. Shudo's confession stopped Midoriya's chatter, and the boy stilled, listening intently. It made me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Midoriya's gaze fell to Shudo's left hand. He understood what Shudo meant without having to elaborate. Taking his hand out of his pocket, Shudo glared at it balefully. Ida and Kaminari, Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami, Uraraka, none of them felt it. In that moment, I was the only one who could sense your true power. It reminded me of something, experiencing All Might's quirk. Looking at Midoriya through the fingers of his hand, Shudo could see the nervousness was back. Oh yeah? Is that all? I'm saying the power coming from you felt the same as All Might's? The boy looked almost scared now. Clearly Shudo was onto something. Quirks could be similar, and there were a large variety of strength enhancement quirks, but that wasn't what was happening here, and they both knew it. The power coming from All Might and Midoriya was the same. Not similar, not just merely alike. That could only mean one thing. Midoriya, tell me. Are you All Might's secret love child or something? Rather than look scared or worried that his secret had been revealed, Midoriya just looked confused. Confused and surprised. It wasn't the reaction Shudo had been expecting, to say the least, and Midoriya's silence meant he didn't have an answer. Well, are you? Shudo pressed. No way. That's not it at all. Here came the stuttering and nervous flailing that Shudo was used to seeing from the boy. As he continued to quickly spout his defense, Shudo considered what the boy had unintentionally let slip with his first refusal. Despite their somewhat lax behavior around Midoriya's friends, All Might and Midoriya had been careful about being overt around the other students. According to most of their class, the connection was just idle speculation. Rumor. Neither the boy nor the hero ever confessed to having anything beyond a favorite student-teacher relationship. Except Midoriya just admitted it. That's not it at all is interesting wording. It suggests there is something between you two that you're not supposed to talk about. Midoriya looked away, ashamed at the slip of the tongue maybe. It wasn't Shudo's intention to shame the boy, and if he didn't want to, or couldn't, share the truth, then fine. For now anyway. It was enough to know for sure that there was something there. My father is the hero Endeavor. You must have heard of him. Shudo hadn't been looking for confirmation of that fact, but when Midoriya nodded, he continued, so, then, you're aware that he's the number 2 hero. So if you're connected to the number 1 hero, All Might, in some way, that's even more reason for me to beat you. Todoroki, my old man is ambitious. He aims for the top. Shudo spoke over whatever protests Midoriya was about to make. Maybe he should leave it at the renewed declaration and stop, but he couldn't. He used his power to make a name for himself as a hero, but he was never able to best All Might. The symbol of peace is living proof of his failure. He's still at it though, trying to take down All Might. One way or another. He needed to explain. He had to make Midoriya understand why his promise was so important. Shudo wasn't fully aware of why Midoriya, specifically, needed to know this, but he wasn't in the habit of ignoring his instincts. I'm not really sure what you're getting at. What are you trying to tell me, Todoroki? Midoriya asked. Midoriya was intelligent. Midoriya was determined. He was strong. He was powerful. He shared so many traits in common with Todoroki, and yet still managed to be kind. Be trusting. Be vulnerable. Normally, those wouldn't be attributes Shudo considered strengths, but there was something about Midoriya that said they weren't weaknesses either. Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages? Shudo reluctantly asked. At Midoriya's blank denial, he explained, they were a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intention of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships. They were simply viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages, but clearly it was unethical. Shudo was comforted a little in seeing the distaste of the concept on Midoriya's face. The boy really couldn't hide his emotions for anything. He hadn't connected the dots yet though, Shudo could tell. My father has not only a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives so he could get his hands on her quirk. And now, he's raising me to usurp All Might. There was the gasp of outrage and disgust. Shudo felt vindicated, but he couldn't stop now. There was more, and Midoriya was going to hear it. If he understood Shudo, understood how he was raised, why he was the way he was, then maybe Shudo would be able to understand Midoriya, too. There were so many things about the boy he thought he understood, but he'd been wrong. Despite the faults that should have held him back, Midoriya triumphed. Shudo wanted to know how. It's annoying, Shudo spat. His usual mask of cold indifference slipped, and it was Shudo's turn to wear his emotions openly. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. In every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. Unconsciously, he covered the scar on his face as the memory surfaced. I remember she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man what I was capable of doing without having to rely on his med fire quirk. Shudo forced his hand to fall at his side and turned his full attention to the boy in front of him. Midoriya was horrified by Shudo's story. He could see it written clearly all over his face. You see? I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and I can take first place without using it. To his slight surprise, Midoriya didn't immediately comment. Those green eyes were calculating, though, processing through the information he'd just received and cataloging it. In another person, Shudo might worry the knowledge would be used against him, but not Midoriya. He was starting to understand that the boy simply didn't have a dishonest bone in his body. There was no getting out from under his father's thumb, but Shudo could enact the only measure of control he still had over his own life. Midoriya would understand now. It was time to get ready for the final event, so Shudo turned away, leaving Midoriya with a final promise. You're obviously connected to All Might, even if you won't tell me about it, but no matter how fiercely you come at me in the future, I will defeat you using only my right side. I can assure you of that. He wouldn't say he was content, but he felt a little better having explained his reasoning to someone he was beginning to respect. Wait. It was that blossoming respect that stayed his steps when Midoriya finally spoke up. I'm only here because others have supported me. I've been really lucky. In fact, I've had even more help since coming to UA. Midoriya admitted softly. All Might is constantly saving people with a fearless smile. He's the greatest hero, and I want to be just like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become number one. Shudo finally glanced over his shoulder at that. If this was going where Shudo thought it was, he wanted to look Midoriya in the eye when the boy laid down his challenge. I know my motivation might seem stupid compared to yours, but still, I can't lose either. Midoriya was just so earnest. I owe it to everyone who supported me to try my best. You declared war on me earlier. Well, right back at you. I am going to beat you. Shudo never believed Midoriya would do anything less than his best. The boy didn't know the definition of holding back, if his abused bones were any indication. Still, it was gratifying to hear the direct challenge and acknowledgement of his own skills. A rival who didn't consider you such was an insult, after all. Just ask Endeavor. Everything he'd wanted to say had been said, and their hour break for lunch was rapidly coming to a close. With that in mind, Shudo gave Midoriya one last, cold, calculated once-over, and then left without another word. Both of them were aiming for the top. The final would determine which of them belonged there. The brackets for the final round were set. Midoriya was up first against someone Shudo didn't recognize, but right after that would be Shudo against Zero. That meant he'd be up against Midoriya if they both won. His own victory was guaranteed. Zero wasn't a bad hero in the making, but he wasn't on Shudo's level. Without knowing who Shinso was or his quirk, however, Shudo couldn't guess whether or not Midoriya would win. It would be a shame for their rivalry to be cut short, so Shudo hoped Midoriya found victory in his first match. Winning wouldn't be quite as meaningful if he didn't face the green-haired powerhouse in the ring. Shudo had no interest in the side games taking place prior to the final. He excused himself from the arena floor and found somewhere quiet to sit instead until they were done. He kept an ear out for Present Mic's announcement that the finals were about to start before heading back into the stadium. Since his was the second fight, Shudo made his way to the waiting room instead of the stands. It meant he wouldn't be able to watch Midoriya, but he could still hear Present Mic's commentary, so he would know whether or not he won. That was all that really mattered anyway. It was a relatively short match, all things considered. Going by Present Mic's commentary, it had been close. Whatever quirk Midoriya's opponent had was powerful, but he still came out on top. Once Midoriya's victory had been called, Shudo made his way out of the waiting room towards the arena. Turning the corner, the very last thing he wanted to see was waiting for him just before the entrance. What do you want? Shudo glared at Endeavor. How dare that BS did he hunt him down before his fight? You're acting disgracefully, Shudo. Nothing new to say then. Shudo grit his teeth and kept walking. His old man couldn't follow him into the arena, so the sooner he was there, the better. If you simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in both of the first rounds. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. Why couldn't he just stay in the stands and glower from afar? It was annoying, but it was far preferable to this critique of his performance. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile, All Might. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. Of course he is. If he were more like his siblings, he wouldn't have to deal with the flaming pile of garbage's presence every day. Oh, to be so lucky. You're my greatest masterpiece. Is that all you have to say to me, you Bisui? No wish for luck. Endeavor didn't believe in such things. No encouragement to have fun. There was no time for fun when training to be a hero. Just ridicule and expectation. Same as always. I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power, Endeavor droned. Even the chanting of the crowd as he made his way onto the field wasn't enough to drown out his father's words in his head. How dare he? Shudo would prove that rat BSTRD wrong. His mother's ice was more than enough to reach the top. He'd show Endeavor how limitless it really was. Siro's opening move was fast. Shudo would give him credit where credit was due, but that wouldn't be enough. Before the tape wielder could throw him out of bounds, Shudo planted his right foot and unleashed a cataclysm of ice in the blink of an eye. There was absolute silence from the stands as half the audience was nearly frozen in their seats. Shudo exhaled a cloud of frozen air as his body fought to regulate his temperature without using his fire. Until the match was called, he wouldn't. With a little show of force, Shudo shattered the frozen tape wrapped around him and stood tall. Don't you think you went overboard? The question from Siro caused Shudo to take another look at what he'd just done. There was a glacier in the middle of the stadium, reaching far above the top stands, with jagged edges poised dangerously close to the audience. Siro was almost completely encased in ice, and Midnight was half frozen as well, caught in the eruption of ice Shudo had caused. Tell the truth, Siro. Can you move at all? Midnight asked, so clearly unamused by her own entrapment. Are you kidding? Obviously not. My body is freezing. Siro stammered, shivering. Too hard to speak clearly. At that, Midnight raised her non-frozen arm and called the match. Siro has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round. His victory had been assured. He'd known coming into the match that Siro was not going to win. There was absolutely no need for this level of response. He'd been so blinded by his longing to prove his father wrong that he'd entombed his classmate and endangered the audience in the stands. It was unacceptable. I'm sorry. It was a bit much. He apologized as he made his way over to Siro. Placing his left hand on Siro's chest, Shudo melted the ice on his classmate and himself, but he couldn't meet the other boy's eyes. I was angry is all. Once Siro and Midnight were free, Shudo made his way out of the arena. The finals would be delayed now, because of him, because he couldn't handle his quirk when his emotions were high. It was shameful. Unable to join his classmates in the stands for fear of justly deserved recriminations, and unwilling to run into his father again, Shudo made for the only place he could safely avoid both. The locker room. Yoga had been a suggestion from Fuyumi a few years ago. It was a steady, meditative exercise that required little concentration and allowed him to ruminate over his thoughts and emotions while still technically being exercise, so Endeavor hadn't forbidden him from practicing it. Shudo used it most frequently as a post-workout cooldown, but he craved that calming center he normally found while practicing yoga now. The locker room was empty, and no one should disturb him here since the competitors had waiting rooms to prepare for their matches, so Shudo felt he would be safe to go through a few stretches here. He started with deep, steady breaths, focusing his tumultuous thoughts into something calm enough to drain away while he counted each inhale and exhale. Talking about his past with Midoriya had been necessary, Shudo still firmly believed that. Doing so, however, had knocked loose a few memories that Shudo would have preferred to keep buried, and exposing himself had left the wound raw and open. When he ran into Endeavor in the hallway, his reaction had been more than he usually allowed himself. The anger, the hate, the frustration, the pain. It was all so much more, and he'd unfairly taken that out on Zero in the match. It was a competition, but that didn't mean he could be reckless. The USJ had been an unmitigated disaster, but before it had gone to hell there was one lesson 13 had managed to impart to the class. Their quirks could be used to kill if they weren't careful. It shouldn't have been something he needed a reminder of. The ruthless training he received from Endeavor was all the proof Shudo needed to know how easily quirks could inflict damage on others. His fight with Zero had been a staggering reminder, however. He was lucky no one in the stands had been hurt. He couldn't afford to be that careless again. Everything should be done with purpose. Shudo had a goal, his actions should be reflective of that goal. It was illogical to allow anything to stand in his way, even, on occasion, himself. There was not an abundance of free space in the locker room, but he made do. The routine served its purpose. Shudo felt much calmer, balanced, and steady once more after an hour of yoga. Listening intently to the announcements just barely audible from his temporary sanctuary, Shudo discerned that the ice from his attack had been removed and the games had proceeded. From the sound of it, Bakugo and Uraraka's match had already started. He'd missed most of the first round, but that was all right. He had his suspicions about who would come out on top in each of the other matches, but it didn't particularly matter. The only real contenders in the lineup were Midoriya and Bakugo. It was time to make his way back into the stadium. He needed to be at the ready when he was called for his second match. Shudo listened to the commentary of the current match with a detached interest. Bakugo won, but Uraraka's strategy was clever. She was more formidable than he'd originally given her credit for. Midoriya had strong allies. The arena needed to be repaired before the next round could commence, but that was all right. It gave Shudo more time to formulate his plan. Midoriya was a far more dangerous opponent than Zero. Even if he did launch another glacial barrage, there was a chance that wouldn't slow him down, and if he did break free that would place a sturdy wall between Midoriya and the edge of the arena. It would be a better strategy to focus on precision attacks, quick and efficient. If Midoriya got the chance to use his powerful quirk, Shudo would have a real fight on his hands. Of course, the more Midoriya used his quirk, the more bones he broke. Injuries like that would slow him down. Shudo frowned. He'd only seen Midoriya use his quirk 3 times, so he wasn't completely sure of its limitations. If it really was the same as All Might's, it may not have limitations beyond how much Midoriya's own body could handle. That was a problem, but it wasn't his only challenge. Midoriya's mind was likely as dangerous as his quirk. The way he dissected and analyzed his opponents put Midoriya on par with Shudo's own abilities, and he'd proven capable of strategic thinking in the heat of battle. Considering all of that, it would be in his best interest to end it quickly. When it was finally time to step into the arena, Shudo could already see the resolute determination on Midoriya's face. Any uncertainty or nervousness was either gone or well hidden. At the call to start, Shudo didn't hesitate. Ice raced down the arena from his right foot, growing larger and sharper with every centimeter as it reached for Midoriya. The cry of "smash" from the other end of the arena preceded a tremendous wave of air, shattering his ice attack and sending chunks of it right back at him. Thankfully, Shudo planned for this and had his ice barrier at his back to keep him from being pushed out of bounds. Once the wind finally died down, Shudo looked for the injury. There, his finger was definitely broken. It was as he expected. Midoriya was willing to injure himself to stop Shudo's attacks. Very well. Every broken bone only worked to Shudo's advantage, after all. Shudo sent another barrage of ice at Midoriya and braced for the inevitable windstorm that would follow. Even though he knew it was coming, it was still frustrating how easily Midoriya countered his attack. That couldn't be his only strategy, though. Looking at the green-haired boy, Shudo could practically see his mind race. He was thinking, planning, which Shudo couldn't allow. Let's continue, Shudo challenged, sending another wave of ice at his opponent. Sacrificing yet another finger, Midoriya broke through the attack again. Shudo could see the slight grimace, heard the cries of pain that Midoriya uttered with every counter. Shudo knew what it was like to fight past the agony, but he doubted Midoriya had as much practice at it as Shudo did. He'd wear himself out at this rate. Unfortunately, Shudo could already feel the cold seeping into his limbs. Midoriya wasn't the only one operating on a time limit. You want an endurance match, but I'll end this quickly. Shudo came up with a plan. He had to end this before the cold claimed him. He sent another ice barrage at Midoriya and waited for the boy to smash it before moving. As his right foot hit the ground, he created a ramp and sprinted up to get in. There was just enough time between when Midoriya prepared to counter and when he actually released his attack that Shudo could use to his advantage. As Midoriya aimed to take out the ramp under Shudo's feet, he readied himself and jumped just as the air pressure shattered the ice, hoping to catch Midoriya off guard with an attack from above. The boy dodged, jumping away from Shudo's fist, but that was fine too. As Shudo hit the ground with his right hand, he sent ice chasing after Midoriya, capturing his foot mid-air. It likely wouldn't hold Midoriya for long, though, so Shudo prepared a strong barrier behind himself. The last thing he wanted was to lose what ground he'd gained by being pushed back. Instead of a finger, Midoriya broke the ice encasing his foot with a full punch. The shockwave was much stronger that time around. Thankfully, his barrier kept him in place, though he was less than pleased to be nearly buried by debris from his own ice. That was much more powerful than any of your previous attacks. Pushing the larger chunks aside, Shudo shook his head and stood up. You're trying to keep me away. Smart. His breath was coming out as visible vapor and his right side was trembling. He was getting too cold. Shudo needed to end this, but he also needed to stall. Just a little. Just long enough to warm up a bit. The sun was bright and it was a warm day. He shouldn't need more than a few moments. What's the matter? Are you really that worn out from defending against my attacks? Shudo taunted. Midoriya was obviously in a lot of pain, hunched over, clutching his broken arm. He'd lasted longer than Shudo had expected, given the circumstances. I'm sorry about this, Shudo started, catching Midoriya's attention, but thanks for drawing it out. He easily found his father in the audience. His outrageous flaming facial hair stood out against the stadium walls, and he didn't need to be any closer to know the beat. He was scowling. Look at him. He's furious I'm not using his power. A grunt of frustration from Midoriya drew Shudo's gaze once more to his opponent. The frigid air around the arena moved in visible clouds around the both of them, but he could see the state the other boy was in. All the fingers on his right hand were broken, as was his entire left arm. With your hands like that, you can't fight anymore, can you? Shudo had delayed long enough, and he was right. There was nothing left for Midoriya to break to counter or attack. Why don't we end this? Confident in his victory, Shudo launched another wave of ice at Midoriya. I am not done yet. Midoriya yelled before another blast of weaponized air obliterated his ice and sent Shudo flying back. He cursed himself for not strengthening his barrier just in case, as he skidded along the arena floor. Thankfully, he was able to erect a blockade in time to keep him from flying out of bounds. Shaken from the sudden onslaught, Shudo glared over at Midoriya. How had he done that? Then he saw it. Midoriya's index finger on his right hand was a horrible, dark purple compared to the others. The stubborn fool had used his already broken finger. Didn't he realize, even with healing from Recovery Girl, he could cause permanent damage that way? Why was he going so far? You're trembling, Todoroki, Midoriya said, voice low and angry in a way Shudo hadn't heard before. He'd noticed. Of course he had. The moment Shudo had taken to warm up had been a moment he'd given Midoriya to analyze him, precisely what he didn't want to happen. It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities, and that means there's a limit to the cold your body can take, right? Midoriya was talking through the pain. Shudo could hear it in his voice. He was talking about Shudo's limits, but he had to have been at his own by now, surely. I get it. Usually you'd make up for the drop in temperature by using the heat from your left side, but you refuse to do that now. Shudo growled quietly. Midoriya knew his reasons. He'd seemed to accept them earlier. What was he getting at? Listen. We're all giving it our all to try and win, to make our dreams a reality, to become number one. You think you can win with half your strength? So that was it. He was trying to goad him into using his left side? Had Endeavor gotten to him? Look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet? Midoriya shouted, clenching his broken hand into a fist. So come at me with all you've got? Midoriya, Shudo hated the idea that he'd somehow misjudged the boy so badly. What are you trying to do here? You want my fire? What, did that monster bribe you or something? Shudo was angry now, and he ran at Midoriya. He'd trusted this boy, this rival, with the truth about his shitbag of a father, and Midoriya was still siding with that piece of trash? Had nothing Shudo said meant anything? He thought Midoriya was compassionate. Had he completely misread his entire personality? Or was he really just easily swayed by the promise of power Endeavor offered? It didn't matter. Shudo was cold, inside and out, and he would prove to his father and Midoriya that he didn't need that BSTRD's fire. Close quarters wasn't his specialty, but he wasn't bad at it either. If he got in close, Midoriya wouldn't be able to dodge, so that was what he'd do. Shudo got in close and lunged to clear the final distance, but as soon as his right foot was off the ground, Midoriya surged forward. Getting hit by one of Midoriya's quirked punches was both more and less painful than Shudo had imagined. Considering it didn't instantly kill him, Midoriya must have managed to control how much power went into the hit for once, but that meant that Shudo was left breathless from the pain and the punch to his diaphragm. In the moment he had before flying back, Shudo encased Midoriya's left arm in ice, hopefully preventing the boy from using it later. Shudo rolled as best as he was able when he hit the ground, and gasped trying to get his breath back as he stood up. He sent another wave of ice, but he was getting slower. Midoriya just jumped aside. Not allowing Midoriya to catch his breath, Shudo charged him, but Midoriya flicked his broken fingers, sending both of them shooting away. Shudo pushed past the assault and came at him again and again. Unable to bend the arm encased in ice, Midoriya was forced to use only his right hand, but that didn't stop him from swinging wild punches and continuously re-breaking his fingers as the two of them relentlessly attacked. It was the hardest fight Shudo had ever had with anyone other than his father, but even some of those fights didn't match up to this. Without the heat from his left side, or the heat generated by Endeavor himself, Shudo was getting colder, which meant he was getting slower. Midoriya's own injuries were slowing him down as well, but the two of them still fought, facing each other over and over despite the pain. At one point, Midoriya used his thumb and cheek to blast Shudo away, no longer able to form a fist with his abused hand. The pressure from that attack broke through Shudo's first attempt at a barrier, sending him nearly out of bounds until he was finally able to put up a strong enough wall of ice. Breathing, he stood up. Why are you putting yourself through this? I want to live up to people's expectations, Midoriya snapped, sluggishly running toward Shudo. I want to be able to smile while doing something good for them. I want to be a pro. Whatever it takes to be a hero. Maybe it was the exhaustion, but there was something. A memory? He could have sworn. Shudo. The punch caught him off guard. When did Midoriya get that close? That's why I'll give it my all, just like you should be. Midoriya was still yelling at him. But Shudo dug his snowshoes into the dirt to stop his slide and tried to catch his breath. Midoriya took the opportunity to keep going. There's no way I can know what you've gone through, or why you're even here. Your life has been so much different than mine, but right now, Midoriya took a few clumsy steps forward. Stop screwing around. If you want to reject your father, fine, but you don't have the right to be the number one if you aren't going to use your full power. He said it so dismissively. Like he could just use the BSTRD's quirk and still be a hero. Didn't he get it? All the pain, all the abuse disguised as training, all the torment his mother went through. Shudo couldn't be his father. He refused to become like him. He didn't reject his father out of pointless rebellion. It mattered. Shut up. Shudo couldn't listen to this. There was nothing Shudo feared so much as the thought of being like his father. He didn't want to be like him. He didn't want to be someone who hurt people, who hurt his mother. But honey, you do still want to be a hero, don't you? The voice of his mother as she smiled at him. He'd forgotten that smile. Just remember, stay true to yourself. You can be the kind of hero you want to be when you grow up. Midoriya was in front of him again, gearing up for another punch, but Shudo only vaguely registered that as relevant. He was still too frozen by the sudden memory of his mother's smile to block or dodge. That's why I'm going to win this. Midoriya sent him sprawling again. He'd lost the good memories of her, hadn't he? So many tears, they drowned out her smile in his mind. Endeavor had sent her away when Shudo was so young. To protect his masterpiece, he'd said. Shudo was 6 and he'd treated him like a thing, like a tool. He'd driven his mother into a psychotic break and then hidden her away. It was Endeavor's fault she'd hurt him. Driving a wedge between him and his siblings, driving his mother insane, driving Shudo to the breaking point again and again. It was all his fault. Shaking from the cold, from anger, from everything, Shudo pushed himself up. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't use his father's quirk. I refuse to use my left side. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Midoriya screamed at the top of his lungs from across the arena, and Shudo felt like he'd just been hit with another punch to the solar plexus. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. That moment, on the futon with his mother as she comforted him and encouraged him to be a hero. He remembered now. She'd told him then, hadn't she? Told him that he could be a hero and not be like Endeavor. That it was his choice how he used his power. It was his choice. It was his quirk. The ragged, heaving breaths of air filled his lungs, and he looked up at Midoriya with a clarity Shudo hadn't known he'd lost. The flames, his flames, burst forth, engulfing his left side in much-appreciated warmth. It was cleansing in a way. For the first time in years, perhaps ever, the inferno contained in his left side danced across his skin and he didn't feel fear. He didn't feel hate. He didn't feel anger. Shudo felt rejuvenated. The fire melted the ice from his right side and even warmed the area enough to partially melt the ice cast that Shudo had put around Midoriya's left arm, but that didn't matter. With every breath, Shudo felt lighter, freer. It was almost euphoric. You're helping your opponent. You fool. Shudo shook his head in disbelief. Even though you want to win this battle. Now which one of us is screwing around? He called back some of the flames, lessening the intensity enough that he could see Midoriya, so he could look him in the eye. I want it too. I'll be a hero. Rather than look afraid or even uneasy at the sudden display of power from Shudo's quirk, Midoriya smiled. The light from his fire illuminated brilliant green eyes that shone with happiness, pride, and relief. Midoriya was exactly who Shudo had thought he was, and at last Shudo felt like he understood. At least a little. The kindness, the longing to help, the trust, the willingness to listen and learn and care about everyone, and the ability to be vulnerable, to give so much of himself in order to encourage others to do the same. They weren't weaknesses. They were strengths, and Shudo finally saw why. He saw Midoriya and he smiled. The explosion at the end of their fight was powerful enough to send Izuku soaring out of bounds and into the stadium wall. He lost consciousness before he heard what happened to Todoroki, but he imagined the other boy was declared the winner. Izuku woke up in Recovery Girl's temporary office bandaged, achy, and conflicted. All Might was there, in his civilian form, and Izuku felt a wave of disappointment. He'd lost. He'd promised All Might he'd announce himself to the world, and he'd failed. The frustration and anger he'd felt during the fight had made him blind to his original goal, until all that mattered was getting through to Todoroki. Mission accomplished on that front, at least. The fire from Todoroki's left side, seeing the boy embrace his whole self, was amazing and Izuku couldn't regret that. Seeing Todoroki engulfed in his own power was worth all the pain Izuku felt at that point. He just wished he could have tried a little harder to keep his promise to All Might as well. All Might listened patiently as Izuku apologized. He was worried his mentor would be disappointed in him, or upset that he'd thrown away his chance by helping one of his classmates. Recovery Girl had already scolded both of them, after all, and Izuku couldn't imagine that All Might would go against her instruction and offer him any praise. Instead, All Might gave him absolution. Meddling where you don't technically have to is the essence of being a hero. As Recovery Girl prepared the room for surgery, Izuku thought about what All Might had said, and he wondered if Todoroki considered him a hero. There had been some pretty heavy reasons for Todoroki's behavior before Izuku goaded him into breaking his promise, and Izuku doubted he'd told many people about those reasons. Todoroki struck him as a private person, and despite the outcome, not everyone appreciated having other people in their business. Izuku hoped that this was the start of great things for the dual quirk user, but one conversation. If yelling at someone while beating the CRP out of each other could be called a conversation, was probably not enough to overcome all the trauma he'd experienced. Izuku wanted to be there to help him the rest of the way, if Todoroki would let him. Todoroki didn't need to consider Izuku a hero, but he'd like it if they could be friends. Once the surgery was done, Izuku stared down at his crooked fingers and the scars that wrapped around his hand. That's what you get for overusing your quirk in a short time frame. Consider your crooked right hand a warning from now on, Recovery Girl admonished. There was something in her tone that didn't sit well, but he was too tired to parse out why at the moment. Izuku looked at the scars. He knew he should probably see it as a warning to be careful, like Recovery Girl suggested, but that's not what he saw. Instead, he saw appealing flames and an eager smile under excited two-tone eyes. And just so you know, Recovery Girl continued, drawing Izuku's attention back to the present, I will not heal injuries like this anymore. That's what it was. That uneasy feeling sneaking its way up his spine at her tone. It reminded Izuku of school nurses and teachers from before UA. The ones who turned a blind eye to the bullying, or blamed him for antagonizing the other boys, would always use that tone. That's this is your own fault tone or the why are you wasting my time tone. Recovery Girl wasn't going to heal him anymore. He'd reached the extent of her patience, it seemed. The next time he hurt himself, he was on his own. Without control over One for All, Izuku was practically guaranteed to injure himself, but learning control took time. He'd been trying, he'd even made some strides in gaining control, but it wasn't 100% yet. Unless he somehow got perfect control right away, he was going to be hurt again. It wasn't fair, but the world wasn't fair. Izuku had learned that lesson many times already. Instead of voicing his objections, Izuku thanked Recovery Girl for her help and left. He wanted away from the twisting, angry feeling in his gut, but he'd settle for getting away from the nurse instead. It was a good thing Izuku had practiced taking care of his own injuries, though broken bones were going to be difficult to hide from his mom. Plus, if he got hurt, his hero course work would suffer too. Izuku could fight through pain, but broken bones just wouldn't cooperate like that. Izuku sighed. It seemed his only option was to hope for an epiphany and sudden miraculous control. If he didn't get mastery over One for All the next time he used it, he was screwed. Pushing those thoughts away for now, Izuku made his way up to the student seats. There were still a few fights to watch, and Izuku wanted to check on Todoroki. Unfortunately, it didn't look like Todoroki was in the stands. Considering his fight was up next, that wasn't surprising. Izuku would have to catch him later. Izuku felt a little bad, but when it came to Ida's match against Todoroki, he bet on the dual quirk user winning. Todoroki was just too well-rounded of a fighter and had the advantage of superior experience. It was a close match, and Izuku cheered Ida on with Uraraka, but Izuku predicted correctly in the end. Even without using his fire, Todoroki won. Watching the next match, Tokoyami vs. Kaken, Izuku felt a certain sympathy for Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Izuku was well acquainted with those explosions, and just like him, Dark Shadow and Tokoyami didn't have a defense against them the way Kirishima did. It was a bad matchup for Tokoyami, and he surrendered once that became obvious. The final would be Todoroki against Kaken. Part of Izuku felt like Kaken would win simply because Kaken always did. Excluding their fight during the combat exercise the second day at UA, Izuku had never seen Kaken lose. He was relentless, brutal, and incomparably driven. On the other hand, Todoroki was a powerhouse with truly unbelievable strength, speed, and strategic thinking, plus a decade of some of the most merciless training Izuku had ever heard of. So, how do you think it'll go? Ojiro leaned forward, propping himself up on the back of Izuku's chair. Yeah, Midoriya. You've got the most experience out of anyone against both Bokugu and Todoroki, Uraraka added. Honestly, it's hard to predict. Both of their quirks are so strong, and both of them are skilled combatants. At this point, the whole class was looking at him for his answer, so Izuku took a breath and worked it out aloud for everyone. If I had to decide, I'd say it's going to depend on whether or not Todoroki uses his fire. Kaken is able to learn so much about his opponent's strengths and weaknesses during a fight, which allows him to be adaptive and develop counter strategies easily. If Todoroki only uses his ice, Kaken will find and exploit that weakness quickly. If, on the other hand, Todoroki uses his left side, he'd be able to continuously change up the way he attacks. It would keep Kaken from coming up with a solid counter, and the match would likely go to Todoroki since it's hard to fight against two extremes like that without careful planning or more experience, neither of which Kaken has. So, Todoroki's got this? Uraraka cheered. I dunno, Uraraka. Kaminari shook his head. You didn't hear him talk about not using his left side. Dude was seriously intense. I'm surprised Midoriya got him to let loose. It's complicated for sure, Izuku agreed. He didn't use his fire against Ida in the semifinals, but he didn't really need to either. I'm kinda hoping he doesn't, Siro chuckled weakly. I do not want to see what Bakugu's like when he loses. I hear that. Bakugu is seriously scary sometimes, Jiru said. No, Izuku objected, silencing the chatter of agreement behind him. If you're worried about Kaken's reaction, you should hope Todoroki doesn't hold back. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. Bakugo doesn't seem like the type to prefer losing. As odd as it sounds, Kaken would prefer an honest loss to a false victory, which is exactly how he'll see it if Todoroki doesn't use his fire. As Todoroki and Kaken stepped out onto the arena, everyone in 1A contemplated Izuku's analysis. The tension surrounding the stadium mounted as Present Mike announced the fighters, and the class was on the edge of their seats. The final battle of the sports festival was as fierce as the lead-up promised it would be, but it became apparent that Todoroki wouldn't use his fire. He hesitated, despite Kaken's taunts and accusations, which only served to make the blonde furious. Being on the receiving end of that anger many times before, Izuku flinched on Todoroki's behalf. More than Kaken's reaction though, Izuku worried about why Todoroki was holding back and why he shouldn't. Seeing Todoroki hesitate again, Izuku sprang up from his seat and leaned as far over the stadium railing as he dared without losing his balance, ignoring the worried exclamations and grasping hands from his friends sitting nearby. Taking a deep breath, he shouted and hoped his voice would carry to the dual quirk user far below. Come on, Todoroki. Don't give up. Do your best. In the relative silence of the moment, as silent as a stadium of thousands can really be, Todoroki heard him. Izuku saw Todoroki turn to briefly glance at him before adjusting his stance and igniting his left side to meet Kaken's next advance. Izuku was ready to cheer and scream his throat raw in support, but as Kaken launched himself at Todoroki like a missile, Todoroki's fire fizzled out and his braced stance relaxed. Oh, don't let him win, Izuku murmured, decidedly not talking about Kaken. Worry and disappointment kept his voice below a whisper, however, and Todoroki couldn't hear his pleas. If nothing else, Izuku wished Todoroki would at least throw another wall of ice up to intercept the hit coming his way, but all he did was stand there and surrender to the inevitable. The explosion from Kaken's finishing move rocked the stadium, and Izuku prayed that Todoroki would be alright as they waited for the dust to settle. Todoroki was unconscious and out of bounds, but that didn't stop Kaken from screaming at him. As Izuku predicted, the explosive teen was not pleased with the outcome of the fight. Despite his shouting and threatening posture, though, Izuku knew that Kaken wouldn't actually attack Todoroki. There would be no point in beating on an unconscious opponent, no matter how angry he was over the match. The teachers didn't seem to see it the same way, however, and Midnight used her quirk to knock Kaken out rather than try to talk him down. Izuku frowned at that. Kaken was angry, not unreasonable, but maybe she saw something up close that Izuku didn't. The final match was declared in Kaken's favor and both boys were taken to Recovery Girl. Izuku wanted to go to the nurse's office to check on Todoroki, but Ida pulled him and Uraraka aside as soon as the fight was called. He waited for the rest of the class to leave the stands before telling them he had to go. Ingenium had been attacked by a villain and was in the hospital. Ida would be leaving before the award ceremony to join his family at his side. Unfortunately, he didn't have details, didn't even know if his brother would be alright, but he wanted to let Izuku and Uraraka know so they wouldn't worry about him being unreachable for a few days. Subdued, both Izuku and Uraraka wished his brother a speedy recovery before letting Ida depart. The awards ceremony was outrageous. Seeing Kaken chained and muzzled to the podium made Izuku sick. Surely people saw how atrocious that was. Looking at the other students, Izuku saw a mix of fear, surprise, and resignation on most faces. A few showed disgust, but whether that was at Kaken's behavior or his treatment, Izuku couldn't tell. Class 1A appeared to be the only ones obvious in their objections. As midnight catered to the audience and the press, Izuku forced himself to keep his eyes on the podium, though he couldn't manage to school his features. This is wrong. Izuku wanted to shout it, wanted to scream at everyone who looked at a 15-year-old boy in chains and thought it was okay, but his voice was barely loud enough to carry to his class. Agreed, Uraraka whispered. What were they thinking? He's been going nuts since he woke up, Kirishima said. This was their solution. I can't believe Mr. Aizawa agreed to this. Yaoyorozu cringed behind her hands, almost unable to look. Kirishima shrugged, but Izuku could see the tension he carried. Easygoing Kirishima was definitely upset. He wasn't there. It was some suit's decision. I didn't recognize them. When All Might arrived to present the awards, Izuku was soothed a little that his mentor and idol appeared to have issues with the treatment of one of his students. It wasn't much, but Izuku comforted himself knowing that at least someone in charge recognized it as an overreaction. The hero removed Kaken's muzzle to present him with the gold medal, but it was obvious that Kaken didn't want it. Just let him refuse, Izuku begged quietly. It was no use, however. All Might gave Kaken the medal despite his objections, and the awards ceremony finally came to a close. The cheers of the crowd and the other students' excited discussion the day was deafening, but Class 1A was silent as they made their way back to the locker rooms. To their surprise, Mr. Aizawa met them in the hallway outside the locker rooms. Their teacher never looked pleased from their experience, and it was particularly difficult to read his moods covered in bandages as he was, but right now he practically radiated disapproval and contempt. Mr. Aizawa? Yaoyorozu stepped up as vice rep with Ida's absence. There was a suspended silence, the anticipation and collective held breath from the students faced with their angry teacher stretched for an endless moment until the man finally addressed the class. What we just witnessed was unacceptable, Aizawa stated. I don't want to see anyone in this class lay blame on Bakugo. His anger and frustration did not warrant that response. We know, sir, Kirishima said. When Mr. Aizawa didn't scold Kirishima for interrupting, Uraraka added, yeah, that was super disgusting. Why does Yue even have a muzzle? Kaminari complained. There was a general agreement from the others as well, and Izuku felt a little better knowing his class was on the same page. Even the ones who didn't get along with Bakugo were sticking up for him. Aizawa also seemed to relax a little as the others offered their support. Alright, get changed and meet in the classroom. There are a few announcements before you're released for the day, Mr. Aizawa dismissed. As Izuku passed, his teacher caught his attention. Can you manage with your arms, Midoriya? It would probably be a struggle. Normally he would have asked Ida for assistance, but Ida wasn't available. He had the use of one of his hands, though, so Izuku told Aizawa he could manage. He'd be slower, but he'd manage. Izuku was able to open his locker and pull out his gym bag and backpack with only one hand. His arm was sore, but it wasn't broken. Getting out of his gym uniform was easy. He wasn't really wearing the jacket, so he was able to shrug it off without issue, stuffing it in his gym bag to be washed at home as he toed out of his shoes. Tugging at the drawstring on his breathes didn't prove complicated either, and he was able to slip out of them with only a little extra wriggling before shoving them into the gym bag as well. Kaken, Todoroki, and Tokoyami joined the class at that point, and the guys welcomed them with cheers of congratulations. Kaken ignored them all and stormed to his locker, yanked his bag free, and changed into his school uniform before leaving the locker room as quickly as he'd arrived. Did he still have the medal in his teeth? Zero asked. Leave him be, man, Kirishima sighed. Izuku silently agreed. Kaken would work out his anger eventually, but considering what just happened, he had a right to still be fuming. Getting into his uniform slacks with one arm was not as easy as getting out of his gym clothes. Sitting on the bench next to the lockers helped, but he still struggled. Once they were up around his hips, Izuku grabbed his shirt and then paused. With his left arm in a sling, getting it into the gym jacket had been more trouble than it was worth, which was why he'd simply draped it across his shoulders, but this was his school uniform. He'd need to get his arm in the sleeves. Midoriya. Looking up, Izuku was surprised to see Todoroki in front of him, already back in his school uniform. "Oh hey Todoroki. Congratulations on placing." "Thank you." The quiet words were quickly followed by, "Do you need assistance?" Izuku ducked his head, a little embarrassed, but took a breath before looking back up and nodding. "If you don't mind, I could use the help." "Thank you. I wouldn't have offered otherwise," Todoroki stated, taking the shirt from Izuku. He held it up for Izuku to slip his arm into the first sleeve, tugging gently to make sure it rested correctly on his shoulder. With a small frown, the heterochromic teen let the shirt drape half on, half off, and ran his hand along the sling supporting Izuku's left arm. "I apologize for my part. I know your quirk caused these, but you only went so far trying to tell me something I was too stubborn to hear." "I'd do it again." Izuku didn't want Todoroki to feel any guilt over his injuries. It was Izuku's choice, one he didn't regret. Todoroki shook his head, confused. "Why?" A quick glance showed that the two of them were the last ones in the locker room, so Izuku spoke his mind. "You needed to hear it. Reject your father and his plan for you, you more than have that right, but don't let that hate hold you back from what you want. It's not that simple." Todoroki sighed. "Probably not," Izuku agreed, "and I'm sure there's even more going on than what you've told me, but I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Endeavor when he tracked me down before our fight." Todoroki's eyes shot up to meet Izuku's, a flurry of emotions racing through them before they carefully hid behind his normal stoic demeanor. "You are not your father," Izuku told him. Despite his stony expression, Todoroki's hands were careful when they lifted Izuku's arm out of its sling and picked up the forgotten shirt. Izuku let Todoroki help him slide the sleeve over his left arm in silence. Talking about this was probably one of the last things Todoroki wanted to do, but he didn't snap or lash out or walk away, and Izuku appreciated that. Instead, he rolled up the sleeves of Izuku's shirt so they wouldn't catch or strain against his bandaged arms. It was only after they'd moved Izuku's arm back into the sling, Todoroki's deft fingers and guarded eyes on Izuku's buttons, that Todoroki finally spoke. "When I was young, before she was sent away, I told my mother I didn't want to be like my father. I didn't want to be someone who would hurt people, hurt her. She smiled and told me that I could be the kind of hero that I wanted to be." He slipped the last button through its hole and looked back up to Izuku's eyes. "I'd forgotten that conversation entirely until you yelled at me during our fight." Warmth filled Izuku's chest. Before, Todoroki had said could only remember his mother crying. That he could suddenly remember her smile just reaffirmed Izuku's belief that he'd done the right thing. "She was right," Izuku said. "So were you." "On all accounts. It won't be easy to let it go, and there's something I need to do first, but I will try." Izuku smiled, proud. "That's all anyone can do." Todoroki stepped back, giving Izuku a little more space as he tucked his shirt in and zipped and buttoned his briefs. Izuku shoved his feet into his shoes and grabbed his bags, wrapping the undone tie around his neck. It wasn't regulation to leave it loose, but he didn't feel the need to mangle the knot one-handed. Once he was ready to leave, the two of them made their way out of the stadium and back toward the school. Izuku managed to get Todoroki's contact information as they hurried across campus, but otherwise said nothing more, saving his breath for running. They'd already taken longer than they should have, but hopefully Mr. Aizawa would be lenient given the circumstances. Izuku and Todoroki were the last two to find their seats, but thankfully Mr. Aizawa didn't comment on their tardiness. Izuku listened intently as their teacher praised everyone's performance in his gruff manner, and told them they'd have the next few days off to recuperate. Even with Mr. Aizawa's assurance that there would no doubt be pros looking to recruit them, Izuku couldn't muster enthusiasm. Seeing Ida's empty chair reminded Izuku that his friend was hurting, worried about his brother who had been injured in the line of duty. While they were all competing in a festival, real heroes were risking their lives against real villains. That was the world they were all trying to join, and it was likely that all of them would be injured at some point in their careers, just like Ingenium. It was a sobering thought, and it didn't make the weight of worry for Ida any lighter. The class was dismissed shortly after Mr. Aizawa's announcements, and Izuku made his way home, lost in thought. His mother was a crying wreck when he got there, fussing over his injuries, but she'd made katsudon for dinner. It didn't matter that he hadn't won or even placed, he'd done well, and she was proud of him. "How are your arms?" his mom asked during dinner after she'd calmed down. "Sore, but I should be okay in a couple days. Recovery girl wants to see me tomorrow to finish healing what's left." Izuku schooled his face to hide the anger, threatening to drag his lips down. He appreciated that the nurse was willing to finish the rest of the recovery process, but he still didn't feel right about her refusal to heal future injuries. "That's good. I was so worried. That Todoroki boy went too far, I think." His mom frowned. Reminded of Todoroki, Izuku actually smiled, which his mom noticed. She raised an eyebrow in question. "We got a little carried away, but it was worth it." "Look at you, Izuku. I think it went a little more than a little carried away." "Maybe, but you don't understand. I wish you could have seen it up close, Mom." He set his elbow on the table and propped his head up on his hand as he recalled that moment. He's usually so quiet and reserved, like he has to hide behind this cold mask because of how he was raised, but then he finally used his fire and it was the first time he'd looked so free. He was incredible. "Oh, is that how it is?" His mom smirked, amusement laced heavily in her tone. Izuku sat up quickly and shot his mom an accusatory look. "How what is?" His mom said nothing, just kept smirking as she ate a few more bites of her dinner. Izuku. He wasn't buying her innocent look. She had that smirk, like she knew something, and now she wasn't sharing. He stared at her suspiciously as she continued to eat, continued to smirk, but she refused to divulge her secrets. "Are you done with dinner, dear?" She reached for his empty bowl and Izuku pushed it toward her. "You're not going to tell me, are you? Call it a hunch. I'll let you know if I'm right." His mom stood with both bowls and made her way to the kitchen, calling over her shoulder, "You should go rest, Izuku. Try to relax." As much as Izuku would like to get the answer out of his mother, he was tired. The whole day had been long and exceedingly draining. It was a little early to go to sleep, but Izuku retreated to his room after bidding his mom a good night anyway. Izuku thought about texting Ida to check on him, but he'd told Izuku and Uraraka that he'd be unreachable for at least a day. Rather than bother Ida when he would be focused on his family, Izuku scrolled through his other contacts. Still upset over the awards ceremony, Izuku didn't particularly want to reach out to All Might tonight. He'd be too tempted to express his displeasure over what happened, and All Might didn't really deserve his anger. A very brief impulse to text Kaken was quickly dismissed. There was nothing that Izuku could say that Kaken would want to hear, particularly not from him. He was about to text Uraraka when he saw the newest entry in his contacts, Todoroki. Considering everything he'd learned about Todoroki recently, Izuku felt a sinking sense of worry for his new friend. They were friends now, right? And how Endeavor might react to Todoroki's performance at the festival. He was typing before he'd fully processed the idea to do so. "Hey, just checking in since I forgot to ask before. You healed up okay? I know from experience how hard Kaken can hit." The response came faster than Izuku expected. "Todoroki, I'm fine. You're the one still in bandages." "With how often I'll be in bandages, I should just make them part of my aesthetic." Izuku grimaced in the safety of his own room, reminded once again that he needed to find some way to control one for all before he had to use it again. "Todoroki, you've used it without breaking anything before. The cavalry battle, for instance." "I'm having issues with control. When I used it in the cavalry battle, and directly against you during our fight, I was able to limit how much power I used because I didn't want to kill you. Without a living target. Though, I haven't been able to hold back." Izuku was sure Todoroki thought he was incompetent after that admission. Unable to control something he should have had for a decade. Some rival he was. It was a shame he couldn't tell Todoroki the truth. "Todoroki, you're very intelligent, Midoriya. What's keeping you from solving this control problem?" Todoroki thought Izuku was intelligent? The way he'd assessed the situation at the USJ, that he'd made his way through however many villains to join the group in the courtyard, not to mention the way he'd breezed through the obstacle course today, the strategic way he'd built his cavalry team. Todoroki was brilliant, and he thought Izuku was intelligent. Fighting the blush on his cheeks, Izuku sent a response. "Experience. I haven't used it against someone else much. Todoroki. We could spar if you'd like. The opportunity to practice his control was desperately needed. Izuku was inclined to accept. Not only would he get the chance to practice, but it would give him the chance to see Todoroki. After what happened at the sports festival, Izuku was eager to talk to him again. I'd like that. Todoroki. You'll probably be too tired after seeing Recovery Girl tomorrow, and I have plans anyway. Tuesday? We'd have to go to UA if we want to use our quirks. I can submit a request to reserve one of the gyms while I'm there tomorrow. Time? Todoroki. See you then. Izuku set his phone aside with a pleased smile. It had been a surprise that Todoroki offered to spar, but a pleasant one. With luck he'd be able to get a measure of control over One for All without having to break his bones. He knew better than to expect his issue with control to be solved with one spar, but any step forward was welcome at this point. The next day, Izuku made his way to UA earlier than necessary to fill out and submit the paperwork he needed to rent out one of the gyms. He handed his request to Mr. Aizawa himself with a quick explanation that Todoroki had agreed to help him with his control issue. His homeroom teacher nodded with a tired grunt of approval before signing off on the request. Izuku texted All Might as well to let him know of his plans, just in case. Whenever Izuku trained with One for All outside of class, All Might had always been there. This sparring match with Todoroki would be the first time he was trying something without his mentor present. The session with Recovery Girl was short and left him pretty tired. He refrained from talking more than necessary, answering her questions of how he was feeling, how much pain he was in, if anything she'd healed yesterday felt off, and so on. Izuku kept his answers short and to the point, eager to get it over with. If she noticed his discomfort, she didn't remark on it. Once she was done, she offered to let him take a nap on one of the beds before returning home, but he declined. He didn't want to stay in her office. It no longer felt as safe as it once did. Izuku trudged home, exhausted, and face-planted into his bed. He'd warned his mom he'd be tired and to let him sleep, so it was well past dinner time before he woke up. He needed to eat, so he dragged himself to the kitchen and reheated some leftovers. It looked like his mom was already asleep, or at least in her room, so he tried to be as quiet as possible as he finished up and went back to his room. Feeling a little more human after eating something, Izuku stretched his disused and abused body until all the stiffness was gone. With full range of motion again, he worked his way through more and more intensive exercises until he was confident he was back to his normal level pre-injury. Despite the crooked fingers, he was still in top form, which was a relief. Once that was done, Izuku sat at his desk with a sigh and pulled a notebook out of a drawer, flipping it open. With the sports festival finally over, he couldn't justify putting it off anymore. Midoriya Izuku. Quirks. Veiled Sight. The entry had been updated and redone a few times over the years, mostly with notes on potential uses or theories or anything that Izuku could think of to improve his quirk. They'd all been erased or scratched out as test after test had come back without any results. This version was relatively clean, however, since it was newer, and it was the only entry in the notebook. He'd been so distracted with getting into UA, the USJ attack, and preparing for the sports festival that he hadn't updated with the changes he'd noticed in either quirk. Mr. Aizawa wanted Izuku to apply his analysis to himself, and that was what he was going to do. The first paragraph simply detailed what he knew of how his quirk and One for All worked at the time he'd written it, which wasn't long after receiving All Might's quirk. So Izuku finally updated the information to include the new information regarding both quirks. The ability to see through objects and barriers placed directly against his skin was something he had tested when he was younger, without success. However, that no longer appeared to be the case, so Izuku ran himself through the same tests he'd done as a little kid trying to find the limits of his quirk. He started small, even though he'd already successfully seen through a stone wall several centimeters thick, until he found roughly where the new limit was. When making direct contact with the skin around the eyes, Veiled Sight will still activate and perceive through obstructions up to 30 centimeters thick. No variation found in type of material yet, but without access to more materials, the current limits regarding obstruction type is unknown. It was a potentially useful enhancement. Izuku could reliably see through any standard wall. Unfortunately, he was still limited by the current restraints of his own eyesight. He couldn't see anything without some sort of light source, so the contents of a lightless box would remain a mystery. One for All could further enhance his own quirk later, but Izuku didn't know what that would look like. Moving on to One for All itself, Izuku wrote down what he knew. All Might had guessed Izuku could only handle about 5% of One for All's power without hurting himself. It was disheartening, but it also made sense. He'd had One for All for a little over a month. That wasn't a lot of time to get used to that much power. Hopefully he'd be able to increase that limit with practice. For now, however, his bigger issue was control. Knowing how much of One for All he could safely use was meaningless if he couldn't control how much he used at once. Sparring with Todoroki on Tuesday would give him the opportunity to use One for All against a living target over and over again until he could understand how he subconsciously put a leash on his output. Once he had that, he should be able to do it reliably without a living target in front of him. If he could manage that, he could avoid breaking bones. Easier said than done, Izuku sighed, setting his pencil down. He considered the consequences briefly before deciding it was probably safe enough and tucked his notebook into his gym bag. He'd take it with him. He was able to process and order his thoughts a little clearer by writing them down, and Todoroki wouldn't pry too deeply if Izuku explained it was to help him analyze. Looking at the time, Izuku winced. It was pretty late, but he wasn't tired. He'd completely ruin his sleep schedule if he didn't go to sleep soon, though. Resigned, Izuku got ready for bed and slipped beneath the covers. It took him another hour, but he fell into a dreamless sleep at last. Noon on Tuesday crept up on Izuku. He'd woken up with his alarm at 6 and struggled through his morning routine, and spent the rest of his available time in a blur of news articles and texts with Uraraka about what happened to Ida's brother. He only barely pulled himself away from it in time to make his way to thoughts consumed by the hero killer, stain and worry for Ida. Izuku grabbed his gym bag and a bento for lunch as he left his apartment. As upsetting as the recent news had been, Izuku forced himself to set it aside for now. He couldn't be distracted during his training or he'd risk his concentration slipping and injuring Todoroki severely. Todoroki was already at the gym on campus when Izuku arrived at noon going through a few warm-ups. Izuku waved and called out to him as he entered. Todoroki paused long enough to nod in acknowledgement before continuing his warm-ups as Izuku made his way to the locker room to change. Following Todoroki's example, Izuku changed into his UA gym uniform before heading back out. Todoroki was on the mats waiting for him. "Did you want to warm up first?" Todoroki asked. Izuku shook his head as he joined his classmate on the sparring mat. "I ran here from the station. I'm good. How should we do this?" "This is your training, Midoriya." Todoroki shed his jacket and tossed it aside. "If you need a living punching bag, I can do that. If you want me to fight back, I can do that too. It's up to you. I'm not just going to hit you over and over again." Izuku objected. Todoroki shrugged. "It's up to you, as I said." Izuku shook his head at Todoroki's offer. "Even at only 5% power, a direct hit sent you across the field during our match. Doing that repeatedly is going to hurt you." 5%? "Yeah, that's about how much my bones can safely handle right now. It's not a lot, but I can't afford to keep breaking myself." Todoroki was silent for a moment before his lips twitched in what Izuku thought might be amusement if the slight wrinkling around his eyes was anything to go by. "Are you sure you're not All Might's secret love child? I'm probably the biggest All Might fanboy you're ever going to meet. Do you really think I'd be able to keep that a secret if it were true?" Izuku tried to keep the amused smirk off his face, but Todoroki's warm amusement, something Izuku had never heard before, but wanted to hear more of, was too infectious. "I suppose not," Todoroki conceded. "So," Izuku continued, determined to get back on track, "I'd like to avoid hitting you directly as much as possible. If you need to." "Oh, I have an idea." Izuku jumped off the mats briefly and jogged over to a storage closet labeled safety equipment, purposefully ignoring Todoroki's offer. Thankfully, it wasn't locked when Izuku tried the handle, and he found what he was looking for easily. Looking closer, he noticed that they were reinforced and thicker than standard boxing pads. Probably designed with strength quirks in mind. He brought the pads over to Todoroki and smiled as he held up his find. Understanding, Todoroki took the pads from Izuku and slipped them onto his hands. Good idea. Stepping back onto the mats, Izuku adopted a fighting stance across from Todoroki as he held up the pads. They're meant for strength-enhanced hits, but I don't know how much they'll compensate for. Tell me if you need a break. You hit harder than Endeavor, but not as relentlessly. I will be fine. Izuku dropped out of his fighting stance. Learning about Endeavor's training methods and what he'd done to Todoroki had completely destroyed all respect Izuku had had for the pro. Witnessing it firsthand when Endeavor had sought him out at the sports festival had poured accelerant on the smoldering coals of dislike, feeding them into a fire of rage that almost surprised Izuku with its intensity. He wasn't sure he'd ever felt something like that before. He wasn't sure what to do with it either. Part of Izuku wanted to call off their training. He didn't want to hurt Todoroki, but that wasn't fair of him. Todoroki had offered to help. It had been his idea. It wasn't Izuku's job or right to say what Todoroki could or couldn't handle. Being a hero meant getting hurt, part of the job, and it was Todoroki's choice to pursue his dream to be a hero. He wasn't a delicate flower. In fact, given the muscle definition on display from Todoroki's bare arms, it was clear the opposite was true. Izuku respected him and his strength. Midoriya? Izuku met heterochromic eyes. Sorry, got lost in my head. Anyway, we'll keep it straightforward for a bit, and when I tell you to, I want you to start trying to throw off my concentration. Understood? Taking up a fighting stance once more, Izuku focused on one for all and made sure to keep Todoroki in his sights as he threw the first punch. At this point, Izuku no longer needed to think about his form or his footing. That was all muscle memory, and he wasn't in danger or on a time limit, which meant he was free to analyze. Without the pressure of a high-stress situation, it was a lot easier to recognize what using one for all at 5% felt like. Izuku checked in with Todoroki after the first punch to make sure the pads were doing their job, but when the team nodded that he was fine, Izuku continued to strike the pads with empowered hit after hit. After 10 successful punches to each pad, Izuku stepped back and assessed. His bones were unbroken, and he didn't feel any more strain than he would expect from a quirkless version of the same workout. You have better control than I expected, Todoroki remarked. It's a lot easier like this. I can focus on just holding back without anything else demanding my attention. Izuku flexed his hands a few times to ease the minor ache of repeated punches. Ready for a distraction? Izuku thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Don't tell me what you're going to do, and try to mix it up. As you wish. They both returned to their ready stances, and Todoroki let Izuku get in a couple undisturbed hits before suddenly swatting at his head with a quick swipe of his hand. Izuku had expected something like that, though, and ducked under his swing. You missed? Todoroki wiggled the untouched pad Izuku had been aiming for. Dodged instead. Do both? Izuku agreed with a determined noise and tried again. Aiming for the same pad that he'd missed last time, Izuku wasn't expecting that same pad to be the one to move. This time Izuku managed to block the swing rather than dodge, but he'd been forced to use his other arm and hadn't had time to call up one for all. Todoroki said nothing, but a slight tilt to his head meant he found something about Izuku's reaction interesting. It only took a couple more instances of Todoroki going for similar strikes before Izuku just kept one for all flowing through both his arms. After 5 consecutive successes like that, Izuku released the power and backed off. He had a fairly good grasp of how it felt to use one for all at 5% now, and he wanted to try something. As Todoroki took the time to relax, Izuku practiced channeling only 5% through each of his limbs. He wanted to make sure he could do it on purpose, make sure he knew what it felt like, before he moved on to the next step. Let's see if I can do it without a living target, and give your hands a break. Todoroki gratefully took the boxing pads off and worked the tension in his arms and hands. Despite the extra padding, Izuku could see the strain it was causing Todoroki, but he said nothing in complaint. Punching bag. That was my thought. Izuku agreed. They moved to the nearest reinforced bag. Should I get recovery girl, just in case? Izuku frowned before quickly schooling his features. No, I think I have this. Todoroki nodded and stepped back out of Izuku's sight. Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet a couple times, psyching himself up. He was fairly sure he had a grasp on control, but if he was wrong, he was in for an uncomfortable next few months as his arm healed on its own. Before he threw his punch, he called up One for All and tested the feel of it in his arm, making sure it felt the same as before. Once he was sure, he drew back and punched the bag. Neither breathed for a moment while they looked at Izuku's arm. Unbroken. He'd done it. Excited, Izuku channeled One for All in both arms and began to pound the bag with rapid hits, confident in his steady control. He continued until he was a little out of breath, and then stepped away, smiling brightly at Todoroki. Well done. Thank you for your help, Todoroki. Really, I wouldn't have been able to do this on my own. Todoroki accepted his gratitude with a polite nod, and then crossed his arms. I have a theory I'd like to test, if you're willing to continue. Oh, what did you have in mind? Izuku snagged a water bottle from his gym bag and drank about half of it as he waited for Todoroki to explain. Todoroki put the pads back on as Izuku drank, and then gestured to the sparring mats. Same as before with the boxing pads. Izuku joined him on the mats, eager to see what Todoroki had come up with. They both fell into a ready stance and began. They returned to the same pattern as before, where Izuku would have to punch and counter for a little while, getting into a comfortable rhythm. Then Todoroki sent a short wave of ice forward with his foot, trapping Izuku up to his knees. You should have been able to jump out of the way, Todoroki said as he removed the left boxing pad so he could melt the ice. Wasn't able to activate it in time to jump. Izuku frowned, disappointed in himself. I noticed you only keep your quirk active in a limited area, and it takes a moment for you to activate it elsewhere, Todoroki confirmed. It slows your reaction time. Izuku nodded in understanding. He was starting to see what Todoroki must have observed right away. Turning One for All on and off like he was doing meant he would only ever be reacting, which just wasn't good enough. I won't be able to do that in a real fight, you're right. It'll slow me down way too much, so instead... Izuku took a few deep breaths before he summoned One for All again, only this time he brought the power surging throughout his entire body. It was a lot harder to control like this, he could feel the struggle to keep it in check, but when he had it, he faced Todoroki with 5% of One for All, full cowling. I can see you straining. How's your control? Todoroki asked. It's harder, Izuku said honestly. But I think I have it. Todoroki tossed both boxing pads to the side and shifted his stance. How about a real spar then? Izuku grinned. Yes, let's do it. As much as they may have wanted to go all out, both Todoroki and Izuku had to hold back the destructive force of their attacks. Without a teacher present to referee, they couldn't risk wrecking the gym or each other. Keeping that in mind, Todoroki's first wave of ice was much smaller than what he'd used in the sports festival, but the distance between the two of them was also much shorter here, so Izuku had only barely enough time to jump up and out of the way. He used the ice as a launching point to propel himself forward faster than Todoroki could trap him, but the other teen was no slouch. Todoroki met Izuku's charge with a wall of ice, but with full cowling, Izuku didn't have to waste time. His arm was already infused with enough One for All to shatter the ice, only to be completely surprised by the blast of fire that met him on the other side. Izuku was able to scatter the flames with a sharp wave of his arm, but he lost full cowling when he landed. You used your fire, he cheered. I'm trying. Todoroki sighed, relaxing his stance and taking the time to melt the ice on the mats. Sometimes I still can't bring myself to use it, but it is mine. I'm slowly accepting that. That's really great, Todoroki. Looks like we're both making progress. Izuku smiled brightly. A small smile made its way onto Todoroki's face as well before he readied himself again. Keep going. Plus ultra, Izuku agreed. This new technique was a huge step forward, but it still needed work. His grasp on it last time was a little shaky and he'd lost it at the first distraction. This time, he wanted to maintain it long enough to finish their spar no matter what Todoroki threw at him. Drawing on One for All, full cowling, Izuku took a firmer grip on his mental focus in an effort to gain better control. As the power spread throughout his body, Izuku reminded himself that he needed the power everywhere, that it needed to always be on, for him to take full advantage. As soon as One for All reached Izuku's head, something very odd happened. 1 second, Izuku saw Todoroki standing in front of him like normal, and in the next Izuku's field of vision widened until he could see everything. The door to the locker room that had been at the edge of his periphery came into clear focus, followed by the wall that was at Izuku's back, wrapping all the way around to come full circle until Izuku could see a 360-degree view of the gym. Then came the pain. The headache that ripped through Izuku's skull drove him to his knees with a sharp cry, and he completely lost focus on One for All as he tried to breathe through the white-hot ice pick currently stabbing him in the back of the head. The intense pain caused his stomach to rebel, and he clutched at it weakly in an effort to keep the contents of his stomach where they belonged. Midoriya. Todoroki was at his side in a second. Unfortunately, the normally pleasant voice was unbearably loud as the pain made everything too much. Izuku closed his eyes to block out the light, but it didn't help. He could still see, and he could still see everything. He couldn't process it all, his mind just wasn't built for this kind of sensory input, and he felt like it was tearing his head apart. Hurts. What hurts? Try as he might, Izuku could not get his quirk to respond. What used to be as easy as breathing was impossible now, and he couldn't turn it off. Turn off FFWI won't it turn off? Izuku cried. He reached up and pressed his hands against his skull, trying to alleviate the pain, but that was a bad idea. As his hands touched the sides of his head, he could see the sides of his hands and through them as his new expanded field of vision assaulted his occipital lobe and forced it to adapt. He lost the fight with his nausea and only just managed to turn aside so he didn't vomit up water and bile directly on Todoroki. I'm getting recovery, girl. No. Izuku regretted shouting immediately, but he needed to stop Todoroki from getting the nurse. She wouldn't help him anyway, and Todoroki would only waste time asking. Taking as deep a breath as he could manage, Izuku begged, All Might. I need All Might. One for All had done something to Izuku's quirk. He needed All Might. Hopefully his mentor would be able to do something, because Izuku was starting to seriously contemplate bashing his head against the floor until he lost consciousness just to make it stop. Todoroki didn't question him, thankfully, just ran toward the exit as fast as he could. As much as he didn't want to move, didn't want to see his perspective change in this new panoramic view, he couldn't stay vertical anymore. The pain was sapping all his strength and making his limbs shake. He collapsed and whimpered as the jarring shift made everything worse. Anytime he tried to turn off his quirk or to focus enough to try to make better sense of his new field of vision, he couldn't. The pain was just too great. Shattering his bones over and over again didn't even compare to this, and if he could focus enough to use One for All, he might try to break something just to distract from the searing migraine. The only thing he could do now was wait and try to breathe through the pain. Shudo sprinted as fast as he could through the grounds towards the main UA building, ignoring the burning in his muscles and lungs that screamed for him to slow down. Tearing himself away from Midoriya had been exceedingly difficult, but leaving and fetching help would be far more beneficial for the injured teen than Shudo's continued presence. What had happened? As far as Shudo could tell, there were no injuries, and quirk exhaustion didn't look like that. One moment Midoriya was fine, and the next he was screaming on the floor. For Midoriya to be overwhelmed, the pain must have been unimaginable. Shudo's first instinct was to get Recovery Girl, but Midoriya's vehement refusal sounded a little too much like Shudo's own mistrust of authority figures. If All Might was who Midoriya wanted, then Shudo would try to find the #1 hero, but he didn't even know if the man was on campus today. If he was, the teacher's lounge seemed the most logical place to start. Ignoring all deferential statutes, Shudo didn't knock before throwing the door to the teacher's lounge open with a bang. A quick scan of the room did not reveal All Might, so Shudo turned away with a frustrated growl, ready to try the cafeteria next. Before he could leave, his arms were suddenly bound to his chest in a white cloth, and he couldn't take another step. Aizawa's capture weapon. Looking up from the scarf wrapped around his chest, Todoroki met Aizawa's glowing red eyes. It seemed he was free of his multitude of bandages at last, which meant Shudo got the full impact of his teacher's unamused glare. Todoroki. Aizawa tugged on the scarf in his hands, bringing Shudo closer. What happened? Who are you looking for? Shudo opened his mouth to explain before another thought occurred to him. He honestly didn't know what All Might could do for Midoriya, but Aizawa might be able to help. Midoriya had said he couldn't turn it off. Shudo would bet that it was Midoriya's quirk, which meant Aizawa was exactly who he needed. Something is wrong with Midoriya's quirk. He said he can't turn it off, and he collapsed from the pain. Midoriya's in too much pain? Midnight looked deeply concerned. Shudo nodded. Midoriya wanted me to find All Might, but if it's his quirk? Aizawa released Shudo and his quirk before turning to Midnight. Namuri, I'll send him your way. Go, Shoda. With that, the two of them were running through the halls. How bad are his injuries? He has none, Shudo said, then added, none that I could see. He was in control of his quirk. He's been using it since noon and hasn't broken anything. This is something else. Of course it is, Aizawa muttered. Recovery girl should still? Midoriya said not to, Shudo objected. Whatever Midoriya's reasons for not wanting the nurse, Shudo was going to do his best to abide by his wishes. I don't know that she would be able to help. As I said, he isn't injured. That you know of. Aizawa was faster than Shudo and began to pull away, but as soon as they hit the grounds outside, Shudo called on his ice to slide instead. With the natural slope and Shudo's experience skating on his ice, he caught up to Aizawa easily. To Shudo's surprise, Aizawa jumped onto the ice ramp as it manifested next to him. You're going to melt this later? Shudo agreed with a nod, and the two of them skated the rest of the way to the gym in a fraction of the time it would have taken them to run. Used to rapidly jumping off of his ice, Shudo was the first to reach the doors to the gym and slammed them open with as little care as he had shown the teacher's lounge. Midoriya. The place next to the mats where he'd left Midoriya was empty, but a quick look around revealed a mane of green hair almost completely hidden underneath the jacket Shudo had tossed aside at the start of their training. Midoriya held the jacket's collar in a solid grip up near the top of his head while the rest of it draped over his arms so that his head was completely covered, but the fabric itself was off his face. Shudo ran to his side, but hesitated to remove the jacket. He'd crawled over to it for a reason, and if it was helping, then he didn't want to take that away. A whimper from underneath the jacket told him Midoriya was at least still conscious. Move the jacket, I need to see him, Aizawa ordered, kneeling on Midoriya's other side. When Shudo started to pull the jacket away, Midoriya tightened his hold on the fabric and kept it in place. No. Come on. Aizawa's normally gruff voice was gentler than Shudo had heard it before. Don't fight, we're here to help. Mr. Aizawa? Todoroki said your quirk is causing this, but you can't turn it off. Let me help. Midoriya's chest heaved with a few deep breaths before he slowly began to lower the jacket. As soon as it was out of the way, Midoriya winced, but Aizawa quickly activated his quirk. The effect was immediate. The tight, tense muscles around Midoriya's eyes relaxed, though he didn't open his eyes, and he gasped with relief. It's off, it's finally off, Midoriya muttered, breathless. Are you still in pain? Shudo asked. Headache, but it's not as bad anymore. Midoriya sat up slowly, resting his elbows on his knees. He bowed his head so he could put a hand on the back of his head and massage the area. What happened? Aizawa asked. Midoriya finally opened his eyes and looked between the two of them sheepishly. His eyes scanned the room, looking for someone, probably All Might, before finally settling on Aizawa. My quirk evolved. I wasn't prepared. Evolved how? Was this from channeling it throughout your body? Shudo guessed. Sort of, Midoriya hedged, looking away from Aizawa. Did you find All Might? Todoroki made the logical decision to find me, Aizawa stated, commanding Midoriya to look at him again with just his tone. Answer my question, Midoriya. Evolved how? Shudo could see that Midoriya was extremely reluctant to answer the question. The way he curled in on himself and avoided eye contact made it look like he was trying his best to hide without anything to hide behind. Unfortunately, it was just as obvious that Midoriya knew he should answer. Despite curling inward, Midoriya had shifted slightly in how he was sitting and was turned a little more toward Aizawa than he had been before. I have to blink soon, Midoriya. Is your quirk going to incapacitate you again? Aizawa tried a different tactic when it became clear that Midoriya couldn't or wouldn't answer his original question. I don't know, Midoriya admitted. It was like when my quirk first manifested. I couldn't turn it off at all. Shudo pulled his jacket from where it had fallen onto Midoriya's lap and held it up. If you need to, you can use this until Mr. Aizawa can erase it again. Midoriya gave him a grateful look and took hold of the jacket. But I'm ready. Aizawa blinked and pulled drops out of his pocket quickly, but Midoriya tensed and threw the jacket over his head. His quirk must have activated again, but Shudo didn't see or sense anything like he normally did when Midoriya's power activated. There was no glow, no aura of power, nothing. It didn't make sense. Todoroki, Aizawa caught his attention. Sir? Cold will help a migraine. If Midoriya agrees, you could try to help him with the pain, his teacher explained as he used the drops to rehydrate his eyes. The huddled form of Midoriya leaned closer to Shudo at Aizawa's words, so Shudo took that as permission. Remembering the spot that Midoriya had massaged earlier, Shudo slowly reached under the jacket so as not to let in too much light, and placed his right hand on the back of Midoriya's head. Ignoring how soft his curls were, Shudo sifted through the thick hair until his fingers reached skin and then gently cooled the area to about the same temperature as an ice pack. Too cold? Shudo asked quietly. Scood, Midoriya mumbled from under the jacket, leaning into Shudo's hand. Suddenly the door to the gym flew open again, and the two not currently hiding looked up to see who had arrived. I am here. All Might announced loudly, and Shudo felt Midoriya flinch under his hand at the volume. Midnight informed me young Midoriya was in trouble. Where is he? Shudo pointed to the form under the jacket as Midoriya raised one of his hands to wave tentatively. All Might closed the distance between them in a few enormous strides and knelt behind Midoriya, though he seemed at a loss for what to do next. Shudo could see the concern on the hero's face, and his hands were reaching for Midoriya, but, like Shudo had before, he hesitated to actually touch the clearly suffering boy. What has happened? That's what I'd like to know. Midoriya hasn't been very forthcoming, Aizawa berated, though his volume was low out of concern for Midoriya's headache. My Q-quirk evolved, Midoriya offered again. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. We were training, Shudo explained quickly. He didn't know everything, but he could fill in what he did know, and then maybe Midoriya would fill in the blanks. I offered to help Midoriya with control, and now he can control his power output at will. That's wonderful. All Might cheered, though quietly. Well done, my boy. Except now he says he can't turn it off, and something about how it evolved is causing him intense pain, Aizawa said. He still doesn't have any broken bones, Shudo defended. And it doesn't feel like his quirk is on. What do you mean, young Todoroki? Shudo looked at the large hero. The way his eyes kept going back to Midoriya in concern, the way his hands still twitched toward the huddled form, it was blatantly obvious that All Might cared a great deal more for Midoriya than would be explained by only a month as student and teacher. If the situation weren't so serious, Shudo would almost find this further proof toward his theory of their relationship amusing. When Midoriya uses his quirk, if you're close enough, you can feel it. It's like an aura of power and strength, not unlike your own, sir. I am actively touching him right now, and I don't feel anything like that, Shudo replied. Watching as closely as he was, Shudo definitely noticed a slight tick in All Might's eye when he'd compared their powers. All Might, Midoriya whispered. My quirk evolved. Shudo did not understand the emphasis, but All Might did. The brief flash of surprise followed by understanding told Shudo that whatever Midoriya meant, All Might comprehended more than the simple words should have been able to convey. I see. That makes sense, All Might rumbled. I'm beginning to suspect I don't know everything that I should. Aizawa leveled a withering glare at the number one hero. Weiss, well, All Might stuttered, uncomfortable, some privileged knowledge. Save it, Aizawa snapped. Midoriya has reached the limit of his not inconsequential pain tolerance. If you know something that will help him, then help him. The silence from the pro was almost painful. Shudo had no idea what could be so important that All Might would keep it a secret over Midoriya's welfare. Mr. Aizawa? See, could you? Their homeroom teacher sent one more contemptuous glare at All Might before turning to Midoriya. Whenever you're ready, kid. Like before, Midoriya took a few deep breaths before he removed the jacket, but Aizawa was quick to take away Midoriya's quirk and, with it, most of his pain. I want to tell them. Midoriya spun around hastily to face All Might, accidentally knocking Shudo's hand away in the process. All Might furrowed his brows in confusion. I understand telling Aizawa, but… Todoroki too, Midoriya interrupted. Shudo nearly jumped in surprise when Midoriya reached for his hand and put it back on his head. He's helping and I trust him. Shudo chilled his hand again, digging a little to reach Midoriya's scalp through his hair, and tried to tell himself the warmth he felt at Midoriya's statement was due to using his quirk to compensate for the cold. My boy, are you sure? Yes. Absolutely, Midoriya declared confidently, but then he began to fidget. I don't want Mr. Aizawa to have to use his quirk for too long. Could you tell them? All Might smiled down at Midoriya and placed a large hand on his shoulder before giving it a reassuring squeeze. Still focused on the needs of others before your own, I see. Very well, I can tell them, but is there anything we can do to make you more comfortable? Todoroki's helping a lot. I'll be fine. Midoriya smiled weakly and then hid under Shudo's jacket once more. Aizawa blinked, releasing his quirk, and applied more drops with a quiet groan. Get on with it, All Might. Young Midoriya has 2 quirks. Shudo blinked. Like me? Not quite, young Todoroki, All Might replied. Your quirk, or quirks, I suppose, are both yours naturally. In Midoriya's case, one is his own natural quirk, and the other is the one that I gave him. Impossible, Aizawa grumbled. My quirk is a closely guarded secret because of its unique history and qualities. Its name is One for All, and it is a sacred torch passed from one holder to the next, stockpiling power as it goes. Thus with each holder, the power grows. I passed it on to young Midoriya as it was passed on to me from my mentor, and so on through the generations. He is the 9th holder of One for All, a quirk that could be given to someone, one that accumulated power from each previous holder. No wonder All Might was so strong, he had the power of 7 other users at his disposal. Shudo almost laughed at the ridiculousness of it. Endeavor never stood a chance against someone like that. Shudo doubted he would ever be strong enough to compete with that power either. And Midoriya would be stronger still. And exactly how long ago did you pass on this quirk? Aizawa asked dangerously. All Might must not have heard the underlying tone the way Shudo did, because he answered proudly, he received the power 3 months ago, but I have been training young Midoriya for over a year now. I see. We'll come back to that, please continue. As I mentioned, One for All stockpiles power. This, of course, accounts for the enhanced strength you are accustomed to seeing from myself and young Midoriya, but One for All also affects the natural quirk of the holder. I believe this is what he meant when he told us that his quirk evolved. His natural quirk has changed somehow. What is his natural quirk? Aizawa asked. Bebeg. Midoriya stuck one of his hands out and reached for his gym bag. All Might was closest, and he pulled the bag over as requested. Midoriya reached into the bag and withdrew a notebook, handing it to Aizawa. Unlike Midoriya's other notebooks, Shudo noticed that this one did not have a number. Instead, it was labeled Hero Analysis for the Future Sigma. If this notebook was dedicated to Midoriya's own quirks, Shudo supposed the mathematical symbol for summation made for an apt descriptor. Aizawa scanned the contents quickly and then shook his head. It looks like this isn't the quirk's first evolution. Midoriya, we need you to tell us what's going on now. Think you're up for it? Shudo felt Midoriya's response. He nodded. All right. When you're ready, Aizawa coached. Once he was out of the jacket and free of his quirk, Midoriya sighed. It's getting better, I think. I still can't turn it off on my own though. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. It's fine, kid. Just tell us what's going on so we can work through it. I can see everything even with my eyes closed. Not like normal, not like I could before. I mean everything. Front, sides, behind me. All of it is in focus all at once. It's disorienting and the headache, I think, is from my brain adjusting to the new input. It was overwhelming at first, but it's manageable now. Though, how much of that is Todoroki, I don't know. Full 360 field of vision? Aizawa clarified. Midoriya nodded. Shudo tried to process what that would look like, but he came up blank. No wonder Midoriya had trouble. From what else he'd said, Shudo gathered his natural quirk gave him the ability to see with his eyes closed. An interesting quirk, potentially useful in certain circumstances, though he imagined it made sleeping difficult at first. That's quite the improvement, All Might remarked. Yeah, I just wish it came with an off SWH. How do you see through your hair? Shudo wondered. He knew firsthand how very thick Midoriya's curls were. There shouldn't be anything for him to see other than hair. Midoriya huffed what might have been a pained laugh. I guess because it's directly touching my skin I can see through it. That would be the first enhancement. I can actually see through things other than my own eyelids if they're directly against my skin. You could still turn that off though. Aizawa held up the notebook with Midoriya's notes. Yeah. So why is this one different? Shudo asked. Midoriya crossed his arms and brought one hand up to his chin in a familiar pose. He was analyzing the problem. Soon enough, the thought processes running through his mind slipped through his lips as he began to mutter. It happened when I used One for All, full cowling, not coincidentally either. The timing was too conspicuous to be unrelated, but that was the second time I'd used it. So why that time and not the first time? What was different? I mean, I can see where the 360 field of view comes in. The point of full cowling is to have the power everywhere all at once, so that's a pretty obvious connection. So it must have been something else I want. Oh, Midoriya? I was trying to focus on keeping it going, not turning the power off and on like I had been, and not losing it when I got distracted. If my quirk evolved based on what I wanted from One for All, then I must have accidentally removed the off SW side developed as a kid. How long did it take for you to learn how to turn it off? Shudo asked. Midoriya would need to get that control back soon, for his and Aizawa's sake. A few months, Midoriya answered. I had to use a sleep mask until I had it down. Young Midoriya, I believe we should give Aizawa a break, All Might suggested, and a look over to Aizawa confirmed his assertion. Their teacher's eyes were very red and he was visibly straining. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, blink if you need to, Mr. Aizawa. Red eyes closed and stayed that way as Aizawa fished for his eye drops again. Midoriya meanwhile, tensed and began to take deep measured breaths, but he didn't dive back under Shudo's jacket like he'd expected. Instead he tried to work through the pain. All right kid, Aizawa droned, head back as he used the eye drops to soothe his irritated eyes. I was going to tell your class when we came back on Wednesday, but your internships are coming up. You're to spend a week shadowing a hero at their agency as part of this. However, I cannot reasonably send you to intern with a hero, potentially facing real threats, in your current state. If you can't learn to either turn your quirk off or manage with your new field of view permanently, then you're not going. Midoriya tensed even further under Shudo's hand. All Might frowned. Aizawa, don't you think that's a little? As Midoriya's teacher, my primary concern is his safety, as yours should be. I have no doubt that he will MSTR this new ability and use it to its fullest potential eventually, but, Midoriya, if you haven't managed to do so before the internships begin, then I cannot let you go. You would be in too much danger. Understand? Yes, sir, Midoriya grit out. Good. Aizawa's eyes swept over Midoriya carefully. How's the headache? Not as bad. I think the worst of it is over. Midoriya confirmed, though Shudo didn't know if he was just saying that to appease their teacher. With Midoriya's pain tolerance, it could go either way. Alright, I want you to try to relax for a bit. Let's see if the headache goes away completely if you're given time to adapt before we try to do anything else. All Might and I are going back to the main building for a bit, but when I come back we'll work on that control. Sound good? Yes, sir. Midoriya managed a shaky smile. Shudo watched with interest as Aizawa stood and leveled the number 1 hero with a dangerous look. It looked like All Might was about to get a severe lecture from the other teacher, and Shudo almost wished he could be a witness to it. Learning about One for All and Midoriya's involvement with All Might had been enlightening, to say the least, but there were a few issues that Shudo could think of with how the hero had gone about it. Aizawa no doubt had a few of his own if that look was anything to go off of. Once both adults were gone, Shudo turned to Midoriya. So you got your quirk from All Might, and he's personally training you. That's my secret, yeah? Shudo sighed and really let the truth of the situation sink in. Midoriya had the quirk of the number 1 hero, a quirk which could be passed from person to person, and was training as All Might's successor. He would be set to take over as the symbol of peace one day, more than likely, So Midoriya was definitely reaching for number one, just like Shudo was. The sports festival had been the first time they'd really been thrown against each other in any sort of competition, and Midoriya's connection to All Might had drawn Shudo's attention enough for him to openly declare him a rival. He'd been more right than he'd realized at the time, but he hadn't needed the full story then. Hadn't cared. It was enough to know the two of them were tied to the top two heroes in at least some manner. He had been ready to use Midoriya to prove a point to his father. Then they talked. Then they'd fought. He didn't know what to think. He was fairly sure he and Midoriya were friends, but they were still aiming for the same goal, which only one of them could win. That competition didn't make him feel less inclined to be friends though. In a way, it was like their spar, as short as it had been. The fight had been exhilarating, the challenge posed by Midoriya was difficult, but it was also fun. In the end, it didn't matter who came out on top, just that they both pushed the other to do their best, and then do better. You have such an intense look of concentration. Midoriya wasn't facing him at that moment since Shudo still had his hand on his head, but with his quirk, it didn't matter. What are you thinking about? You consider us to be friends, correct? Shudo asked. Wise, unless. I know at the sports festival you said you weren't looking for friends, but? I wasn't, but it seems I found one anyway, Shudo said, and Midoriya relaxed a little. Shudo wanted Midoriya's opinion on his current thoughts, but that didn't mean he couldn't also try to make the other boy feel a bit better at the same time. I ask because I wanted to know your thoughts on the future. With who our fathers are, we'll both be aiming for number one. Midoriya laughed. It was a good laugh. Todoroki. All Might isn't my dad, we just told you? Yes, I heard. All Might passed his quirk on to you, and is grooming you to be his successor. More than that, he cares about you. You may have missed it hiding under my jacket, but All Might was distressed that you were in pain. You might not be his secret love child, but you are his son. The high-pitched groan Midoriya released into his hands devolved into weak laughter as he blushed. Crazy interpretations of my relationship with All Might aside, I think you had an actual question in there somewhere? Yes. You and I both want to be number one someday. We'll be in direct competition with each other for the foreseeable future. Does that hinder our ability to be friends? It doesn't have to. Midoriya turned to face him, even though he didn't need to in order to see Shudo, forcing Shudo to move his hand away from the back of Midoriya's head. I think if we want to be friends, it doesn't matter that we're both aiming for the top. We can help each other, keep challenging each other to improve, and support each other the whole way. What do you think? If you'd asked me before the sports festival, I would have said it sounded naive, but now I find myself agreeing with you, Shudo admitted. Glad to hear it. Midoriya smiled brightly, and Shudo found himself returning it with a much smaller smile of his own. Izuku wasn't sure if the chilled touch on the back of his head was the reason his headache faded, or if he was simply getting used to the new aspect of his vision. Either way, he was undeniably relieved the catastrophic pain was finally gone. This was only one of Izuku's problems, however. Learning how to navigate his new 360 field of vision was a great deal more difficult. Pain he could handle, but this was bizarre. For starters, his depth perception wasn't so much thrown off as it had been chucked into the stratosphere. If that wasn't enough, it was surprisingly difficult to orient himself, to tell which direction his body was facing. Perhaps the oddest thing to adjust to, however, was how his new field of vision shifted along the y-axis. Shifting his eyes down granted him a view of the floor at his feet, but the view from behind him shifted up. The reverse was also true, of course. The seesaw tilt was dizzying to say the least. This is so weird, Izuku muttered, testing his ability to walk around the gym with Todoroki diligently at his side. He was already mentally running through all the tests he'd need to conduct to test the limits of this new ability. Must be, Todoroki agreed, his normal calm tone more soothing in the current situation that Izuku felt like sharing. Still, once I've got it down, this will be really helpful in the field. Now that the panic and pain were subsiding, Izuku could definitely see the benefits. Wish I had gotten this when I was younger, would have made it a lot harder for the bullies to sneak up on me. Bullies? Todoroki prompted. Izuku shrugged. I was an easy target. Useless quirk, weird muttering habit, hero nerd, take your pick. I stopped asking why after a while. There was a moment of silence while Todoroki absorbed his words, but eventually he seemed to come to some realization. Bakugo used to bully you, didn't he? Ah, Izuku grimaced. What? I know it sounds bad, but it wasn't wholly his fault. No one ever told him not to, and he's got so much potential to become a great hero. That's not an excuse. Great heroes don't always make great people. Heaving a weary sigh, Izuku didn't try to argue that point. There was evidence enough of the truth of Todoroki's statement. I know. Yue has already done wonders for him, though. I think a few more years around people who don't treat him like the god's gift to Quirks will actually turn him into a decent person. And in the meantime? Izuku shrugged. In the meantime, I stay out of his way as much as possible, and if he pushes, I'll push back. I hope you're right about him, Todoroki mused. Me too. Izuku really didn't want to talk about Kaken. Changing the subject, he asked, any other questions? I know I had several dozen after I learned about One for All. I have a few, Todoroki admitted. It's a lot to process. Don't I know it? Izuku agreed easily. Ask away. All Might said he's been training you for a while. How did you meet? Izuku shuddered at the memory of nearly dying in the sludge villain attack, but he shared the story easily. He saved my life. I was attacked by a villain on my way home from school, but All Might was nearby, already tracking the guy, and got there in time to save me. You must have made an impression for him to name you his successor. Not a good one, Izuku laughed. At Todoroki's confusion, he elaborated. I passed out actually. The villain had a sludge quirk. He tried to suffocate me so he could wear my body like an Izuku suit and get out of town. So when All Might arrived, I was nearly unconscious from lack of oxygen. He Texas smashed the villain into tiny pieces and knocked what was left of my air supply away, but he made sure I woke up, even autographed my notebook, before trying to leave. Trying? I wanted to ask him a question, so I did something pretty stupid. I held on to his leg as he jumped away. Todoroki coughed, choking back a laugh or in surprise, eyes wide. Not my finest moment, I admit, but in my defense I was recovering from oxygen deprivation and had just met my idol. So why choose you as his successor? Todoroki asked. Izuku paused, debating whether or not he should get into what happened on the rooftop. He couldn't tell Todoroki about All Might's injury, it wasn't his secret to tell, and the rest of it wasn't really a good memory. Still, it was an important part of what convinced All Might to choose Izuku as his successor. Before I tell you what happened next, I want you to know that I don't hold this against All Might at all. Everything worked out in the end, and I know why he said what he did. In case what I say might make you think less of him, don't. Okay? Todoroki looked vaguely concerned at that, but nodded. Once he'd realized what I'd done, he landed on a rooftop to drop me off, but I was persistent and just shouted out my question before he could. What was your question? Todoroki asked. Is it possible to become a hero even if I have a useless quirk? Izuku smiled sadly. He said no. He said that heroes get hurt even with quirks suited to heroics, and that I would be better off doing something else, something less dangerous. I wouldn't have expected that, Todoroki mused. Not from All Might. It wasn't anything that everyone else hadn't already told me, but I was still pretty crushed. When he left, I sat on that rooftop and seriously considered just giving up. If All Might thought it was impossible, then what was the point of trying anymore? But you don't strike me as the kind to give up, Todoroki remarked. Todoroki was right. Izuku was stubborn. He had been close to giving up back then, but even he could see that he'd never fully thrown the idea away. Izuku could have taken any number of routes home that afternoon, but he hadn't. Even after the devastating conversation on the rooftop, some part of Izuku still clung tightly to his dream. He wouldn't have gone towards the explosion otherwise. There were other factors. That day was bad even before getting attacked, but you're right. I didn't give up. Izuku grinned. An explosion a few blocks away caught my attention, so on my way home, I walked by to investigate. Apparently when I'd stowed away with All Might, the villain had escaped the soda bottles All Might had stuffed him in and had found another kid to try to take over. The kid's explosions as he fought back were making it hard for the heroes at the scene to do anything, so there was this crowd of people, including a bunch of heroes, just watching, doing nothing to help. The kid at IT was Bakugu, wasn't it? Izuku nodded. I know the news covered the incident a little. Do you remember what happened next? All Might defeated the villain. He did, but not before I ran in and tried to save Kaken myself. I didn't think about it, just moved. I knew what he was going through, I could see he was scared, and I couldn't just do nothing. I had to at least try to save him. To Izuku's surprise, Todoroki chuckled quietly. At Izuku's curious look, Todoroki explained. After our match at the sports festival, before the final, Bakugu found me in the waiting room. He said something about our upcoming fight, but I wasn't listening. Instead of addressing whatever he'd said, I asked him about you. Me. What? He grew up with you. I believed he'd have insight, so I asked him if you had always been so helpful. Izuku whined quietly in the back of his throat, picturing Kaken's reaction to that. I doubt you got an answer out of him. I did not, but you have just answered my question. Todoroki stopped walking, forcing Izuku to stop as well. I think All Might was wrong on that rooftop. A powerful quirk doesn't make someone a good hero, just like being a pro hero doesn't make someone a good person. I think you have what it takes to be a hero, and you had it before you met All Might. You could have done it even if it was hard. Oh okay, there was another weird perspective. Izuku's vision blurred through his tears, but only in part of his vision. The unnaturally extended field of view remained unaffected by the tears. It was a little distracting, but focusing on the oddness of it let him curb the waterworks faster. Sorry. Izuku wiped his face in an effort to clear the tears. It's okay. Todoroki shrugged, unconcerned at the display. He finished drying his eyes quickly and smiled at Todoroki. Thank you. That really means a lot. All Might changed his mind after seeing me try to save Kaken. He said that I could be a hero, that I was worthy of inheriting his quirk, but I don't actually know for sure whether or not he believed I could do it without one for all. You're the first person to say I could. Is that why you accepted his offer? Did you think you had no other choice? Izuku exhaled heavily as he considered how to answer the question. I think if All Might hadn't found me again, I probably still would have tried. I don't think I would have gotten into UA. All the points I earned from the entrance exam were from using one for all while saving Uraraka from the zero-pointer. I still would have tried to save her, but without one for all or the strength training I did with All Might, there's probably nothing I would have been able to do to actually help. But the longing to help wouldn't have gone away. Maybe I'd have found a way, but like you said, it would have been much harder. Not that I'm averse to hard work, of course. Izuku cleared his throat as he realized his rambling had gotten a little off topic. But to answer your question, no, I didn't accept one for all because I thought it was my only option. I accepted because it was an option, if that makes sense. Todoroki shook his head. Once he'd offered it to me, I didn't stop to consider whether or not I could still be a hero without one for all. I didn't ask if All Might's quirk was my only shot at my dream. All Might was asking me to be his successor, that was all that mattered. I accepted without hesitation, Izuku explained. There wasn't really a lot of thinking involved. I see. Todoroki resumed their circuit of the gym. Thanks for telling me all that. It was enlightening. Thank you for listening. I doubt I'll get the chance to tell it all that often. You had to clear it with All Might before letting myself and Aizawa know the truth. Does that mean you aren't allowed to tell anyone? There are only a handful of people in the world that know the truth about All Might's quirk, and I can understand why. A quirk with this kind of power, something that can willingly be passed on to someone else? It puts the current holder in danger if the wrong people were to find out. All Might said I could tell who I wanted, but that I should be really sure I could trust them not to share the knowledge with anyone. So why tell me? Todoroki furrowed his brow. We barely know each other. In fact, the only thing you really know about me is my father's obsession with besting All Might. Logically, I should be one of the last people you'd want to tell. That's not the only thing I know about you. I know we didn't really talk before the sports festival, but I still notice things, Izuku refuted quickly. When Todoroki didn't look convinced, Izuku went on. You're intelligent and driven, and you're calm and composed under pressure. You offered to train with me when you didn't have to, you helped me when my quirk evolved and even when I was too injured to change my shirt, so that made me think you're kind. You teased me about All Might being my dad, so you're funny, But you also used the joke as a way to remind me that All Might cares about me, so you're compassionate. Maybe I don't know your favorite color or food or what you like to do for fun, but I don't believe for a second that you would tell Endeavor about All Might's quirk. Like I said, I trust you, Todoroki. Izuku worried he'd said too much when Todoroki didn't respond after a few moments. He watched the other boy carefully as they walked in silence, waiting for a hint of what Todoroki might be thinking, but he just looked deep in thought. Keeping a leash on his nerves, Izuku stayed silent, waiting for Todoroki to say something. When he did, it wasn't what Izuku was expecting. Why do you do that? Do what? You refer to One for All either by name or as All Might's quirk. I don't believe I've ever heard you call it yours. Todoroki did look at him then, mismatched eyes observing him carefully. Izuku stopped himself. He honestly hadn't noticed, but, thinking it over, he supposed that Todoroki wasn't wrong. One for All had been given to him by All Might, and Izuku still considered the quirk to belong to the hero despite the fact that he was the current holder. Taking a breath, Izuku tried to explain. It just seems so unbelievable that I could ever compare to All Might, you know? He's so strong, and I can barely handle 5% of that strength. I suppose I'm still not convinced I'm worthy yet. If I understand how the quirk works, it stockpiles power with each new holder. It grows and changes. Despite being directly passed to you from All Might, the One for All that is within you is a different quirk than the One for All that All Might possesses. Todoroki shook his head. You don't need to compare yourself to All Might, Midoriya. There's no threshold of ability or worth you need to reach. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Something inside Izuku's chest clenched tightly hearing Todoroki use his own words against him. He stumbled a little as his feet abruptly stopped moving, though thankfully he managed not to trip over nothing, and his mind raced as he tried to untangle the snarled mess of emotions suddenly flooding his system. Todoroki stopped as well, and faced Izuku as he waited. There was so much there to unpack. Todoroki had listened to his advice, that much was obvious already, and had taken it to heart. The reminder of that made Izuku happy and proud of his friend, but the advice had only been needed because of all the CRP that Todoroki had endured at the hands of his father. The hate and resentment toward Endeavor was understandable, but had created a mental block in Todoroki's mind that was holding him back from doing his best. The same couldn't be said for Izuku, right? He definitely didn't hate or resent All Might, and there was no comparing the experience of training with All Might to training with Endeavor. Even the idea that they could be similar was repulsive, and Izuku rebelled against it immediately. And yet, Todoroki was intelligent, but more than that, he was observant. He analyzed situations just like Izuku did, and his conclusions were reliably correct and insightful. If Todoroki believed there was enough of a parallel to use the same argument, then there was probably something there that Izuku shouldn't ignore. Maybe Todoroki wasn't saying their experiences were comparable, but that the results were. Todoroki actively distanced himself from Endeavor, so unwilling to be like his father or accept Endeavor's help that he had divorced himself from his own power. On the other hand, Izuku idolized All Might. No matter how much he strived to close the distance, the pedestal he'd placed All Might on, and by extension One for All, was simply too high. In doing so, Izuku had never allowed himself to see One for All as his own. Todoroki wasn't wrong, though, just as Izuku hadn't been wrong at the sports festival. It truly didn't matter where the power came from. It's mine, Izuku whispered, letting go of all his complicated thoughts and opinions regarding the quirk until all that was left was fact. One for All is my quirk. Todoroki's intent eyes watched Izuku as he assimilated this new truth, eagerly waiting behind a deceptively impassive expression. Izuku took a few deep breaths and called upon his quirk, letting full Cowling's signature lightning dance across his skin. He hadn't tried to summon the power after the evolution of his original quirk, and he was pleased to see that it still came to him. Thank you, Todoroki. He sighed and clenched his fists, disappointed and frustrated. I'm sorry. It was pretty hypocritical of me, wasn't it? Unintentionally, but it doesn't matter. Todoroki called a small fire to his hand. It was something we both needed to learn. The door to the gym opened and closed behind them as Mr. Aizawa returned. Izuku and Todoroki both released their quirks at the noise, instinctively turning to their teacher as he approached. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku bowed. Where's All Might? All Might? Izuku wasn't sure, but he thought there might have been the slightest hint of distaste in Mr. Aizawa's tone. Won't be joining us. He's giving Nedzu a report of what happened and will be otherwise occupied for the next several hours, I'm sure. Of course, sir. Izuku supposed it made sense to update the principal that Mr. Aizawa had been read in on the secret. Todoroki, since it looks like you're no longer needed to soothe Midoriya's headache, it's time to go clean up the mess you made outside and then head home, Mr. Aizawa ordered. Izuku wasn't sure what mess Todoroki had made, but he was disappointed that he would be leaving. Yes, sir. Todoroki bowed quickly to Mr. Aizawa, and then turned to Izuku. Would it be all right if I texted you later? Of course. Izuku smiled, remembering at the last moment to actually turn his head to face Todoroki. As his new friend moved toward the locker room, Izuku turned toward Mr. Aizawa again. Where do we start? Izuku expected to jump right into training with the Quirk, but his teacher surprised him. Mr. Aizawa had him sit on the sparring mat and then took a seat across from him before asking, Are you still in pain, or has the headache cleared? No, it's gone finally. Dizziness? Not really. Looking around or moving quickly can be a little disorienting still, but I'm not dizzy. Mr. Aizawa nodded. If you're feeling any ill effects, I can call Recovery Girl to take a look at you. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. Izuku tensed at the mention of the nurse, but forced his shoulders to relax and unclenched his fists. Hopefully, if Mr. Aizawa had seen it, he'd brush it off as Izuku just popping his knuckles. Sir, shouldn't we be doing something? Training or figuring out how to turn it off? My first concern is your health, Midoriya. You were practically insensate when I first arrived. I want to make sure you're actually okay and not just pretending or forcing yourself to be. It would be counterproductive to start training when you aren't ready. Instead of working toward correcting the problem as quickly as possible, Mr. Aizawa seemed to want to make sure Izuku was okay first. Izuku didn't know what else Mr. Aizawa might have originally planned for today, but he made no indication that Izuku's problem was taking him away from anything important or that he was eager to be done with him. It wasn't at all what Izuku expected of a teacher forced to deal with this so suddenly, and it left him a little off balance. Oh! The soft exclamation escaped without conscious thought as Izuku considered Mr. Aizawa's statement. Izuku was concerned about not getting control in time for the internship, but he definitely couldn't afford to hurt himself. If he got hurt while training with Mr. Aizawa, his teacher would insist on a trip to Recovery Girl, at which point he'd learn that Izuku had worn out her patience. Izuku didn't want Mr. Aizawa to be upset with him, so the longer he could avoid that scenario, the better. With that in mind, Izuku took closer stock of his current state. The headache is gone, and I'm not dizzy. The nausea I felt at first is gone as well. As I said before, moving quickly is still disorienting, but that's all. The only other thing I can think of is some minor damage to the first layer of skin along my knuckles from the boxing pads and punching bag, but it doesn't hurt. Very well. Mr. Aizawa accepted his self-assessment. Before moving on, as useful as this evolution will eventually be once you've mastered it, I want to focus on retraining your ability to turn it off. Yes, please, Izuku agreed. Until he found a way to turn it off, Izuku didn't know how well he'd be able to sleep, if at all. Quirks were physical abilities, even ones that were classified as mental quirks, and control was trained until it became muscle memory. Izuku had had that muscle memory at one point, and now that he wasn't as overwhelmed with the evolution of his quirk, he spent a while trying to exert the control he'd had since he was 4. After an hour with no results, Mr. Aizawa had him stop. It was clear the quirk had changed too much for the same mental muscles he'd trained when he was 4 to still work. They'd have to create a new way. Guided meditation was a common tool used by quirk counselors to help kids develop the ability to visualize a way to turn a quirk on or off, but it was nearly impossible for Izuku to focus enough to stay in a meditative state for more than a few moments. Too much sensory input, too many errant thoughts. Izuku just couldn't turn off his brain. He apologized profusely, but Mr. Aizawa told him there was no need, and they moved on. The next thing they tried was repeated erasure to see if Izuku could hold on to the off state as Mr. Aizawa released his quirk. Izuku tried to object to this on Mr. Aizawa's behalf, but his teacher assured him he was fine. Eventually, though, they both agreed it wasn't working and moved on to the next idea. Since it was one for all that caused the problem, Izuku theorized that his quirk, might also be the solution. Summoning full cowling was getting easier, but still required focus. That was fine though for now. Izuku needed to concentrate on what he wanted just like he had before. He needed active control over his quirks, needed to be able to call on and dismiss both quirks with the ease he'd had since he was 4. As easy as breathing. He used the original mental pathways as a foundation, but given the added complexity brought on by the evolutions, he'd need more. Using one for all to build the new mental pathways took surprisingly little time. Izuku almost got the sense the quirk was helping him, like it had helped him break free of Shinsu's brainwashing. The specters didn't make an appearance, but he felt like they were there anyway. Now to see if it worked. With a slow exhale, Izuku released his hold on one for all and the world went dark. Blinking his eyes open, Izuku looked around and smiled, wiping the tears pouring down his face with a relieved laugh. It worked. Good job, kid, Mr. Aizawa praised gruffly. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. I'm sorry I pulled you away from what you were doing. You're my student, Midoriya? Mr. Aizawa stated it so easily, like that fact was supposed to relate to his willingness to drop everything and help Izuku with a problem. A problem Izuku caused. Izuku wasn't sure what to do with that. It certainly wasn't something he was used to. He was used to reactions like recovery girls. After Izuku messed up or became too much trouble, he was used to teachers washing their hands of him. Some didn't even wait for an excuse beyond his weak quirk. Yue had been the first time Izuku had felt like it might be safe to trust the teachers to be different, to actually take an interest in his welfare, because they were also pros and that's what heroes did. They cared. They helped people. Or they were supposed to. Maybe that had been naive. They were teachers too after all. Izuku just hadn't expected them to act more like teachers and less like pros. When Recovery Girl had declared her refusal to help him when he got hurt, it had reminded Izuku of that fact, harshly. So, did that make Mr. Aizawa different? Could Izuku trust him? It seemed like he wanted to help and that he cared about Izuku, but Recovery Girl had been the same until Izuku had messed up one too many times. Was it just a matter of time until Izuku found Mr. Aizawa's limit with his problems? What would happen when he did? Midoriya. Hey, kid, you alright? Mr. Aizawa was trying to get his attention. Izuku must have zoned out. Was he mad? Did he think Izuku was ignoring him? Izuku winced. That was too dismissive, wasn't it? It definitely hadn't been articulate. Izuku didn't want to annoy Mr. Aizawa with his mumbling or make him think that Izuku wasn't paying attention. Mr. Aizawa frowned. He had annoyed him and knelt down so he was eye level with Izuku. You're beginning to hyperventilate. I need you to take slower, deeper breaths. This was bad. If Izuku was hyperventilating, it was because he was starting to have a panic attack. He needed to breathe. He needed to calm down. If he fell apart in front of Mr. Aizawa again, he might not be allowed to go on the internship. Or worse. If Mr. Aizawa thought Izuku was prone to panic attacks, he might think he couldn't handle being a hero. He could expel him. Izuku couldn't let that happen. He shut his eyes to block out Mr. Aizawa's reaction and put his hands on top of his head to facilitate breathing. He just needed to breathe. He could do that. He'd been breathing his whole life. Unconsciously, his hands fisted in his hair, and the scrape of his nails across his scalp suddenly reminded him of how Todoroki's hand had been in his hair earlier. The gentle fingers combing through his hair, hunting for his skin, so he could apply blessedly cool relief to Izuku's aching head. The memory of that comfort gave him something good to focus on, something that he used to calm his racing heart and even out his breathing before the panic could seize complete control. Free from the panic, Izuku lowered his arms slowly and opened his eyes. He couldn't look up, couldn't see whatever expression was on his teacher's face, so he kept his head down. I'm okay. Izuku forced his voice to be calm and steady, even though he wasn't. Sorry about that. You never need to apologize for having a panic attack, Mr. Aizawa said. Surprised, Izuku looked up. Why, you're not mad? Or annoyed? Disappointed? You're not the first student I've had that gets panic attacks, and you won't be the last. It's a hazard of the job, truth be told. Lots of pros struggle with them too. It would be illogical to blame or punish you for that, especially considering how quickly you managed to get yourself out of it. I don't understand, Izuku confessed quietly, not really intending for Mr. Aizawa to hear him. His teacher raised an eyebrow. What don't you understand? Izuku would blame it on the drop of adrenaline resulting from the recent panic attack for actually answering. You're a teacher, and I've caused you so much trouble today alone. Your tolerance for me should be gone. Why are you still trying to help me? There was a quality to Mr. Aizawa's deadpan expressions, something subtle that Izuku nevertheless could pick up to determine the hero's mood. After asking his foolish question, Izuku cringed and watched Mr. Aizawa carefully. Rather than the deceptively blank expression Izuku expected, Mr. Aizawa was openly frowning. Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa began slowly, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions before I answer yours? Izuku wasn't really sure he had a choice, but despite the frown on his face, Mr. Aizawa didn't sound angry. His voice was calm, soothing almost. Hesitantly, Izuku nodded. Have I done something to make you believe I would refuse to help? Mr. Aizawa had yet to show any of the same traits as his previous teachers, had even gone above and beyond protecting his class at the USJ, but there was still the looming threat that all teachers posed. It was risky to trust, even if he really wanted to. Izuku considered explaining this, but shook his head instead. Mr. Aizawa seemed to relax a fraction, though he was still very obviously angry. Your previous experience with teachers, then. They refused to help you when you asked? And not just, Izuku cut himself off. There was no point in going into detail, and there was nothing Mr. Aizawa could do to undo what had happened. It was better to answer concisely. Yes, sir. I know this is difficult, but it is important. You said not just before simplifying your answer. What were you going to say? Why does it matter? Izuku asked quietly. He didn't want to talk about this. It's a teacher's job to help, not just inform. We're charged with the lives and growth of our students. If a teacher fails to do this, if they refuse to do this, then they are negligent. That in itself is unacceptable, but if there's more than just negligence, or if there's someone at UA who is guilty of this, then I need to know. Izuku dropped his gaze from Mr. Aizawa's. His original thought hadn't been about Recovery Girl, and Izuku still didn't know whether or not telling his teacher about her refusal to heal him was a good idea. Still, he had to answer now. Izuku got the impression Mr. Aizawa wasn't going to let this go until he had an answer. If Izuku could give him enough to satisfy whatever curiosity this was, then maybe he would leave it alone. The trick would be not giving too much away. I had a useless quirk, but it didn't stop me from wanting to be a hero. I guess that annoyed a few of my teachers. I didn't listen to them when they said I wasn't being realistic, so they would do the same. It wasn't just when I asked for help, but if they saw me struggling, if I tried to participate in class, they would ignore me, Izuku explained. He was careful not to implicate any of the students or say he was bullied. Mr. Aizawa might want more, then, or worse, would realize Kaken was a bully like Todoroki had. Did you have anyone you could trust? Some took longer than others to get to that point, but they all eventually realized I wasn't worth the effort. They were wrong, Mr. Aizawa stated firmly. He sighed quietly and slipped his hands into his pockets, relaxing his posture, making himself less rigid before continuing, gently, I understand your past experience will make this difficult to believe, but I want you to try. If you ever need or want my help, I will do whatever I can to give it to you. The same should go for any of the faculty or staff at UA. Izuku tried his best to keep his expression neutral. At the very least, Izuku believed that Mr. Aizawa believed it. Trusting the rest of the faculty and staff as a whole was too big a risk. Izuku could admit that the sports festival had done a lot to strip away his faith in the UA staff, but Mr. Aizawa could probably be trusted. Waiting for the other shoe to drop was exhausting, and Izuku wanted to trust him. To an extent, he already did. He'd told All Might to tell Mr. Aizawa about One for All after all. Of course, Izuku had trusted Recovery Girl too. But from what Mr. Aizawa had said, Izuku suspected he wouldn't be the one in trouble if he told Mr. Aizawa that Recovery Girl had refused to help him further. Not that Izuku wanted the nurse to get in trouble. Not being banned from the nurse's office would be a weight off his chest, admittedly, but he was pretty sure Recovery Girl would not appreciate Izuku getting her in trouble. Hesitantly, Izuku looked up and met his teacher's eyes. Patient and sincere, Mr. Aizawa stared back as he waited for Izuku to make the next move. Those same eyes had watched over him, had helped him, when his quirk had left him a mess on the floor huddled under Todoroki's jacket. He'd said it with such confidence earlier. He trusted Mr. Aizawa enough to let him in on the secret of One for All, to share with him the truth of his quirks. It was a monumental secret, something that could be used against him and All Might both if the wrong person learned about it, but he hadn't hesitated then. He'd told All Might that he trusted Mr. Aizawa. Logically, if he trusted Mr. Aizawa with the secret of One for All, it was because he trusted him not to use the knowledge against him. Izuku trusted him not to hurt him. And that was always the worry with teachers, wasn't it? When they would use something against him. When they would hurt him. Through action or inaction, teachers would inevitably do one or both, but he'd given Mr. Aizawa the single best tool to do exactly that if he wanted to. There was no way to know that Mr. Aizawa wouldn't, but Izuku trusted him not to. I trust you, Izuku said slowly, allowing that truth to settle within himself more fully. With that admittance, he forced himself to keep talking. I'm not great at trusting teachers. I'd thought UA would be different. The teachers weren't just teachers. Pro heroes are supposed to help people, they care, and now I don't just have a useless quirk. I have figured all the annoying habits like the muttering, the note books, would be less of a problem. I guess I forgot to account for new habits. Mr. Aizawa had most of his face hidden in his capture weapon, but Izuku thought he caught a glint of red as the man activated his quirk for a moment. Someone at UA? Izuku knew if he answered, there would be no going back, but wouldn't it be better for Mr. Aizawa to hear it from Izuku now rather than have to fumble with an excuse if, when, he got hurt later and couldn't go to the nurse? Telling Mr. Aizawa about it when Izuku wasn't in immediate need of medical assistance meant they'd have time to come up with whatever alternative to Recovery Girl Izuku would need when the time did come. Unconsciously, Izuku rubbed at the scars on his right hand, but Mr. Aizawa caught the movement. His eyes narrowed in suspicion and Izuku hurried to explain before Mr. Aizawa connected the dots for himself. I did a lot of damage to myself during the fight with Todoroki at the sports festival. I don't know if you were told the extent of it, but it was bad. After, Recovery Girl said I had to learn control, so she wouldn't heal me anymore. Mr. Aizawa was very still. Izuku hunched in on himself a little, unsure what the fallout would be from admitting he'd made Recovery Girl so upset. He hoped what Mr. Aizawa said about teachers and neglect, though that seemed like a strong word for the situation, extended to non-teaching staff, but he didn't know for sure. When Mr. Aizawa didn't say anything, Izuku couldn't stop his mouth from spilling out more words in an effort to mitigate whatever damage he'd just caused. I didn't mean to annoy her so much. I know control is important, which is why Todoroki and I decided to train today. I think I've really got it down now, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I won't need healing every time I use my quirk now, so it doesn't really matter. Midoriya. Mr. Aizawa cut him off. Izuku flinched but looked up at his teacher. We will do all we can to teach you how to avoid injury, but it will still happen. When it does, it's important for you to trust that we will also do all we can to repair that injury. Answer honestly, do you currently trust UA to do all that it can to treat you if you're injured? Izuku was pretty sure this was a trick question, somehow. Slowly, cautiously, replied, I'm sure whatever alternative to Recovery Girl UA finds will be fine. His teacher shook his head. UA doesn't currently staff any other medical staff, and healing quirks as powerful as Recovery Girls aren't common. What will you do if there is no alternative? Izuku frowned and looked away, shifting on his feet and wringing his hands. In truth, he'd probably just avoid the whole issue by not telling anyone he'd gotten hurt if he could hide it. If he couldn't hide it or if the injury was too severe, he'd probably have to make a trip to the hospital. The medical bills would become an issue if he had to do that too often, though. Midoriya. Mr. Aizawa caught his attention again. Your health matters. Do you understand? Finding an alternative is unacceptable. Recovery Girl refusing to heal you is unacceptable. He supposed Mr. Aizawa had a point. Finding an alternative just for him was probably unreasonable. What am I supposed to do? Right now? Go home, relax, text your friend, or whatever you'd normally do on a day off. Leave recovery girl to me. Mr. Aizawa set a hand on Izuku's shoulder and squeezed once before pushing him gently toward the locker room. Izuku hesitated as he shuffled his way to his gym bag, unsure that he should really just be leaving. He'd created more work for Mr. Aizawa, again, but he didn't think the man was upset with him. No doubt he'd also caused trouble for recovery girl, and he didn't think she'd be as forgiving. Still, Mr. Aizawa said that he would handle it, which meant there wasn't anything else that Izuku could do for now. He'd have to trust Mr. Aizawa to do what was best. Oddly, that thought made Izuku more comfortable with the idea of just going home. Taking a measured breath, Izuku picked up his pace. He made sure his notebook was inside before slinging the bag over his shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Izuku offered, waving awkwardly before jogging the rest of the way to the locker room. Today had been a lot, and Izuku was looking forward to getting home where he could relax and, for once, trust that his teacher had everything else under control. Izuku spent the rest of Tuesday updating his analysis journal with the progress he'd made that day. Full cowling was exactly the breakthrough he'd needed to help him with One for All. He was still only using 5%, but the ability to summon it across his whole body meant that he was infinitely more adept at utilizing that power. He'd made sure to share the good news with his mom, too. No more broken bones caused by Quirk backlash. She cried, but that was expected. Izuku merely hugged her through it. Todoroki did text later that night as well. Izuku filled him in on some of what happened after he'd left, primarily that he'd been able to turn off the full 360 perspective, and Todoroki helped him brainstorm what to call the new ability. After a few discarded suggestions, they finally settled on one they both liked, 360 Veil. Happily, Todoroki also agreed to keep training together outside of class as their free time allowed. Wednesday started with a cloud burst. The deluge pounded against his window, but Izuku didn't let it dampen his spirits. He was looking forward to class, to seeing his friends, and to learning more about the internships that Mr. Aizawa had mentioned. Once he was dressed for school, Izuku hugged his mom as she handed him an umbrella and then ran out the door. Running into Ida on the way to class, Izuku was struck with how awful the past few days must have been for his friend. Contrary to Izuku's expectation, though, Ida seemed fine. At first glance, anyway. He tried to brush away Izuku's concerns and assure him that he was well, but there was a forced quality to Ida's normal demeanor that set Izuku's instincts on edge. His friend was hurting, but he didn't want anyone to know. Izuku got that. His own impulse was usually to pretend things were fine, but Ida wasn't him. Maybe it was foolish to say Izuku really knew his friend after only a few weeks of school, but Ida had always been very earnest and direct about his thoughts and feelings. Izuku was worried, but he also had no idea how to force Ida to talk, or if he even should. Ida didn't give him the opportunity to talk, hurrying to class once he was out of his rain gear. Izuku resigned himself to just keeping a closer eye on Ida for now. Walking into homeroom, Izuku waved cheerily to Todoroki, pleased when he received a nod in return. Uraraka jumped on him in greeting, and he laughed at her enthusiasm. The whole class seemed to be riding the same high, too, getting recognized on the way to school. It had been weird for Izuku, but a good weird, despite his nerves. Mr. Aizawa's arrival sent everyone to their seats, and a few members of the class remarked on his lack of bandages. The scar under his eye was the only hint they had that he'd been injured at all. Izuku hadn't been in the best state yesterday to notice or comment, but he was glad that his teacher was doing better. "We have a big class today," Mr. Aizawa announced, on Hero Informatics. Izuku felt the tension in the class skyrocket as they wondered what that could possibly mean, and Izuku wondered if Mr. Aizawa did this on purpose just to keep them on their toes. "You need code names. Time to pick your hero identities," their teacher concluded after his dramatic pause. Izuku concluded that Mr. Aizawa not only did it on purpose, but probably enjoyed making the class panic. A few days ago, that would have made Izuku nervous, but today he found himself slightly amused instead. This is related to the Pro Hero draft picks that I mentioned after the sports festival. Normally, students wouldn't have to worry about the draft until second year at the earliest, but your class is different. In fact, by extending offers to first years like you, Pros are essentially investing in your potential. If their interest in you wanes, however, those offers may be rescinded. So, you're saying we'll have to prove ourselves after we've gotten recruited? Hagakure asked. Correct, Mr. Aizawa replied. Now then, here are the totals for those of you who got offers. The projector beeped as it displayed the recruitment totals for the class. Izuku felt his eyes widen in shock as the list showed just how many offers had been extended to Todoroki and Kaken. They deserved it, certainly, but the difference between those two and the others on the board was staggering. Not everyone was listed either, Izuku noted. His own name was absent, but both Ida and Uraraka had received offers. Izuku was happy for his friends, but it still felt like he'd failed. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros. Even those of you who didn't get any offers. You've already experienced what it's like up against real villains thanks to the attack on the USJ, but it'll still be helpful to see pros at work, up close and personal in the field. And for that we need code names. Sato cheered. The excitement level in the class was back up after the disappointing draft list had been posted. These names will likely be temporary, Mr. Aizawa cautioned, getting everyone's attention again. But you should still take them seriously. The door slammed open, revealing a devilishly smirking Midnight. Or you'll have hell to pay later. As she made her way into the classroom, Mr. Aizawa stepped away from the podium and yielded control of the room to his coworker. What you pick today could be your code name for life. You'd better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names, Mr. Aizawa stated, grabbing his sleeping bag. It's not really my forte. Just keep in mind, the name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A code name tells people what you represent. Despite claiming it wasn't his forte, Mr. Aizawa still had valuable information to offer on the subject. As the white bards were passed out, Izuku thought about what Mr. Aizawa had said. A hero name was more than just a call sign or a way to protect their civilian identities. It was a statement, a promise. When Izuku was a little kid, imagining his future hero name, he hadn't been very creative. It had been fun and was a good memory, but he didn't think he wanted to riff a name off of All Mights. Not only would it be incredibly obvious that the two of them were connected, but Todoroki had been correct. One for All was his quirk. Izuku was All Might's successor, but he was still his own person. All Might was an example, a role model, but Izuku didn't have to be All Might. His hero name could and should be wholly his own. As he contemplated this, several of his classmates presented theirs for Midnight's approval with mixed results. The idea of presenting in front of the class was a little daunting, but if he couldn't proudly declare his codename in front of his friends, then the name probably wasn't good enough. Curious to see how his friends were faring, Izuku activated 360 Veil to give him a better look at Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki, who were all behind him. Izuku waited for the initial weirdness of using the enhanced perspective to fade as he adjusted. Thankfully it didn't hurt, but it was still a little disorienting at first. Uraraka had put her pen down and looked like she was trying to psych herself up to go present. Izuku silently cheered her on, sure that whatever she came up with would be good. Ida was frowning intently at his board, pen hovering indecisively. Coming from a family of heroes and given his proclivities toward preparedness, Izuku would have thought that Ida would have come up with a potential codename prior to today, but he was obviously struggling. Izuku hoped it was just the assignment and not something deeper. Todoroki stared contemplatively at his board before looking up directly at Izuku. He wondered for a moment if Todoroki was just staring off into space in Izuku's general direction, but his dichromatic gaze was a little too focused for that. Izuku wrote a quick message on his whiteboard before shifting it so Todoroki could see it without making it obvious. He watched as Todoroki registered the message and surprise flickered over his features before his usual calm expression returned. Todoroki uncapped his pen and wrote quickly before casually turning the board so Izuku could read it. Practicing, I see. I'd apologize, but you're staring too. Izuku stifled his laughter and cleared his board. Just checking on my friends. Need help? Thank you, but no. Todoroki waited only a moment before turning his board and clearing the message. Izuku worried the conversation was over and that he'd somehow offended Todoroki, until he felt his phone vibrate. Todoroki. The boards are a bit conspicuous. Yaoyorozu or Aizawa would catch on eventually. Mr. Aizawa is asleep. Todoroki. That's what he wants us to think. He's snoring. Todoroki. A deception. He's always watching. Izuku shifted a little in his chair so that he could see Mr. Aizawa in his sleeping bag at the front of the room. It really looked like the man was asleep, but Izuku actually wouldn't be surprised if Todoroki was right. Mr. Aizawa was startlingly observant, but also looked about 2 seconds from falling asleep on his feet at any given moment. It could go either way really. It's hard to watch anyone with his eyes closed. Todoroki. Not for you. Maybe I'm the one who's always watching. Izuku chuckled silently at his own joke before a sudden thought stopped him. As he turned the idea over in his head, Todoroki went up to the front to present. Izuku was a little surprised that his code name was just his first name, but he probably had his reasons. Izuku could ask him about it later. Uraraka finally worked up the courage to present her code name not long after, and it was quickly approved by midnight. Izuku thought it was clever too and made a note to tell her so. After Uraraka, there were only a few people left to present. Izuku watched as Ida started to write something, only to erase it and write something else before presenting. Just his first name, like Todoroki. Izuku's concern for his friend grew, but he couldn't say anything in class. He'd have to ask him about it later as well. Midnight called him up to present, so Izuku hurried to finish writing what he'd come up with before making his way up to the front. Before he faced the class, Izuku turned off his quirk, took a deep breath, and then planted his whiteboard confidently against the podium. The watchful hero, Vigil. Ooh, that's interesting. Midnight hummed. Care to explain your reasoning, Midoriya? It's a hero's job to help people, to be a guardian against the darkness. I want to be a symbol of that protection. I want everyone to know that I'm watching over them, that I see them, and I'm ready to help whenever they need me, Izuku answered. It was true, of course, but there was more to it that he couldn't share with the whole class. And so your watch begins, Midnight smiled. I approve. Returning to his seat, Izuku caught Todoroki's eye and his small nod of approval. Todoroki knew, more than anyone else in the class, exactly why Izuku would choose the name he had. Izuku was pleased that his friend approved of the name as well. The only person left to choose a name was Kaken, but Midnight kept dismissing his ideas as too violent. Eventually, she decided to have him think on it a bit longer and passed the podium back over to Mr. Aizawa while Kaken fumed silently in his seat. Now that almost everyone's decided on their hero names, we can go back to talking about your upcoming internships. Their homeroom teacher pulled a large stack of papers out of his sleeping bag and set them on the podium as he spoke. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those of you who received offers will pick from one of the agencies who extended you an invitation. Everyone else will choose from a list of about 40 agencies across the country who've agreed to take on interns from your class. Think carefully. Every agency has a different specialty that its heroes focus on, so keep that in mind as you make your decision. Mr. Aizawa split the stack and handed half to Midnight before the two of them went down the rows to hand each student their list and the form to select their top 3 choices. Once everyone had both, the teachers made their way toward the door. You have until the weekend to make your selection, Mr. Aizawa told them. Get started. After the adults left, the class immediately devolved into discussion of where they were going to go on their internships. There was a little bit of time before the first class of the day started, so Izuku didn't see the harm in getting out of his seat and joining his friends on the other side of the room. Hey guys, Izuku smiled, waving Uraraka and Ida over to Todoroki's desk. We should be focusing on our internships, not making time for chit-chat, Ida rebuked, staying in his seat. Izuku tried not to let his tone upset him, but he felt better when Uraraka joined him. Your hero name is so good, Midoriya. Oh, thanks. I really like yours too, Izuku promised. I was so nervous, but I'm glad Midnight approved it. It took me longer than I want to admit to think up, Uraraka admitted sheepishly. It suits you, Todoroki said. Uraraka looked surprised that Todoroki had spoken to her at first, but she was quick to recover and beamed at him. Thank you, Todoroki. You're welcome. Yours is just your name, right? Are you sure you're gonna be comfortable with people calling you by your first name in the field like that? Uraraka wondered. It's just temporary, Todoroki explained. I want to take my time deciding. That makes sense, Izuku conceded. Congratulations to both of you, by the way. Are you looking forward to internships? You bet, Uraraka proclaimed. It SCKS that you didn't get any offers though. Izuku's eyes fell to his feet. My own fault. Like Mr. Aizawa said the first day, a hero who gets hurt all the time is a liability. You're not a liability, Todoroki argued quietly. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. You're amazing, Midoriya, and those agencies don't know what they're missing. Thanks guys, Izuku blinked rapidly to keep the tears from falling. The door opened again as Present Mike made his entrance, cutting off whatever else they might have said. It was time for English, which meant it was time to go back to his desk. Izuku quickly smiled at both Uraraka and Todoroki before finding his seat. Todoroki was right. He wasn't a liability anymore, but he still needed to improve. Only using a small fraction of 1 for all saved his bones, but it wouldn't always be enough to save others. There was only one way to improve his limits, though, so Izuku subtly exercised all throughout morning classes. When lunch came around, the class went right back to talking about their upcoming internships. A few had settled on their top choices, including Uraraka. Izuku was surprised she'd picked the Gunhead Agency, since it wasn't rescue-focused like he thought Uraraka wanted to be, but her reasoning was solid. There was nothing wrong with getting a new perspective, and definitely nothing wrong with improving weaknesses. Izuku still hadn't chosen and probably wouldn't until he could do a thorough breakdown of the agencies available to him tonight, but that was okay. He had until the weekend. There was something else on his mind though, and he knew exactly who he needed to talk to about it. Hey Shuji. Izuku gathered his courage and one of his notebooks before approaching. He hadn't spoken with his masked classmate much, but he was hoping he could still get him talking. Shuji was sitting with Tokoyami, but they both turned to Izuku curiously as he gave them a small smile. Midoriya, Shuji created a mouth on one of his arms to speak. He didn't say more than Izuku's name, but it was an acknowledgement and invitation to continue, which Izuku took gratefully. If it isn't too much trouble, I was hoping I could ask you a question? About your quirk. Izuku held up his notebook. Shuji had been one of the students interested in hearing his analysis during the sports festival, so Izuku hoped he'd be willing to indulge him. What would you like to know? Your quirk is amazing with so many applications, and you use it really well already. I have got a lot of questions really, but one has been on my mind recently. Izuku took a breath and was glad he hadn't annoyed or scared Shuji off yet, but he needed to get to the point. You have the ability to create a multitude of eyes from your dupli arms. How do you see? Is it just a wider field of view or does each eye offer a segmented view? Was it disorienting for you? How did you learn to adapt to seeing so much all at once? That is more than one question, Tokoyami teased and Shuji chuckled. Izuku shot them an apologetic smile. Sorry, I can get a little carried away. It's fine, Shuji assured. My vision changes, as you may have guessed. The eyes I create have a standard field of vision. If those fields overlap, then what I see is much like what any of you would see. At this point, Izuku had opened his notebook and was fervently writing as Shuji answered his questions. If they do not overlap, then it is, as you described, segmented. Like watching several computer screens at once. When I was young, it could become overwhelming. Tolerance to increased sensory input came with time and practice. As I continued to use it, I could handle more, and eventually the disorientation passed entirely. How about your depth perception? If you have overlapping fields of view, wouldn't that affect depth perception? Shuji nodded. Depending on how the fields overlap, I can improve both vertical and horizontal depth perception. Do you ever fight with additional eyes summoned, or do you only create them for reconnaissance? I will only have eyes summoned during a fight if absolutely necessary. Eyes are sensitive and easily exploited weaknesses. Injuring a dupli created eye still hurts. The potential benefits do not outweigh the drawbacks. Izuku's own enhanced vision didn't come with the same drawbacks, thankfully, but it meant Shuji probably wouldn't be able to give him advice on how to adapt to fighting with 360 Veil. He was a little disappointed about that, but it made sense. Thank you. Sorry, this had just been on my mind lately. Shuji inclined his head politely. You are welcome. Izuku left them to their previous conversation and returned to his desk. He'd hoped Shuji would have some insight into how to deal with the evolution of his quirk, but there wasn't a quick answer. Time and practice would do for him as it had for Shuji. With luck, that's exactly what he'd get at his internship. At the end of the day, Mr. Aizawa asked him to stay behind as the bell rang. A little confused, Izuku agreed and waited quietly as the classroom emptied. A few of his class shot him inquiring glances, but all Izuku could do was shrug. He didn't know what Mr. Aizawa wanted. When the last student left, the door opened one more time to admit All Might. Once it was just the three of them, Mr. Aizawa finally turned to Izuku. You're not in trouble, Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa began, and Izuku relaxed a bit. He had been worried, so it was good to hear that wasn't the case. This is about your internship. Oh. Izuku perked up a bit. I'm still allowed to go, right? I got control. Yes, you can go, Mr. Aizawa confirmed. Given your unique circumstances, I had wondered if you shouldn't be interning with a pro familiar with your situation. I don't want a repeat of the mistakes made at the beginning of the term. Mistakes? Izuku asked cautiously. Mr. Aizawa glared at All Might, and the number one hero reverted to his smaller form as he rubbed the back of his head nervously. Aizawa means the mistakes I made regarding your training and education. Young Midoriya, I really must apologize. I did you a great disservice? I don't understand. Izuku was extremely confused. All Might hadn't done anything wrong that he could think of. The first day of school, I fully intended to expel the student who came in last place during the assessment test. Mr. Aizawa crossed his arms and leaned against the podium, relaxed if not for the dark look he was shooting the number one hero. I also fully expected that student to be you. Izuku looked down at his desk and fought through the creeping panic. He hadn't been expelled. Mr. Aizawa changed his mind. He wasn't being expelled now. Izuku forced his breathing to remain steady. My reasoning for expelling you was based entirely on a very important misconception, Midoriya. Because I believed you had received your quirk, what you called superpower, on the quirk registry, at the age of 4 as the rest of the students had. Your performance at the entrance exam appeared to be that of a reckless, lazy child with the power to level a building and no sense to control it. Izuku flinched. He couldn't help it. Young Midoriya, you are not in trouble, All Might reminded him gently. When Aizawa pointed this out to me yesterday, I objected. I told him that you were a brilliant young man with the heart and passion of a hero, only new to your power. All of which is true. Except I had no way of knowing that, Mr. Aizawa added. Without knowing the truth, I was holding you to an expectation a decade beyond your experience. Do you understand? As hard as it was to listen and think past the insidious voice telling him he was a failure, a fraud, a worthless Deku that had disappointed his teachers, his heroes, Izuku tried. Both All Might and Mr. Aizawa had stated he wasn't in trouble, that the mistakes they were referring to weren't his but theirs. He held on to that with as much resolve as he could and tried to parse through what Mr. Aizawa was asking him to understand. I was almost expelled, because you expected me to have a decade of practice instead of almost none. Correct. Mr. Aizawa nodded. It isn't logical to hold someone who's just received their quirk to the same standard as someone who's had theirs for years. Similarly, I wouldn't teach someone who's just received their quirk the same way I would teach someone who's had it for years. As a result, your education has suffered, for which I cannot apologize enough. All Might bowed deeply from the waist. Izuku was out of his desk in an instant, urging All Might up. No, you don't have to apologize. That's really not necessary. It is, Mr. Aizawa stated. It's a secret, though. One for all is a dangerous secret. Which is, frankly, even more reason he should have told me, Mr. Aizawa interrupted him again. Midoriya, as your teacher, I am charged with your safety, and while you don't need to be coddled, knowing that you're a potential target for villains is important for me to know. Aizawa is correct, my boy, All Might agreed. Izuku still didn't think it was necessary for All Might to apologize to him, but he could see he wasn't going to convince either of them of that. Fine, I forgive you. Now can we please talk about something else? You said something about my internship? You've shown remarkable progress gaining control of your quirks, and an internship would be highly beneficial in improving that control further, but only if the pro you intern under is aware of your unique circumstances. As I said before, the method for teaching someone relatively new to their quirk is entirely different from teaching someone with a decade of practice. Izuku frowned in thought. He supposed that made sense, but it did leave him with a problem. None of the agencies on the list know about One for All. We'd have to tell someone else, or I'd have to intern with one of you too, but your agencies aren't on the list and I didn't get an offer from you. I strongly considered extending you an offer, Mr. Aizawa admitted. I didn't for two reasons. One, I am already your teacher. The point of the internship is to gain experience you wouldn't otherwise get from UA, so interning under me would be a little redundant. Two, I won't have the time necessary to dedicate to your training as I've already agreed to take on another student looking to transfer into the hero course. Shinso? Izuku asked hopefully. If Mr. Aizawa was training him, then the boy's chances must be good to transfer. After their fight at the sports festival, Izuku thought Shinso would make a great hero and he deserved the chance to join them. Mr. Aizawa nodded. Normally, I wouldn't tell you about this, but I want you to make an informed decision. Despite both of the reasons I've just stated, there is still a chance you will intern under me. Your other option only came through a few minutes ago, but you have received an offer from a pro, All Might said. Really? Izuku felt his heart jump in excitement. An offer? Someone wanted to work with him specifically. Who is it? Wouldn't the same issue still apply? Unless, do they already know about One for All? His name is Gran Torino. He was the sworn friend of my predecessor, and he knows about One for All. I suspect that's why he extended his offer to you. In fact, All Might explained. Izuku couldn't help but notice that All Might had started to shake a little bit as he talked about the older hero. The man taught at UA for a year, so he has experience teaching. I wrote to him at the start of term, informing him that I'd chosen you as my successor. After watching you at the sports festival, he's likely picked up on my failings as a teacher and wishes to correct my errors. You can either accept the offer made by Gran Torino, or work with me, but the choice is entirely up to you, Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa concluded. The choice seemed obvious to Izuku. As much as he respected Mr. Aizawa as a pro and a teacher, he wouldn't want to impose on the man's training with Shinso. I'll intern with Gran Torino. If he's already aware of One for All and extended an offer, he seems like the better choice. I agree. Mr. Aizawa handed him a paper with an address and the information on Gran Torino's agency. In preparation for your internship, I will write to him again and explain your recent successes with control and the evolution of your natural quirks so he knows where you're at before your arrival. All Might gave Izuku a shaky thumbs up before resuming his hero form. Now, I believe it's time for you to head home, my boy. Right? Izuku nodded. Thank you both for your support. Happy to help. All Might smiled. No need to thank us for doing our jobs, Midoriya. Izuku bowed anyway and then made his exit, eager to get home and see if he could find anything on this Gran Torino he was going to intern with.